Good evening.
Good evening. What have we got? Are we live? Yes, we are. Okay. Buster.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Shh. Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's pretty flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Alright.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
that level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree level's horizontal.
Sweet.
Right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that.
Okay.
You flipped it, man.
I'll be around too.
True level, bitch.
Yeah, I'll be watching everything.
That's good to hear.
And come on, OBS is dicking about. Okay, we are live. Welcome
Yay!
everybody. This is Hump Day, midweek. Just a bit of a brush it off and get back together. I am going to go out now though, live. The stream is going to be carrying on. But I will be out because we're going to go and traveling to do a live sunset. You guys might not be able to see it. If you want to see it, I'll try and do the best. But we're going to be filming it. 2 cameras. So as is, everybody else is going to be taking over for the show while I'm driving and whatnot. So if anybody wants to come in, this is going to be like a sort of free for all. But we're talking about back to the basics of the Trivium and like some of the weird stuff that's going on at the minute. So, I mean, can I open it up to you guys now while I sort of go and set the car up and get going? I'll swap over to the other one.
We can't have dead air. So what did we learn today, boys and girls, in the Discord? Anybody want to say? Overview? Summary? Summary of today's events.
Gyroscopes.
Anyone? Gyroscopes, yeah.
We should not let our emotions take over.
Yeah, it was super interesting today in Discord. So if folks that haven't been over to the Discord want to see some entertainment, come on into the Discord because it's been lit all day. All day. Apparently, folks have not yet heard us say that we don't care about the shape of Big E. That would be Earth with a capital E. Don't care about it. So there it is. I've said it again. We don't care about it.
And not to mention that gyroscope itself disproves globe by its own mechanics.
Well, don't tell. I mean, Jesse had to leave. He's still lurking in the Discord live chat, but Jesse would disagree with you completely, Paper.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who disagrees.
I know. But if he has a chance to change the bearings in it, he can tell you about that. It's an amazing story. Sorry, asking. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I've had a lot of conversations with Jesse, and I like to understand where someone's coming from, and I just cannot put a bead on what he is even talking about or what he is getting out of this, unless he's just literally trolling.
Yeah, that's why I asked him what was his purpose in being here. We all have purpose for being here. A true purpose. Real one, real to ourselves personally. I'm not sure I ever got it out of him, but I'm sure he'll be back. What else did we learn today? Anything else? Anybody else want to chime in while Bev's going out to the field?
I'm not sure. I didn't get there till like 2 o'clock, so I don't know what happened before that. Well, 2 o'clock my time anyway.
Well, we were discussing how a gyroscope keeps its rigidity in space.
Right.
And we also mentioned that a mechanical gyrocompass can be made to point to any cardinal direction. It appears a lot of people don't know that fact about that.
They say that this device inside of gyroscope is to prevent precession. But it means that without this device, it would exhibit precision, but it doesn't. So this story about this mysterious device, which is keeping this gyroscope in one direction, I think this is bullshit story.
Yeah, we thought so too. Even after SE for the folks in the YouTube, I mean, it was only a 2-minute video that you had put out on the gyroscope. Do you want to summarize that real quick if you can?
Yeah, sure. Apparently, a lot of people are not aware that, because the story goes, you turn on the mechanical gyroscope and it points north automatically because the Earth is rotating. That's the story. But what a lot of people don't know is that you can make a mechanical gyroscope point to any cardinal direction. For example, you could make it point east, and it'll point east all day long.
And how does that happen?
Well, they have it's a very complicated system, but the bottom line is they have weights on the bottom and they manipulate them. And that is how they can make it point to any cardinal direction. Because as we know, a gyroscope keeps its rigidity in space, right?
Yep.
Right.
Thank you, Mike, for posting that. Anybody is interested, just check out that video on the Discord. Explains it all. So yeah, basically, bottom line is it's manipulated in such a way with weights that it can be made to point to any cardinal direction.
Otherwise, you don't see a precession, as I understand it.
Right. It's specifically.
Sorry, what would be the purposes? What would be the purpose of having it point in one direction?
Well, the purpose is because a magnetic, you can't use magnetism because of there's metal on the ship and so on and so forth. So that's why they designed this. And it's quite remarkable. It even has like a ballast system of Mercury, the old ones. So rocking of the waves and everything, it's designed to be level.
So it's used more as a compass rather than a device to show precession, you're saying?
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because a magnetic compass is not reliable. So that's why they use this.
So no matter what direction the boat would turn in, that gyro would always be pointing east if you had it set that way, you're saying?
Yep.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because think about it. A gyroscope is... Oh, sorry, Kevin.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, think about it. A gyroscope is designed to keep its rigidity in space. We've all played with gyroscopes as kids, right? You spin it up and it stays in that direction, right?
Yeah.
So why would it point north?
So in this scenario, gyroscope is not keeping rigidity in space, because if it has to overcome precession, it means that it doesn't keep rigidity, because it has to constantly conform to allegedly a spinning ball underneath. It doesn't make any sense for me. But for example,
I'm with you.
In World War II, I think they were using gyroscopes in aeroplanes, and I am sure that they didn't use any kind of that devices, just normal gyroscopes.
Yeah, well, the gyro compass is, for the boats is specifically designed, right, for the rocking motion of the water and all that. It's truly a remarkable piece of engineering. Like, if you're a tech geek, this is like the ultimate.
It would have to be to compensate for all them different motions.
Yeah, that's why they have the mercury ballast. So yeah, it compensates for any motion of the ocean.
That's pretty incredible.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
Peter and Pete are commenting in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
Not sure. It looks like we're trying to help them get into the Discord VC.
Yeah. You see the comment where they click the link and
Yep.
I'm not sure what they're seeing.
I don't know either. Just wanted to let you know.
It should say, do you accept the invite or something like that, right? When you click on the link, isn't that what happens? Accept invite?
It should accept invite and be able to come into the Discord. If they can actually make it into the Discord, they should. I think they have roles to come into the Agents of the Logos VC.
Yeah. Should be able to send them a link straight out there from.
Yeah. Can you do that?
I've just sent them one. Peter and Pete, if you check, I just sent you a link.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bloods. Yep, continue on, guys. What else did we get today? I mean, Jesse came in and originally and said that he had made observations that the horizon is curved. That's where the conversation started, like, I don't know, 5 hours ago.
I do believe I was asking him about the horizontal paradox and how they resolve it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he didn't. He can't. I don't think they can. I was hoping to go over it, but I mean, it is a little bit. Well, it's not really technical at all, really. The question is that simple now: is can you have a horizontal plane in reality, or can't you? Because it's been geometrically proven that the globe model doesn't have horizontal planes. How much do you follow that through? And yeah, I think we saw today the struggles of the mind trying to wrap around that and trying to divert from it as well. But I mean, I think at the minute as well, I'm dealing with Red's rhetoric and this so-called debate that he seems to want but not want. And it's bringing back the whole idea of why we were here, why we've come here. Because I know why I'm here. I'm here because I'm trying to study what happens with people and what is happening to the craziness that's occurring. I think there's a lot of people that are still here for that reason. They realize that the actual argument is nothing. There is no argument from the globe.
Problem with horizon is go on.
Come on, guys.
Problem with horizon is that normal horizon is visible horizon, but in globe model, this horizon has to be geometrical, physical and geometrical. So this is the problem, because normal people don't claim that the horizon is a physical object, because it is not.
Yeah,
it is as we see our limit of resolution, etc. It creates horizon line, but in globe model it is not. It is real, for them, real curvature of the Earth. And there is a problem with that.
Yeah, it's
So
purely geometric.
Yes, they have just different definition of horizon.
Their model dictates a different horizon, but everybody knows it's horizontal. That's where the problem comes in. How do you resolve it?
They cannot. They have to use refraction, but if they bring refraction on the table, they are killing their own argument, because it means that this horizon is no longer geometric, but is visible. So they are killing their own geometric horizon, introducing refraction.
But I don't know. I've never, of all of this time that we've been doing this here, I don't think I've ever heard any one of the globe model believers come up with a refraction argument. It's always literally just obfuscation.
Yes, it is, but this is globe dilemma. They should have a geometric horizon, but they cannot explain how straight line. In their model, they need also curved straight lines. So so they have dilemma. Or we have geometric horizon, and as leading edge of the sphere, and on the other hand, they need refraction, because we see in straight lines. So, but if they are using this refraction, they are killing this leading edge, because this leading edge of an obstruction is no longer geometrical. They are killing their geometrical obstruction in vision by introducing refraction. So they land in dilemma what to use. If they use refraction, they are killing geometric horizon. If they are trying to use geometric horizon, they are killing. They cannot use refraction. So this is all their own dilemma in this stupid model. But of course, it is paradox, and they cannot resolve this. This is funny for me. How
They have an
are
answer.
stuck.
They have an answer. Dialetheism. They take a bit of both. Yeah. I'll have this when it suits me, and that when it suits me over there. Simple.
Guys, Peter said the link only takes them to their Discord server.
Really?
That's what it said. That's what they wrote in the comment on YouTube. The link only takes me to my Discord server. Is that right? And it shouldn't be.
I think on the left side of the screen, it should be added new Discord server level. So he should click on that.
If you check the icons on the left-hand side, they're probably not at this point, or maybe they are. Go to the next level server with those icons on the left side. Click on that one. Oh, Gadget's helping them out too.
Well, I'd like to say none of this technical issues happened when I was in charge of technical support. Should have never got rid of me.
Did we get rid of you? Well, I thought you quit. My job is done here. Conditions look perfect.
Are you there already?
No, we're just coming through Southport now. Clouds we can see. Yeah, there's no clouds.
Did we get Pete and Peter sorted?
Not yet. They're not in here yet. I don't see them. Oh, they're saying we're nearly there.
Oh, good, good. Be good to talk to them.
Nearly there. Nearly there.
They must have taken that great circle route, huh? Or no, the straight route.
Yeah, the straighter than a straight line route.
Yeah, the straighter than the straight line route.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. That exists, by the way. Somebody said that exists, straighter than a straight line route.
Yeah.
Yeah, just before he left.
Yeah. Just before he left the 24/7 game that went to an 18/6 game that went to a pretty much non-existent game, but nonetheless.
It not only exists, but you can drive it in a car.
Yes, you can.
Two different routes.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic claims of the globe science.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think globe science called me a scammer.
For anybody who thinks we're making this up or don't understand what this guy said, he made a video about it, and we went over it time and time again with him, and he doubled down, tripled down, and quadrupled down.
Yeah, Peter.
I think it'd be interesting.
Click on agents. Click on agents of logos if you're in.
It's the one where all the people are hanging out.
Yeah, right at the top of the list where the names are on the left-hand side, you'll see agents of logos. Just click on that. It's highlighted. It says 18 of 30.
18? Ooh.
That's not the age limit.
It should be.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
Club 1830, wasn't that?
1830.
That was the party.
Yeah, Discord is definitely not user friendly. I mean, they should work on that for real.
Yeah, it took me a little bit to get used to it.
Mine is screwed up today. I had to go under Bev's name and join under his name. It wouldn't let me click on all the, Agents of Logos group like I normally do, and then say join unmuted or muted. I had to go to Bev's, scroll over like to Bev's name and join. Weird.
And that's a highly skilled tech support guy. Imagine like a normal person.
Yeah, it didn't take me long to figure it out, but I mean, that's what I had to do today to get in.
As long as you didn't have to come in as Buster. That would have been terrible.
I'd rather die.
Poor Buster's not here to feel the poke. Shout out Buster, world's famous Buster.
Very cool.
It's like we're waiting. It's like we're waiting with bated breath for Pete and Peter to come in.
You know how celebrities are. They always like to make an entrance.
I know, right?
All the people in the world can.
It's Sounds like Bev and his lad are starting to get set up, maybe?
Yeah, he's just on the way there now.
Yep.
Going down the high street.
Good.
One road over.
Say hi to your son for us, Bev.
Yeah, I'll say hi. Hey. Hey.
Hey.
What did you say y'all were doing today?
I'm hoping to film Fata Morgana sunset, I think. But
you think the conditions are good?
Yeah. We will get we'll get a sunset, and we'll get a difference between the infrared and the normal anyway, with the 950 filter.
You're gonna run them you have cameras run them at the same time, or you have them switch?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
that'd be
hoping
nice.
to get both of them, right side by side, and we can
Right.
see what they look like. Same sunset side by side.
Same focal length, same everything. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. It's been so cloudy and rainy where I've been the last 3, 4, 5 weeks. I haven't done anything.
Yeah, we're in time. Conditions look perfect.
They said they can hear us, so they gotta be close.
They're in Discord and they can hear us, but they can't speak? That doesn't add up.
No.
They might be on YouTube.
Well, you can't hear if you're not voice connected. Is that what you're saying?
In Discord?
In Discord, yeah.
Rather not, but I am not sure.
You have to be in the VC to hear us in the Discord.
That's what I thought too.
Yep.
I think there's any room.
Yep.
Easily see.
Yep, they're still sorting it out.
Well, it's a learning experience. Once they figure it out, they have no problem.
Yeah. It's like as he said, Discord is not user friendly.
Yeah, I went through the same thing
at all.
But once you learn it, I think it's the best platform.
Yeah, it's really good once you have. It's just not easy what I find, it's not easy finding other channels and stuff. That's what I find frustrating. Like if you have other interests, it's hard to find anything else. You really have to know the name of the channel that you're looking for, the Discord server you're looking for, or get an invite to one.
Mm-hmm.
Two Rex. Where the hell did that second one come from? Is it just like roll on some tide or something?
Yeah, we've got the new oil rig there.
Like,
Oh, look at all of those mountains.
Yes. They keep on moving.
Nope, somebody just joined. Let's see.
No, that was just me. I'm sorry, guys.
That's Adam. That's all right. Hey, Adam. That's all right. We're all like on pins and needles going. Peter and Peter coming. Peter and Peter coming. No, Mike, they haven't made it in yet.
Pleased to have you, Adam.
Indeed.
Pleased to be here as always.
Always good to have Adam here. The YouTube will catch up in a minute, but Mike is insulting a certain age group of people that John may or may not be part of.
Oh God, Mike, you better not be.
They're in the landing, apparently.
I escaped it. I escaped that group by literally 4 months. I am as close to the beginning of Gen X as you can get. 1965 is when they say Gen X starts. They're landing, Gadget says. They're landing. Their plane's coming in.
Where you up in it?
Hopefully the gyroscope is good on the plane they're landing on.
Yeah, hopefully it wasn't thrown off by precession or anything.
Yeah, hopefully the ball bearings are the way they were in there, not like somebody put some ball bearings in there that aren't supposed to be in there.
Yeah.
Take a wire out and it'll process while the plane is sitting still.
Yeah,
it's all in the wire.
Maybe they were catched by Coriolis.
I watched a program last night that were talking about the ball bearings that are made for these things that have to be so precise that during the war, the U.S. actually provided ball bearings way back when during the Cold War to everyone, Russia, China, everyone. That's how precise, we were the only ones that can make the ball bearings precise enough to work in these gyros for the long-range missiles and whatever they were using.
Well, what do you know? Nice piece of info there.
I also learned that Buzz Aldrin, the astronaut, he did his dissertation in school on how the best way to get to the moon, which is the way they actually use with the redocking and docking and whatever. I thought that was pretty interesting. That's what he did his dissertation on while he was in school, and then he actually supposedly does it.
Yeah, we get it, man. He made that shit up.
I mean, it's so tough to get, to be an astronaut for one. It's once in a lifetime, and then one of the people that gets chosen was actually a person who did their dissertation on how they would actually land on the moon after he graduated and did all that and became an astronaut and then supposedly went to the moon. He was one of those ones also. Like that's got to be some pretty big odds.
Does Pete and Peter know they need to scroll on the left-hand side column to get to Agents of Logos? Because sometimes it just doesn't immediately show up. It could be in a different section.
Yeah, thanks, Adam, for putting that out there. Gadget's saying that they're getting a message failing to load. I don't know what that means.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Failing to load. Back here, what do you think?
Failing to load. That would be on their end. Somebody should send out a link to, just have someone grab the link and see if it works.
Yeah, Blood sent the link. They landed, so it should work if they were in the landing page. Let's see.
Are they on phones or PC or?
I don't know.
That's the there's a lot more options when you're faced with a PC screen, the software, than you are with a phone. Very limited.
So the link's working now. We get straight into live chat. You still got to click on Agents of Logos to get the voice connection.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just on the left-hand side. There's a list of different rooms. The one Agents of Logos has got like a sound speaker.
Oh,
yeah.
I just heard a ding.
That was Paige, I believe.
That was Paige.
Hello,
Paige.
with a ping as well, but
Everybody.
Hi, Paige.
Good morning. Paige. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If I can get on VC and Discord, anybody can.
You recording? I need you to get rid of some space off that account. There's no space on it.
Oh.
Just delete some stuff, so we need to do it quick.
Trying to capture Fata Morgana for anyone that's wondering what Bev's up to. It's gone down to Southport, is it, Bev?
Yeah, I don't think. Not too sure. Maybe a really low one. He's looking at the things here at the minute. Give you a.
They say that
Okay.
in the central window it says message failing to load.
Yeah, I wonder why they're getting that message.
Is it the same again?
No. Have we?
That's bizarre. They're in the live chat though.
I haven't seen a message from them in the live chat.
I'd say restart the computer and then come in and refresh.
Yeah, if they're already here, they should be able to get back a lot easier if they restart.
Yeah. Remember the username and password also.
You should have everything.
What is it like down there? Is it windy or is it calm, Bev?
It's windier here than we initially thought earlier.
Yeah, it's always windy. Really. Is it ever not
Okay.
windy?
Do that. I want to be able to see those stones there just before we.
Yes, don't neglect the stones.
Stones.
Oh, there's the stones. Yeah.
Nobody had Peter and Pete rolled up. How is that even possible?
Dude, I rolled them up.
That's what Yoda said. Yoda said someone didn't have him rolled up. Hey! I think I see Peter and Pete.
They're here. All right.
All you got to do now is press that microphone thing to
He's
unmute
got it.
yourself.
Is it? Are we here now?
You are.
Yes,
Yes,
you
sir.
are.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Oh, really? Well, that was fucking hard work. That was.
Welcome, guys.
You need a breather now.
Yeah, need something. I tell you. Yeah, that was weird. That was. Yeah, it felt like a trip. You know. Now I know what Neil Armstrong felt like
How big do you want to get it?
when he landed on the moon.
Exactly.
Why is the? Oh, it was. Oh, I thought you meant the moon.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, you probably want to either mute that.
Mute it.
Yep, so it doesn't feed back into the Discord.
Yeah, it's all done. Well, we're here now, so
Awesome.
we got loads of people. Where's all these globy people to annoy?
Oh my goodness! Well, you missed 5 hours of it earlier today.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Yeah, I'm in the mood for some globy bashing.
I won't be able to do anything.
Well, once you know you guys are in here, you might get some takers.
You might. We'll see who joins.
All right, okay. It's nice. I suppose it's nice to be available for people to annoy. You know.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we had someone in here today that we found out because he felt that someone challenged him in his on his channel about level being horizontal. That somehow he felt the need to come here and then make the claim that his observation says that horizons curve.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have asked him. You know, have you been to see a psychiatrist? You know, that would be my first question to him. You know, could have been wearing glasses. Could have been wearing glasses, and there's a bit of curvature on his lenses. You know.
That's possible. Maybe the optics had something to do with it. Although I did say, and there's one other of our little crew here who both have been in the U.S. Navy, both been out to sea for long stretches of time, and I never saw a horizon that was curved ever.
Yeah, well, it's very hard to see anyway. I mean, when you're looking out on the horizon, I mean, it's so long, so far away. I mean, even just a minutest curve on it, you wouldn't be able to notice it with the naked eye at all. You know, I think it's just ridiculous. People can even say that they can see one. You know, visibly perceive it. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Guys, yesterday I talked to a woman that she said she could feel and see the spin of the Earth.
All right, wow. She's obviously been going to too many fun fairs in her life.
For sure.
Well, these people are fucking mad, aren't they? When you think about it, you know,
Yeah.
they literally have got mental health problems. It's like talking to zombies. Do you know what I mean? Because they come out with the same rubbish all the time, and they'll say anything just to justify their own perceptions of what they think the real world is like. And you know, it's a lot of it's rubbish. It's just total rubbish. You know.
Definitely. Some of us here have the hypothesis that it's that the whole idea of the globe Earth is their deity, it's their god. So it's something you can't see, it's invisible. They say it's there. So if you use a water level or any of that kind of stuff, and nothing shows their curvature, but it's there. Trust us, it's there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Right.
Sorry for swearing. By the way, I should refrain.
No,
But,
that's all right. That's fine here. We just didn't want any of that on the live chat text. So, but you can say whatever you can say whatever you like. You can say whatever.
Oh no, I'll stop my swearing. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of these low people, you know, a lot of these people who are fervent supporters of science, you know, mainstream science, they've got in their mindset that a lot of things are true because science has told them that it's true, and yet it's not true because science isn't about truth. I mean, we did a video a couple of weeks ago about the scientific theory, and it's got nothing to do with truth at all. You know, so why these people think their perceptions or their understanding of the natural world with regards to science, mainstream science, is true. I mean, it's just beyond belief. You know, it's mental. It really is, isn't it?
It is, which is why the psychological aspect of their need to come into groups like this and try to, I don't know, proselytize. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. I think of it in terms of like religion, like evangelism. It's not good enough that you have your idea of whatever it is. Everybody else can have their idea of whatever it is, wherever it is we live. Everybody can be fine. But the idea that you have to proselytize to the point of prostituting yourself, if I can use that term, with ridiculous statements is what intrigues me. That's a psychological conundrum to me.
Oh, so that's a psychological issue, really. You know, that's like a mental health disorder. I mean, if you're going around the place saying that you keep seeing pink elephants or pink flying elephants, you know, a lot of people are going to think that you've lost the plot. So when people who follow their science and they're telling you that they can visibly see curvature, or objects do fall at the same rate, and you know, simultaneously, you know, or you read that stuff in articles, you're going to start thinking about the state of their mental health, you know. And you know, to be fair, I mean, there's a lot of rubbish out there, so obviously there's a lot of people with mental health problems.
Guys, are you picking up Bev's window there? He's filming the sunset. Can you see it?
I've got a black window. Stolen concepts. I've got
stolen concept. Yeah, it's black.
Yeah, I can't see anything in it.
Go where it says.
Do I need to click on somebody else's?
You should go to stolen concept and say it should say view his screen or something like that.
Oh no, it just says I wouldn't know. I've got a disconnector in the bottom right-hand corner.
No,
That's
don't,
agent.
don't,
Oh,
don't
agent.
use that.
Who shall I be? Shall I be on the? Shall I be on? Oh, you got. Oh, that's Bev's. I can't. I don't know how to do this. Wait there.
What about, are you still looking at it on YouTube? Because someone can look at. Well, I don't know if you can do that, can you? Someone can put it on there if you're unable to.
Who should I be looking at? By the way, just a reminder.
Stolen concept.
Oh yeah. We're agent of the logos, so it's not that person.
No, if you go down that list just below you, it's in alphabetical order. You'll see stolen concept, and there's a.
Oh yeah, got it. Oh, you've got it. So how do you get the video?
Yeah, there you
Clicked
go.
on video. So hold on, something's happening. I've got the blue circle next to my mouse, so that didn't do anything.
Huh.
No, it's got a black window. I've just got a black window. Oh, look, we're still on agent of logos.
Yep, you're going to be in the room. That's fine. You're good where you are. I don't know why it's not loading up for you. That's could be another Discord thing.
It doesn't load for me either.
Yeah, it's not very. It's not one of the. Well, it's very complicated for what it does. You know, it's quite complicated. But that's my own personal opinion.
If you still
Obviously,
have
you get used to it if the more you use it. But
if you still have the YouTube window open, you can look on that page and still talk in the live chat as long as your mic's open, so you can see what Bev's doing on the YouTube page.
Is Bev wearing a purple top?
I don't know what he's wearing.
Purplish top. There's a camera there, tripod.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, we can see it. Yeah. He's on a beach.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One thing. Yeah. One thing we've noticed about. One thing we noticed about the sun, and just through observation, obviously, and that is if you compare the sun's movement and sunlight between January and springtime, and then you compare it to autumn time, you'll notice you get longer shadows, which indicates that in August you get longer shadows in August. But you don't get them in springtime like March. So that obviously indicates that the sun's taking a different path. Or, so when you think about that in itself, I mean, you can't be on a spinning ball because you'd get the same length shadows. The seasons would be the same between, your spring and your autumn would be in the sky with reference to the sky. Should be the same. Yeah, there wouldn't be any noticeable difference. But there wouldn't be any noticeable difference, but there certainly is. So obviously there's a difference to do with the sun's movement.
Yeah.
In the sky. That's what I think anyway. I'm sure lots of people would probably agree with that, because it's there, it's observable. We can base it on the fact that the sun casts shadows, and that's a fact. So we now have a new scientific theory to do with the sun's motion across the sky. See, this is one thing that we've started to realise, and that is the globe signs can be countered with any other person's science. It doesn't really matter, because all you need to come up with is scientific theory. So all you need to do for that is just base your theory on a fact, and that could be anything. You could base it on, like I said, the shadows that is cast by the sun in August, as opposed to comparing them in March time. So, I mean, anyone could come up with a scientific theory. So, why people think mainstreams is so, better than anyone else's, or the best, or even true, is, it's madness. Hello?
Can you see Paige's comment in the live chat there, where she says the sun's
Yeah, what do you think about that when you go to the beach and you see the sunset, and every person sees the sun come along the water to their feet and not to anybody else's feet, but everybody sees it to their own feet. So how is that possible?
I would have to. I suppose I've not really. I've seen. I know what you're talking about. That's for sure. I would, because some people have mentioned that the sun's more of a subjective experience, and I think, well, I mean, it's possible. I think
do with why we can't pinpoint it, because they always want us to do triangulation on the sun's position. They go, oh well, if you've got more than one person, it comes out wrong. You can't get the right equation for it. And I'm thinking, well, that's because everybody sees the sun. The sun's projected to themselves, so of course it's going to be different with each measurement.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from. I think that's probably, I mean, a good point. I mean, you could be living in Cornwall, and you could be living somewhere else, and you can be looking out at the sea, got the horizon, the sun's setting, or even rising, and you've got the sunlight coming up to the shoreline, but you'll get it to the same observer in both instances wherever you are. So it's
exactly.
It's very difficult to actually pinpoint. Well, I mean, really, I don't know really what the sun is. I've heard lots of ideas from people, like it's this nuclear fusion fission ball of hydrogen or whatever, helium. I mean, to me, it's an idea. It's a great idea, but I don't know what it is. I've obviously seen it on video. People have seen the sunspots. Okay, we know what it looks like, but what it is, I mean, come on, so because nobody can really know what the sun is, it's very difficult for anyone to come up with any firm understanding on how it works. And when we do look at the sunlight coming up to our feet on the water, at the beach, I mean, yeah, it's more than possible, for it to be more of an individual thing, personal experience. You can't really, I can't really ditch that idea because it's more than plausible. It's a possible theory. It's a good theory. I can't dismiss it, but it's
could it be?
I think the hard part. I think the hard part is
you're right.
Actually finding proof to support your idea that it's individualistic. Or evidence, finding some evidence.
Yeah,
That'll be.
I'm looking into reflections and what reflections look like to each individual. Whether I can figure out that if that's what's causing it. How when you look in a mirror, depending on where you are looking at the mirror, the thing that's reflecting back looks different to you compared to what it looks like to somebody standing over the other side of the room looking at the same mirror. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I think the hard part with that is that you've got to try and simulate, because two people will obviously be in two different locations. You've got to simulate the exact conditions in both locations, and that's probably very hard to do. Even temperature variations could skew the observation. A lot of people are aware of how moisture in the air can affect the observation that we see, temperatures, all this kind of stuff. So it's very it's very, very difficult. This is what I mean. We mention this quite often in our channel, and that is it's very, very difficult for anyone to prove anything about the natural world they live in. Mainstream science does it an awful lot, but we think it's conceited. It's very wrong for them to do so. But it's very, very difficult to prove things. That's a toughie. All we can do is just come up with some ideas and then do our best with what we've got. Find some evidence. And try to find some evidence to support those ideas. So, but there you go.
Are you aware of Bev's proof?
Am I aware of what? Sorry.
Of Bev's proof? Was his water level proof? Have you seen that?
Oh no, I've not. I don't think so. I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think we've come across Bev's proof.
Well,
You can enlighten me.
I would prefer Bev explained it to you because I'm sure he could do a much better job than I can.
Oh yeah, we can see his. I can see his sunset from the beach on the camera. Well, it's nice to see him actually outside. Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's great to be out there doing things. That's for sure, rather than being stuck inside, especially on a day like today. It's quite nice today. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So what's Bev trying to do there?
I was just filming, hoping for another Fata Morgana, but wasn't much of a Fata Morgana today.
Oh, that's Mirage, isn't it? Mirage, is it not?
Fata Morgana, yeah, it's where it gets inverted.
What's spinning over there?
Yeah, I've never seen one.
I can see bottom side of this windmill, I suppose, is mirrored. So it's curving, and this curve is changing because it is adjusting angle due to the mirror part.
What are you guys? What are your guys? What are your views on the different horizons? Because you've got the visible horizon, the astronomical horizon, and the true horizon. Yeah. What are your views on that?
The only one really is the true horizon, and that is horizontal. That's it. All of the other ones are just make-believe imaginary ones that are basically the same thing, as far as I can tell. The plane of, anyway. They're all the same.
Yeah, it's just that when if you looked at Bev's video of the sun, you can see some of the you can see the visible horizon clearly, obviously between the water level and the sky. But you'll notice that you can see some of the sun's reflection further away from the visible horizon. Yeah. So which indicates there's a horizon further away, further beyond the. Yeah, because we our views are that you've got the visible horizon. So if you're looking at sea, you've got the visible horizon, and you'd be beyond that, way beyond that. You've got the true horizon. So obviously, if you've got your dumpy level, your dumpy level will be slightly above the visible horizon, because your dumpy level will be at the same level as true horizon.
What do you mean by the true horizon?
The true horizon is the actual horizon. The horizon, it's way beyond. You can't.
Yeah, but what is that?
Because it's
what is that point? I'm not clear on that. What would that?
Well, if you can imagine that, the best way to, I suppose, for me anyway, to describe it, if you could imagine, everyone's aware of perspective. So the more you get, the more further you get, everything gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So if you extend the line right back, even beyond how far you can see, and then if you were to, that would say be your true horizon. But because you can't visibly see that far, and a lot of objects that are on the land won't go, you won't be able to, don't go back that far. You'll only see the visible horizon, which is much nearer to you, and you can see the difference between the true horizon and the visible horizon when you watch video footage of like sunsets, or on hot days where there's boats or certain landmarks that are further beyond the visible horizon, because you can see that there's that little area where there's that mirage effect, where that reflection is, and it's that area that's quite flat and smooth, which is why you get your reflection. Because we firmly think that one of the reasons why you get reflections is because the land or the water is very, very flat and smooth.
I get all that.
When you see tarmac, when you see you can see reflections on tarmac surfaces on roads. The only reason why we think they are reflective is because with your eye, with the angle of your eye, hitting the light hitting off tarmac surface and then onto your eye, it's a level surface. That's why it only does that particular area compared to where your eye is. Cycle pathways, road tarmacs, streets, they all have that hazy, the reflective, shimmering bit in it. That, you can see the reflection, and we always think that's because it's flat. That's why you see the reflection. You wouldn't see it if it's bumpy and crooked, because the light would disperse off in very different angles, so you wouldn't see that reflection. But you would see the reflection if it's nice, flat and smooth. So that's another indication that beyond the visible horizon, it's all flat. The water's just totally flat.
Yeah, I agree with you. But is the true horizon, are you saying it's a physical point? Does it stop there? Does it drop there? I mean, I'm not really clear on what you mean by a true horizon.
Yeah, sure. I know what you mean. I think the true horizon is basically what a lot of people would say is eye level.
Okay.
So, I mean, everyone's familiar with eye level, so and everyone knows that you're due to laws of perspective, everything will your vanishing point is your eye level. Same height as your eye level, and that would be the true horizon. So you could extend if you can imagine you're looking out on water that is thousands and thousands and thousands of miles long. You won't obviously see, say, 2,000 miles away, but what you will see is that you'll see a point basically in the water where the water won't rise anymore, and that is your true horizon. It just extend out.
It's an infinite plane.
That's our view, anyway. Sorry.
An infinite plane?
No, because you all I'm talking about is just the water level. The water surface. I'm not talking like 3,000-4,000 miles beyond that at all, because nobody can see that far away.
Right.
But all I'm saying is that if you were to look out from Ireland across the Atlantic, you can't obviously see New York or any landmass in between, in the ocean. But what you will see is basically you'll see a point where the water will only rise to a certain height, which is your eye level.
It would be your vanishing point without distortion, right?
Yeah. You could look at it as being your vanishing point. Yeah, true horizon. But I mean, it's something it's beyond. It's like thousands of miles away, really.
Right.
I mean, and if you think about it logically, if you looked at a ruler, let's say you had if you had a ruler, 300 millimeter ruler, and you look down on it, okay, so you hold it level, but you look down on it, you can see the length of that, can't you? Whereas if you raised the ruler up and you looked at it at eye level, it would appear as if it would go on and on and on and on and on. The length would be much greater, or you wouldn't be able to discern what kind of length it was. So obviously the height and the angle that you're looking at objects, especially on the land or whatever, do help us as human beings, as animals, to be able to measure depth and get a good field of view as to where we are in the natural world. So that's laws of perspective, isn't it?
Yeah. One of our faults in the way we see is depth perception, especially in open spaces. So when you have a wide expanse, say on the ocean, you don't have great depth perception. You can't, judge depth that well. So it's a problem.
Sure. Yeah, but one thing you can do, and that is you can, because of certain objects and markers that we see in the water, like boats, for example, and maybe land masses as well, we can use those to gauge whether things are nearer to us or further away. We can also use the position of those objects in the water. Remember, water rises up to eye level. So if an object is further down, it's obviously nearer to us than an object that's higher up in the water compared to your horizon, your true horizon. Yeah, we can use just merely the height of it to know whether an object's nearer to us or further away. So
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
there's
strange phenomena. Like
oh
when
yeah,
you really
sure.
get into studying it, it is strange how things appear to be higher, although they should be lower. They're lower than your eyes, but they appear to be higher.
Yeah, but you've always got to remember that you're 5 foot whatever off the ground. So it's amazing what is between from your eyes. It's amazing what's between your feet and the true horizon, your what eye level. I mean, there's an awful lot of stuff. You've got land masses, you've got if you're looking at water, you're looking at boats, you're looking at more shoreline, you're looking at lots of stuff. So, but
Tops of the waves appear to be the water
absolutely,
level.
yeah, tops of the waves. But you've always got to bear in mind that as soon as you hit eye level, the water level won't rise up anymore. So you could say that is your kind of true horizon position.
Well, one thing I've noticed, if you're above the water, no matter how rough the waves are, out in the distance they look flat, calm, like smooth. But if you're
sure.
at water level and the waves are above you, you can tell how rough it is in the distance.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. See, this is why we as humans have, well, basically why the horizon rises to eye level, and that's because we can gauge where we are in relation to our environment. I mean, it seems commonsensical, doesn't it? We need to get an idea of where we are in the world so that we can live in it very well, and survive in it. So it makes perfect sense to consider that your horizon will always rise to eye level.
Yeah,
So that
I say towards, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you as a pilot, for example, I mean, it's the same thing with what's it, the gyroscope? I've forgotten what it's called. The horizon, the artificial horizon on a
Artificial horizon, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the same. The pilot uses that, relies on it really to gauge his position in the sky, his angle, his orientation, in relation to other objects and the landmarks and land masses that are around him. He obviously uses his eyes and looks out from the cockpit as well to give him a good visual on his position where he is, and that's it makes sense.
Do you imagine the horizon the same for all observers?
Yeah, absolutely, of course, yeah. For people to not come to any danger, when they're flying through through a valley or flying wherever, or if you're in a boat, you can know how rough the seas are, for example, because you're going, "Wait, look, my horizon's right down there. Look, this is crazy." It gives us all. We use our senses an awful lot, because we rely on them. Without our senses, we'll probably be dead. We're senseless, aren't we? We're like brain dead if we don't use our senses. We have to use them for the things that benefit us, which is our survival, and everything else, our protection, blah 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 blah.
So
That's
you
my
think
view.
the horizon? Let's say I'm 6 foot. I'm standing at the beach, and you're 6'5". You're saying the horizon is the same for both of us?
Now, you see, the thing is, now you bring into a different you've now brought somebody else into the equation, because you see, the thing is that we're getting into a territory where I could say something, and I'm thinking, well, I can't really prove that your experience of the horizon is exactly the same as mine. But what I would probably, I'd probably hazard a guess and say that if you and I were standing at a beach and we were both looking out at the same horizon, that experience would be the same for both of us. I can't see how it could differ.
Well, if the horizon is an apparent location where the sky meets the ground or whatever's there, wouldn't it stand to reason that if I'm a little higher than you and you're a little lower, it would be different for us?
I know where you're coming from. Your angle, the angle that you'd be perceiving it at would be slightly different. So the light, basically the light and the reflections would be slightly different. We're only talking slightly different because if you're looking at an observer can, I think you can see your visible horizon for, I think, yeah, about 3 miles from a beach if you're 5'7" or something. So, you know, if you think about your height, what is it? I'm 5'11", so we're looking at, say, 5 inches. I mean, 5 inches over 3 miles, that's, you know, that's kind of negligible. And then if you want to take into account the visible horizon, which is the true horizon, which is even further, you know, way beyond that, you know, I mean, I would say it's kind of negligible kind of stuff. I wouldn't say that it's a bird in the sky to you. If we both saw a bird, if a bird crossed the sky, you know, flew by, you know, we'd both be able to say, yep, it's a bird. You know, there wouldn't be much, we'd probably be able to identify it as well, you know. Oh, is that a seagull? Well, yeah, it looks like a seagull, you know. Or if we
I
say,
hear you.
if we see a
I
boat,
get that. I just want a little bit of clarity. So if I'm on the beach, I'm 6'5", you're 5'11". Would the true horizon be the same for both of us, or would it be different?
I would think it'd be the same. It'd be the same. Yeah, it'd be the same. I can't see how the true horizon can be different for you and I. For anyone, really. The true horizon it's always out there. It doesn't change for people. It's there, you know. It's like a cliff, you know, or a landmass, you know, an island. Well, it's there, isn't it? The island doesn't change for people. You know, it's always.
So you mean the actual water? When you say true horizon, you mean the actual water?
Yeah, well, if you can imagine, I know it's very difficult to explain, but if you can imagine, looking out at 2,000 mile long stretch of water, okay, and you're looking at it at such a low angle, okay, because you're only 6'5", 6'4" off the ground, okay, you're not really going to be able to see how far that water stretches out, are you? And you'll get to a point where the actual level plane of the water will be so small and so minute that in levelness that you won't be able to basically discern any point along it where it would end or even where it would start, you know, apart from the fact that it would be beyond your visible horizon.
So what's the true part of it then? If you can discern,
but I would just say that the true part of it is basically where the water level doesn't rise anymore. So you'll just see the sky.
Where the water level
your sea won't rise anymore. Yeah, I suppose that would be the way of saying it, or it can't rise anymore. You know.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're going to be in for a bit of a surprise because what would you say if we have? Well, not we. Bev has pictures of the water being above his head.
This guy's a complete moron. The most stupid person on the panel.
Hey,
hang
on.
What a moron! You're listening. This guy's.
For goodness'
Please
sake,
disregard that fool.
I got it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh, I missed something.
That is the rumpus.
This is the
rumpus. You wouldn't have any real conversations with that person. He just likes to come in and call people like us morons. And
that's what Pete and Pete came in for, isn't it? Peter and Pete. Yeah.
Are you telling me that a guy just popped in and just called us all wankers?
Yeah, that's rumpus.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he could have stayed.
He's the great clone defender.
Oh, he should have stayed. You know, he's obviously scared. You know, get him back. Someone get him back. You know.
No, we kicked him, but he's. I'm sure he's listening. He can try to come back.
He won't come back.
Come back and have a chat with Pete.
If you behave yourself, Rumpus, we'll let you back in.
Oh, is that his name, Rumpus?
Bailey.
The Rumpus.
He's a real character, Pete. Real character.
We just don't allow the personal attacks. That's why we kick him like that. But if he wants to come in and try to have a conversation with you guys and take you on intellectually, which I doubt he has the capability to do, that'd be fine.
Sure, but I don't mind listening to his rubbish. I've got no trouble. Or maybe we can pick up his his state of mental illness.
Have you never heard of Rumpus?
No, I've never heard of him.
Wow.
Or you're in for a big surprise.
Rumpus is doing the Bedford level.
Oh right,
things.
okay. Why?
I thought it was too
Why?
overgrown. They had too many reeds to be able to do that.
Yeah, he's looking for the drop. He's looking for the drop across the Bedford Canal.
Yeah, the full nutsack he's going for.
All right.
Yep.
He's got a lot. He's got to tidy it up first because it's in a right state.
No, that's all right.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, wish him luck on that one. Oh dear. Yeah. I think it's a waste of time for him doing that.
He's always on the panel over at Blues.
Okay.
Who I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yeah, he's Blue Marble's co-host.
Oh, Blue Marble. All right. Our friends, the Cavendish.
It's a seismometer-dish.
That's all it is.
It's just a load of rubbish. Yeah, it's just total load of rubbish. I don't know all these. I don't know why these universities put up with have it in their stuff. Have it in their.
Are you not aware of the dual capability of his apparatus?
It's the seismograph.
Oh yeah, it's seismometer probably as well. Yeah, yeah, it can measure
detects earthquakes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's how early seismometers were made. Very similar. They were just a pendulum with a needle on the bottom of the weight, and it would just scratch a plate on the bottom if there was any movement. So, I mean, a torsion balance would do more or less the same kind of thing. Full court pendulum might. Oh no, a full court pendulum wouldn't do that.
No, but it's the same kind of principle, though it doesn't process.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. I know what you mean. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Anyway, yeah. I do get tired talking about all this globe stuff. I think it's just ridiculous. The more I've gone into it, the more I realise it's just phenomenally ridiculous.
Oh, here you go, guys. There is someone very special in here that you can talk to.
Oh right, okay. Who's that?
Brenda.
Oh, okay. Hello, Brenda.
Brenda.
Is it Brendan? Brenda.
Brenda. Yeah, Brenda. Showtime.
Sugar cookie, control yourself.
Pay.
We got.
Well, once people are done splurging out, squirting. Are you all done squirting?
Yeah, it would be good if people were a bit legible. Just got to say hi to Execrate. He's in the room.
Yeah, I have a question. I think Peter and Pete are Poes. Are you Poes?
No.
No, the only Poe we know of is Edgar Allan Poe.
We know Edgar Allan Poe. Yeah, he's Poe, isn't he? But
that wasn't
also
the
got
question.
poetry, haven't you? Now poetry. There's poetry. William Wordsworth. Now he was a poetry. Poet. He was a poet, wasn't he? Sure. Now, is Brenda a Globie?
So you're pretending. So you're pretending not to understand the question. Is that
Brenda's an expert glober.
You see, the thing is, we've heard the term before, but the problem that I have with a lot of these phrases that Globie people spurt out, and that is, a lot of them are total rubbish.
No, it was just a question.
Yeah, sure, but a lot of them are total rubbish. Like the term phrase "Poe." I mean, it's just total rubbish.
What do you mean rubbish?
In my opinion,
I don't know. I don't know a lot of Brit slang. So what do you mean by it's rubbish? It's just a question.
Yeah, but I don't. I can't. I find it meaningless. I find it a meaningless question.
Well, it's very clear meaning. It means that you are pretending to be a flat earther when you actually are not.
Okay, right, okay, sure. Oh, right, I understand your point of view, but so why is it I think the Earth's flat then?
So Is that true?
I
Are you
don't see any
opposed?
curvature anywhere. Why is it I think the moon landings were just staged and they were doing it on a film set? Why is it I think rockets can't work in space? In a vacuum, you know, they can't propel a vehicle in a vacuum. Why is it I think water's not H2O? Hydrogen and oxygen. Why do I think the electrolysis of water is just a load of rubbish?
Yeah,
Why is it I think all this and yet you're telling me that
Could I respond, please?
photosynthesis is
Could
just
I
a load of
talk?
rubbish? It can't be demonstrated in the natural environment at all.
Could I talk now? May I talk? May I talk now?
Yeah, sure. Go for it. Yeah,
Oh,
go for
okay.
it.
All right. None of those have anything to do, and none of those have anything to do with the question. So the question is, are you actually globe earthers who are pretending to be flat earthers? Is that true?
No.
No.
That's not true. That's not true at all. There you go. I've answered your question. Very good.
Okay. Okay. So why don't
that means we're not posed? So we don't need to hear that word ever again, do we? No, because it's done and dusted. Next question.
Is it? Well, why is it that you don't think rockets can work in space?
Because simple reason being that is a rocket thrust needs obviously something to push off from, and
that's not
in a vacuum or pressureless environment you can't achieve that.
Could you state the law of physics that says that a rocket needs to have something to push off from?
What about the law of nature? Well, let's ditch the law of physics, and because they're man-made. Let's have a look at the laws of nature. Give me an example where you have to move, where you can move without pushing off from something.
When you're sitting on the toilet in the morning, yeah, so you have to push off from the floor in order to get off from the toilet.
Absolutely, of course, yeah.
No. Could you tell me?
Good example. I like that.
Sure.
Good physics practical experiment there, Brenda. For you.
Absolutely, yeah. Do it every morning as well. Always push on the floor to get off from the pan. You know, always do it. I bet everyone does that as well.
Yeah. Do I get
Even John Cox does it as well.
Can I talk now?
in schools.
Go for it. Yeah, sure.
I'm asking permission to speak now. So,
do you push off to get off the toilet?
So, I would like permission to speak now. So I would just like you to cite the law of physics, of Newtonian physics, that says that a rocket needs to push off something in order to move.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but I think you're asking the wrong kind of question because Newton didn't apply his laws of motion to rockets. Rockets weren't made or designed or dreamt about by Newton, so you can't. He was only looking at contact forces.
Is that true? That Newton only looked at?
That's all he could look at. He couldn't go up into space.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure that maybe some of the laws would apply to rocketry?
Well, to be fair, if I think about Newton living in 1650 or whatever it was, there weren't any rockets. Nobody ever went very high in altitude. There were no balloons or any aircraft then at those times. So I think to myself, what Newton was able to have practical knowledge of are things of this world, objects. Now, as far as I'm concerned, when you look at motion in the world, a lot of it is due to contact. So if you push something, then that object will be pushed. It will move. So that is subject to Newton's laws of motion, isn't it? Of course.
Right. So, but do you think that?
I think you're venturing into conjecture when you're applying Newtonian.
It's not conjecture.
Brenda, let Pete finish, please.
So it's not conjecture. Excuse me, may I speak now?
I don't know. Is Pete finished?
I would like permission to speak now. Can I have?
Sorry, I didn't hear at the end of what Pete said. If he could repeat it, that'd be good because she just talked all over him.
Well, all I said was that I feel that it's really stupid to be applying Newtonian an understanding of laws of motion to rockets when rockets weren't even invented or whatever,
Yep,
during Newton's times.
That makes sense. I'm with you on that.
May I speak now? Okay,
Yeah,
so
sure,
that
sure,
doesn't
yeah.
it doesn't follow that because rockets were not invented yet, that therefore the laws of motion don't apply to them. That is a non sequitur.
Well, then explain.
What do you mean? Explain. It just doesn't follow.
No, yeah, but Newton, no, you don't get it, do you? Newton lived in 1650, I think, something like that, around that time. And he came up with this idea. He played around with objects, obviously, and he saw them move in the natural world, So he was bound to the physical world, wasn't he? Of course, yeah. He didn't go high in altitude. There's no record of him ever going into space and actually testing anything in a vacuum at all, or a pressureless environment. He came up with 3 laws of motion, okay, or ideas about motion, and and then applied them to what he knew, the knowledge that he'd gained from obviously his living experience. Okay, now he didn't apply that to space and how rockets would work. So I just think it's a bit stupid that you're applying Newtonian understanding and kind of principles, if you want to call them that, to rockets. And also one thing I would like to say, and that is on the third law of motion: to every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. I would disagree with that, and I would actually say to every action there is an equal and opposite resistance to that action in the form of a reaction. So I've actually changed Newton's ideas and come up with something that's more plausible and that's more real and more applicable in the real world.
Because one thing mainstream has failed to do over the years is develop Newton's basic understanding into the modern world.
Absolutely, yeah. They've not been able to assimilate Newtonian understanding into the modern world. Haven't done that.
Can I respond? May I respond?
Yeah, you go.
May I respond? Do I have permission to speak now?
Go for it, yeah.
Okay, so are not Newton's laws general universal laws that apply to everything all the time? Everywhere?
Well, what do you mean by everything?
Yeah, everything.
I don't know what you mean by everything. I mean, what do you mean?
Everything.
They certainly don't apply to the celestial objects.
Why not?
You're saying that Newton's laws of motion only apply to masses.
Yeah, absolutely.
They
Newton.
apply to masses. So if you're
Okay. Rockets have mass, don't they? Rockets have mass, don't they?
You're looking at rockets. You've also got to accept that a rocket's thrust has mass.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, don't be doing rockets and thrusting with
And upon another mass, which will be the air.
The air,
The
absolutely.
air has mass.
The air will.
Yeah, air has mass. Air has mass. Air has mass. So you agree then that Newton's laws. You agree then that Newton's laws would apply to rockets and to the exhaust.
But it's the
Only in this world, on the Earth.
No, I think they would apply everywhere. Everywhere.
No, everywhere.
They are. Are they not? Are they not called?
Stupid. I think you're being silly. Because it's like saying you're the type of person who would accept that hydrogen's the most abundant element in the whole universe when you've not been anywhere off to know that.
So aren't they called? Aren't they called? May I speak now? May I speak?
This is chaos. I'm tired of this.
Let him finish.
So are they not called the universal laws of motion?
Man applies the phrase or the label universal. Man has. People.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yes, they were formulated by Newton, who is a man.
Wait.
Yeah.
Brenda, let him finish, please. Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. They can't be. You can't say, well, you can, if you want to, apply a universal man-made law, okay, to everything. But the thing is, man hasn't been everywhere to know much at all about the natural world he lives in.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Why would that matter?
You're basically talking rubbish. You're talking nonsense when you should be limiting how you apply Newton's laws or his ideas.
Newton's laws are applied universally.
Oh, you think that? You've been told that.
Yes,
Man's told you
yes.
that. Man tells you
Yes.
how to think.
Well,
You're just repeating what somebody else is saying to you. You don't have any ideas of your own. You're repeating other people's ideas.
Yeah, so
Because you-
Newton's laws, Newton's
you're
laws, Newton's
They are
laws are created.
universal. If you think Newton's laws are universal, demonstrate it. How are you going to demonstrate Newton's laws are universal when you can't go everywhere to demonstrate it? Tell me.
We just need to take this one step at a time. Do you understand correctly that Newton's laws are applied universally?
Only by people. People apply Newton's laws. I don't apply Newton's laws universally. Okay, in the natural world.
That's
You
your
do.
choice.
I do.
That's your choice, Pete. That's your
No,
choice.
it's not
But
a choice. It's not
everybody
a
else.
choice. It's not a choice.
Excuse me. Allow me to finish my sentences. I allow you to finish yours. Please allow me to finish mine.
Okay, go for it.
So the laws of classical mechanics apply universally, and
non-locally.
And yes, they are created. Yes, they are created by men. The laws of physics are created by people to describe the universal behavior of the physical universe. Yes.
Sure, but man hasn't been everywhere. Don't you get it? You don't get it, do you?
Yes, we understand that.
How does man come up with these universal laws when he's not been everywhere to know?
Well, we apply.
Do you understand? It's a very simple question.
Yes, it's due to the fact that we are allowed to make assumptions and to apply those assumptions until just a minute. Just please allow me to finish my sentences until they are proven wrong. Do you have proof? Do you have proof that the laws? Do you have proof that the laws of mechanics don't apply universally?
Yes, there's a thing called a celt or something. It's a plastic thing that you spin one direction and it will spin, but if you spin it the other direction, it will stop and go back and spin back the other way as many times as you've spun it the first way.
Well, there's a thing doesn't really help me very much, but I was talking about
Superfluids are defying
I said a
physics
celt.
at the moment. Superfluids and other, even dark matter, they're saying defies physics. So yes, Brendan, not all is known, and when you're talking in generality, that's what he's trying to explain to you. But I don't think you're listening. I think you're just
She's not listening.
You can
Just
white
waiting
knight.
to jump on them.
Yeah, you can white knight. You can.
I'm not white knighting. You asked if there were things that didn't apply, and I said yes. Superfluids are one of the things that are defying physics right now. So that was an answer to your question. That's not white knighting.
Do you have a published peer-reviewed paper that shows?
Fuck off!
Oh my god! Yeah, bro.
There are none. There are none.
Yeah, this is just your warning. All right, if you want to disrupt, that's fine, but you're going to be warned right now.
You can white knight.
Hey,
What is going on?
I think Brendan should stay, and I'm quite enjoying this. I think it's quite good fun. We've got a guy. I think it's Brendan. A guy who.
It's Brenda. It's Brenda. It's Brenda. Please use feminine pronouns. I am transgender.
We do not have to. We
I understand. I understand.
Delusion.
I don't care.
We don't have to.
You're just giving me material. You're just giving me material. That's all you're doing.
I'm back home.
It's
nice
nice to
material.
talk to your imagination.
This is irrelevant. Right. So I've shown.
Your delusions are irrelevant.
Yes, I know.
Okay. Mike discipline people in the next level server. Mike discipline, please. Brenda and Pete, please.
Yes. I've shown that the laws of classical mechanics apply to rockets in space just as they apply everywhere else. And Peter has no basis for his claim that they do not that rockets need something to push off of. They do not.
Well, they do.
No, they don't.
You can't show me. You can't
try.
We've done demonstrations. We've done demonstrations with our balloon car. You know, you can't push off from when you're in a vacuum. If you had a rocket and you can't even ignite the thrust because you can't have a flame exist in a vacuum.
They take their own oxygen. They take their own oxidant with them.
No, you didn't understand me. You can't get the flame.
They take their oxidant with them. They take.
You're not understanding where I'm coming from at all. We watched a video by Cody Slab, and he put a gas cylinder as well as an oxygen cylinder and a torch in a vacuum chamber, and he lit the torch. Okay, so he turned on the gas and the oxygen. Okay, he lit the torch and started withdrawing the air from the vacuum chamber. After a few minutes, the flame actually disappeared. That to me, okay, shows that you need pressure in order to have the flame. So if you are in a rocket, you're in a vacuum or pressureless environment, you switch on that thruster, you won't get the flame. You won't get it. His demonstration demonstrates that.
Yeah, but that's
I saw it on the moon landing.
So it's not the flame that propels a rocket forward.
Oh, sure. I don't understand your point, but the thing is that if you open your fuel valves to a vacuum, the vacuum will probably just draw the fuel out, suck the fuel out of those tanks quicker than and it won't. Your rocket still won't move anywhere.
So the combustion takes place in the combustion takes place in the present. Excuse me. I would like to finish my sentences. So the combustion takes place in the combustion chamber in the presence of oxygen and is expelled through the nozzle. And can you name the law of physics that applies to the gases escaping from the nozzle that propels the rocket forward? Can you name that law?
Yeah, hold on. I think you've jumped the gun. You've not heard what I said about Cody Slab doing his demonstration in a vacuum where he had a torch, he had a gas cylinder and an oxygen cylinder connected to a torch. He lit the torch, okay, and then withdrew the air, okay. As soon as after a few minutes or few minutes, the flame disappeared. Now that demonstrates to me he's even tried to light gunpowder in a vacuum using a laser light or something like that. He couldn't do it. Okay, now those demonstrations show to me that you cannot ignite anything in a vacuum.
You can't have combustion.
You can't have combustion.
Right. So in
your combustion chamber. So your combustion chamber.
Okay, I understand the claim.
It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I understand the claim. Nevertheless, in a rocket engine, the combustion takes place in a chamber in the presence of oxygen and then is expelled through the rear of the nozzle. Can you name the law of Newton's law that applies to the gases escaping from the nozzle that would propel it forward?
Let's get back to Cody's video. Where
I understand you want to you dodge and dive. You want to dodge the question. Yes.
Imagine the torch, the blowtorch that Cody used, okay, is more or less very similar to your rocket thruster, okay, the nozzle. It's more or less the same. They're both open to the vacuum, okay, they're both open to the atmosphere. Cody withdrew the air in the vacuum chamber, the flame disappeared, okay. The same thing, how can you then say that the combustion would take place in a rocket?
Because there's oxygen present.
Wouldn't that create a vacuum opening up that chamber and then drilling it into equilibrium?
Tanks, keep out of it, please.
Because there is oxygen. There is oxygen present. Therefore, combustion takes place.
Cody used a torch with oxygen. He had an oxygen cylinder and he had a gas cylinder, both connected to the torch. He lit the torch, oxygen and gas going into the torch. Yeah, okay. He withdrew of the flame. Yeah, he withdrew the air the flame went out. So how then can you, after watching that, how can you convince me that your rocket will have combustion in that combustion chamber?
Because you have a propellant and oxygen, right?
But he had gas, which is a fuel. You could use, say, is a propellant, and he had oxygen.
Yeah. So you have propellant and oxygen present. Yeah. So so when you have oxygen and propellant present, there will be combustion.
So why did Cody in his vacuum chamber? Why did his flame of his torch extinguish?
Was there combustion?
So I've said, do you think a flame is combustion?
Not necessarily. No, combustion.
Right, okay.
Combustion can take place whether or not there is a flame.
Right, a flame. So if I have a lump of wood, and if it's not if it's producing a flame, it may not be combusting.
No, it can. No, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. It can combust in the absence of a flame.
I just think you're being awkward, and you're failing to accept that what I'm telling you is right. You can watch the video yourself. Go on Cody Slab's YouTube channel. Watch the video yourself. You'll see that flame extinguish in the vacuum. He had oxygen and he had propellant or gas fuel. Okay. So why should you think, you only think this because you've never seen it at all in space, you've never been up there. Why should you think that it does work with a rocket in their combustion chamber of the nozzle?
Right.
Why?
Because you have oxygen presence and you don't have, and it's not a flame that is necessary for combustion. It is only the oxygen and the propellant need to be present, right?
Can I
for there to be combustion.
Can I ask you, so when a rocket lifts off, do you see any flames?
Yes, in the low Earth atmosphere, yes, you see flames.
That's all I need to know. Yeah. So what you're doing is I think what you're doing is you're just trying hard to just accept the fact that the evidence that you can visibly see from your own eyes, you're denying that because you want to hold on to your belief that rockets are real, they go up to space, they've been to the moon, all this stuff about space, Jupiter and all this lot. You want to believe it to be true.
Yeah. So when you see, excuse me, I was speaking. So when you see video,
he was speaking when you interrupted.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. So when you see video of the rocket in high altitude, you no longer see a flame. Nevertheless, the rocket is still being propelled forward. A flame is not the necessary component of combustion. Combustion can take place in the absence of a flame.
Sure. Well, okay. Well, what you have to do, what I'd like you to do is go away and find a video where someone's actually combusting something in a vacuum.
Yeah, that's how you make charcoal. That's how you make charcoal.
No, it's not. You still got an atmosphere in charcoal. You don't.
There's no flame though. There's no flame in charcoal production.
Oh, I'd argue. Well, when you get air, you do get a flame. But what I'd like to see, I mean, I can't see why you're using that as an example. What I'd like to see is you go away. Okay, you find a video where someone's combusting something in a vacuum.
So I'm sure you would like me to go away, but can you name the law? Can you name the law? Can you name the law of Newton's? One of Newton's laws. He has three laws. Can you name the law that would apply to gases escaping at high velocity from the rear of a rocket that would propel it forward? Which of Newton's three laws would apply?
We're not moving from this discussion until you find some evidence that you're going to get combustion in a vacuum.
Right.
I'm not going to be prepared to move because I don't want to talk about, I'm not talking conjecture, or I don't want to be talking to your imagination.
No, but which law would apply? Which of the three laws? Do you think that maybe it would be the third law? The third law might apply to gases escaping from the rear of a rocket would propel it forward. Do you think that would apply?
All I can say is I don't want to be going into conjecture. You're talking. You and I are both talking about something that you and I have no full experience of. You've never been to up there in high altitude. Neither have I.
Yeah, that's
I don't want to be talking about your imagine. I don't want to be talking to your imagination and what you believe to be true. Okay. I want to know. I want to know things for what as being true. So
right.
how do I know? How do I know that what you're telling me is true? I don't want to be discussing it and arguing it. You tell me something so to convince me that you're right.
Well,
you're telling me that you're right, so tell me something that convinces me. I'm waiting.
Right. So the fact that I haven't personally witnessed something is called the genetic fallacy. The fact you don't have to personally witness everything in order to know that it's true. Right? That's the genetic fallacy.
Oh, okay. Okay. So can I ask you something? Are you aware that people lie?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
People lie
Brenda
whether
knows all
knowingly
about
or
lying.
unknowingly. Am I right? You would agree with that?
Of course.
People lie whether knowingly or unknowingly. Yeah?
Yes.
So it's possible that when you go to school and when you're taught all this stuff, a lot of this stuff could be a lie.
It
Yeah?
could be. Yes. It is possible. It is possible.
Okay, so you have to convince me, okay, because I think you're lying. So you have to convince me that you're not lying. So do it.
No, I don't have to convince you of anything. It's not my requirement to convince you.
I think you're lying. I think
No,
you're totally
yeah.
lying.
You may think that if all you wish. I don't have to convince you that I am not lying. That's not my job. You have to show. You have to show that the proposition is false.
But it is false.
You have to demonstrate.
No, you have to show it's true.
No, Brenda, the burden of proof is on you. You have to prove your proposition.
When people are done squirting,
scientific theory then.
So when people are done squirting, when you people are done squirting, then I will proceed. So
I'm just pointing out he did ask you where he did.
When you're done squirting, just let me know. Are you
Brenda,
done squirting?
That's enough.
Brenda, hang on one second, Brenda. You don't have to go
that's
there.
Enough of that.
Guys, let me try to mod. Please, everyone besides Peter and Pete, Bev and Brenda, mute mics. Thank you.
So Peter, in your experiment on one of the first ones you did showing rockets and balloons, why did you block the nozzle?
Oh, but you mean that wrapping the piece of paper?
Yes. Why did you block
that
the nozzle?
It's because the see what comes with a scientific theory is a lot of additional stuff, and this additional stuff helps to convince people that the theory is right. Okay, so a lot of people say that when you blow up a balloon, obviously you've got all these forces acting outwards, the air's pushing outwards and the balloon's pushing inwards, and when you open up the lip of the balloon, you get all of these gases coming out, and you've got a forward force in the front of the balloon as a result of the gases coming out of the back. Yeah, coming out of the balloon. Sorry, okay, you get that? So a forward force on the inside wall of the balloon, pushing it forwards, is a result of the thrust coming out of the balloon. Yeah? Yeah?
Thrust isn't something that comes out of a balloon. It's almost one of the one of the reasons that I thought you might be posed is because in that experiment, it's almost like you know full well that the third law applies and that you purposely deceived the viewers, and that was a purposeful deception.
Yeah, okay. You see, the thing is, okay, people will say, mainstream science will tell you, you're probably aware of this, but it's irrespective of how I put myself across, because I'm not very good with my English, my grammar's not very good. I'll try my best, okay, but the thrust or the air coming out of a balloon, okay, will induce, let's use that word induce, a forward push on the inner wall of the balloon, okay, in the opposite direction, okay. So our logic with that video was to prevent that air, allow the air to escape, okay. So you still got that forward thrust on the balloon, but not have that air escaping from the balloon, have it in contact and interacting with the atmosphere.
So it seems to me, Peter, that you just simply falsified your straw man of how the third law operates.
Oh, well, you see, the thing is, you come out with all of these phrases and terms. I'm not really interested in. I've got no interest in them whatsoever. All I'm interested in is what you have got to convince me that you're right and you're not lying to me.
Well, all you did in that video was falsify a straw man of how the third law would propel something forward. You blocked the exit. You blocked the exit, right? And that was very effective in preventing the third law from taking effect.
No, because the action, this is the science. Your science. This is
No, it's a straw man. It's a straw man, Peter. It's a straw man.
No. The action is the air exiting the balloon, which will induce a reaction in the air inside the balloon, pushing on the inner wall at the front of the balloon. So even if the air is exiting the back, you should still get, according to that logic, a force applied to the inner wall at the front of the balloon, which would push the balloon forward. It didn't happen.
Yes, because there was a force being applied in the opposite direction against the piece of paper that the exhaust was pushing on, right? So there would be pressure on that piece of paper, right? Or I think it was paper. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, sure.
So there would be an equal. So there would be an equal and there would be an equal and opposite pressure, and therefore it would be in equilibrium, and it would not move. So the laws of mechanics predict that your the cart there that you had would not move. That's what the laws of mechanics would predict. You have a straw man version, and you falsified the straw man.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. I totally accept what you're saying. Okay. I totally accept what you're saying. So calm down. The thing is that we moved on from that little demo. We did other demos because obviously after publishing that video, a lot of people mentioned what you're saying. So we understand where you're coming from. But our position still holds true, or our position still holds true, in that our views haven't changed. So what we did was that we developed that idea, and we actually moved on, and we actually put a nozzle on the end of the straw where the air was ejected from the balloon, okay, so that we could hinder the interaction between the exiting air, the airstream from the balloon, and the atmosphere. So in that sense, it still didn't move as well. But what you're saying to us is that it should move.
No, I'm saying I'm not. I'm not.
On the front of the balloon, and it didn't
I'm not,
move.
Peter. I'm not. I'm saying
Peter. That's the way I look at it. We put a nozzle on the straw. We were not blocking that airstream at all. We put a nozzle on the straw to prevent the interaction of the atmospheric air, okay, and the airstream that was coming out of the balloon, and it didn't move. Okay. So whereas according to your science, it should have moved forward because
that's false.
Nothing blocking. No, you've just told me that we put the paper around, so that was creating a force that would counter or oppose.
That's correct. That's correct.
With the nozzle on, we weren't doing that. We were still
doing the same thing. It still does the same thing. There's an equilibrium established between two opposing forces going in opposite directions, Peter.
No, you can't argue it.
Yes, I can. Yes.
No, I don't. I can't see how you can argue it with your 1 minute you're saying the paper, okay, wrapped around the straw end, countered or opposed the force that was acting on the front of the balloon. So tell me, what opposes the force acting on the front of the balloon if you've got an airstream coming out of the straw end of the balloon, okay, that's got a nozzle around it?
Right.
What's
So
the
you
force?
have.
Tell me
so
what
you-
the force is.
Yes.
Okay.
Allow me to reply.
Power.
Yes, I understand the question. So I will reply, which is you have the gas escaping from the end of the straw. Doesn't matter if there's a nozzle or not. And that applies a opposite force to the body of the rocket, right? However, it also hits the paper that it's in front of, creating pressure, which is a force in the opposite direction, an equal and opposite force. Therefore, it is at equilibrium, and the prediction of Newton's laws are that it would not move because the forces are at equilibrium.
Yeah, but Brenda, you don't know what equilibrium is, do you?
Yeah,
It means
Brenda.
Be honest.
It means that there's a net zero force.
Yeah, Brenda, I'm talking about something different. You're talking still about the paper. I'm talking about something else. So can we get to the something else and leave the paper behind? What I'm talking about is that we moved on from that original demonstration and we had our balloon cart, okay, and on the straw, okay, we attached a cone nozzle, a very long cone nozzle, okay, which allowed the airstream to exit the balloon, okay. So therefore, according to your understanding, okay, the air exiting the straw from the balloon, okay, will induce or create a reaction in that a force will be acting in the opposite direction inside of the balloon, pushing it forward, yeah?
Yeah, so you agree that Newton's laws apply to rocket. You agree then that Newton's laws apply to rockets, right?
No, you're not getting it, are you? You're not getting it.
That's Newton's third law. That's Newton's third law. You are admitting that Newton's third law applies to rockets.
Have you had your mental health ever examined?
You are admitting that Newton's third law applies to rockets.
I'd say so.
I think you've got mental health problems.
Yeah, well, you can insult. That's your last
No,
refuge.
it's just my own personal view.
Yeah, that's your last refuge. That's your last refuge.
I'm talking about an instance, but you're not addressing it.
No, I am. I'm saying that you agree. It's part of your argument. It is a positive. It's part of your argument that necessarily the third law applies to a rocket.
No, it didn't apply because the vehicle didn't move.
No, but you said that there would be thrust. There would be thrust forward.
Right. Listen to me carefully. Okay, I'll try and make this as simply as I can. I mean, I don't know what it is with you people. You can't seem to. We did two demonstrations on this. Okay, right. Imagine the balloon car. You got it? Yeah, the balloon car. You got the straw at the end, pointing in the rear to out the back.
You have a piece of paper, and you have a piece of paper.
No. Yeah, forget
positioned behind the thrust.
That was the first one. Calm down. That was the first one. A later one, we had the same balloon car, but what we did with the straw is that we attached a nozzle, a cone nozzle.
Okay. Did you remove the paper? Did you remove the paper?
We removed the paper. Okay, forget the paper. You're fixated. Forget the paper for now anyway. We had the balloon car. Attached to the straw was a long cone, okay? We blew up the balloon, okay? According to your understanding of science and how things work, when the balloon is, when the air is allowed to be ejected from the straw, the balloon should move forward. The whole vehicle should move forward because a force will be induced at the front of the balloon in the opposite direction of the air exiting airstream, okay? But the thing is, it didn't move.
Yes, that's because there was an equal and opposite force, and therefore it was at equilibrium, and there would be a net zero force on the whole
what
cart.
was stopping it from moving? because the air was free to move out of the balloon, exit the balloon. Tell me. We had a paper before. We've removed the paper. There's nothing there apart from
it would create an equal and opposite force by pushing on the other end of the cart and create an equal and opposite force to get a net zero.
You don't understand it, do you? You don't get it. What it demonstrates to us is that the atmosphere, the exiting airstream was interacting with the airstream, the atmosphere. The exiting airstream was interacting with the atmospheric air, and the atmospheric air was the mass that the airstream was pushing back on, which allowed it to move. Because if we took the cone off, it would move, but we put the cone back on and it wouldn't move. You know, we're still allowing the air to exit the balloon via the straw. There's nothing inhibiting it. So we should see or observe motion in the vehicle with the cone because there is a force pushing on the inner wall of that balloon forwards. Yeah, get it? Do you understand that? It didn't move.
Yeah, but yes, but you had a piece of paper attached to it, and it created an opposite force.
You're talking about a previous demonstration. I'm talking about something different. Don't you understand? Wow, you're hard work, you are. You're really hard work. Why can't you just say why it didn't move? Why can't you do that? It did not move. The airstream coming out of the balloon, exiting the straw, was free to move. Nothing was inhibiting it, preventing it at all from coming out, and yet it didn't move.
No, nothing was. You're right. Nothing was inhibiting it exiting the straw. But it would then strike. It would then strike the paper and create pressure, which would be an equal and opposite force.
The paper was removed. We had a cone on
I don't see
vehicle.
which video is that, because the video that I see clearly shows a piece of paper.
Oh, that was now. This is we're going back an old one, aren't we? We did it numerous times. We got the same results. Can
you give me a link?
Can I just put in here now to the fact that Peter and Pete, I'm glad you've done this, Brenda. Peter and Pete have done loads of experiments, like loads of them, and it looks like Brenda's gone all the way back and watched nearly all of them. And is this the best bit that you found, Brenda, or do you have like a list of all of the best bits of Pete and Peter?
No, I have not. I have not watched all.
Well, I think Brenda. I think what you should do is you should go away and watch the video and then get back to us, because there's no point continuing on.
Well, could you give me a link to the video that you are talking about?
Is it Rockets Don't Work in Space Part 2?
Oh, it could be. Oh, I know what it. Yeah, I think it's called 100% conclusive proof rockets don't work in space, or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Let me. I'll do it now. Wait there. You need to watch the video, because as far as I'm concerned, nobody's come up with any kind of explanation as to why. But you put a nozzle on it, a long cone nozzle, and it just doesn't work, because the idea.
I'm not seeing it. Could you give me? Could you provide a link?
Be patient. Just be patient.
The idea of the demonstration was to allow the air to exit the straw, exit
from the balloon,
exit the straw
from the balloon,
but not allow it to have any interaction with the air around it
in the atmosphere. That was the whole idea of it. Because,
Peter, I admit that the air is allowed to exit the straw. I'm claiming that it strikes the paper and creates pressure in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
we're talking about a different demonstration.
We're talking about a cone. We're talking about using a cone, not a piece of paper that's slapped around the end of the straw. We're not talking about that.
If I can just jump in here for a second, Brenda, I think the link there's two of them in the live chat if you'd like to go look at that. I think that's what what it might be.
Have a look.
Peter and Pete, if you guys can look in the live chat,
Oh,
confirm that might be the one.
Yeah, it's 100% proof, conclusive proof. Rockets do not work in space.
The chat
There you go.
on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat. But I mean, it's great video. I mean, at the end of the day, it basically shows, our position. That the links in the chat.
I see that. I see that. But
sure, but what it's saying is, what that demonstration shows to us is that your understanding of how, like, a balloon is propelled forward, for example, is wrong.
Right. So could you please go to the 4-minute 40-second mark? Right. It clearly shows the cart working as I say it should. By Newton's third law, the gases escape from the green balloon and propel it forward.
What? Oh, man. Yeah, but you've not made yourself clear, because you're not saying exactly how it's propelled forwards. All you've said is that the gases escape from the green balloon and it's propelled forward. That's all you've said. But we'd both agree on that.
I clearly said by Newton's third law. Newton's third law.
This is well, as far as I'm concerned, one could argue that the airstream comes out of the balloon, okay, and it moves forward. So the action is the airstream coming out of the balloon, and the reaction is the atmospheric air pushing back on that airstream.
Right.
Because
so
you've got to
clearly that's not how air works. That's not how gases work.
Well, I'm sorry if you don't accept that's not my problem, is it? You see, the thing is, you're not convincing me that your position is right.
It's not my job it's not my job to convince you. I simply have to give. I simply have to give a good argument.
All you have is just an opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. Newton's third law is not an opinion.
Well, what is it then? Tell me what it is.
Is it
true? Is it true?
It's a law.
Are you lying to me?
It's a law of science. It's a scientific law.
No, are you lying to me? With what we've discussed so far, have you lied to me? Yes or no?
No, never.
Brenda's a dialetheist.
That you're telling me the truth.
That is a lie. I am not a dialetheist. That is a lie, Bev. Stop lying, Bev.
Sure. All I'd like to know is that are you telling me the truth?
I'm telling you the truth.
So you have to convince me you're telling me the truth, because I know in this life people lie, whether knowingly or unknowingly.
I don't have to convince you.
Well, then why are you here?
Truth isn't a certainty. That's not what truth is. Truth is not
certainty. I'm talking to you through the internet. That's true.
I simply have to show that you're making false claims. Whether or not you accept them or not, is on you. It's not on me.
No, I've got my own ideas, so I'm obviously going to dismiss yours.
I don't have an epistemic.
You're not convincing me that you're telling me the truth.
I don't have an epistemic duty to convince you.
But you shouldn't have to if it's truthful.
No. I simply have to show that your claims are either false or are given. I have shown that you set up a straw man. That's what I have done.
But we've now moved on to the other video. The link's in the chat there. Have a look. Check it out.
In the second video, at the 4-minute 40-second mark, it demonstrates my claim, not yours.
No, you're not claim. Your claim doesn't relate to how the balloon actually operates.
No, that's exactly my prediction. My prediction.
Balloon, you let go of it, and it'll move.
Yes,
that's all you're stating. But I can state that
literally.
as well.
The 4-minute 40-second mark literally confirms Newton's second law. Third law applies.
You blow up the balloon, and you let go of it, and it will move.
Yes,
that's what you're confirming.
That's the prediction. That's the prediction.
Newton's is conceptual. It doesn't exist. Look, we're looking at the practical, the realness.
Yes, but that's how you. Yeah, that's how you confirm theories. Is by
but
testing them.
you
It's
don't
a test.
confirm the theory. You're not confirming the theory. You're just supporting evidence or a factual observation.
You're right.
To
It's
support
supporting
your
evidence.
idea.
It's supporting evidence
Your idea.
that lends confidence to asserting that
Your idea.
that is true. Right.
Your
Yes.
idea.
Yes.
Your
Yes.
Newton's idea. Absolutely,
Yes.
of course. It's
You're
only an
correct.
idea.
You're correct.
But you see, the thing is,
you're correct.
For me, to accept what
Can
you're
you
telling
stop
me
being?
is true,
Can you stop?
you need more
Can
demonstration.
you stop squirting? Stop squirting. Right.
Brenda, please don't use that term anymore, or we will have to kick you.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, that's a common word used by
Arwen.
Arwen.
Please, Brenda.
Arwen
Please.
uses that.
Please. Well, Arwen's not here. Thank you. Please.
Anyway.
Okay, so you're stop being triggered. Stop being triggered, and stop over talking me.
Oh, Brenda,
The
come
4
on.
minutes. The 4 minute. The 4 minute mark. The 4 minute mark confirms the predictions made by theories about rockets. It gives support. It gives support.
No, you're applying that. You're applying the predictions to do with rockets. You're applying that to the motion that you see in the balloon. You're applying.
The principles apply. The same.
No,
principles apply.
that's what you think conceptually.
Yes, that's right.
We both don't see a force acting on the front of that balloon. Okay, we don't see the dynamics of the airstreams with this video. So you are talking conceptually when you are looking at causation.
You can see that the force is applied because the cart is propelled forward.
So yeah, but the point I'm making is that you blow up the balloon, you let go of the balloon, it'll move forwards. There you go. That's what we can both agree on.
Yes,
we can both agree on that. Okay, but why that
is
moves forwards and what the interactions and the dynamics, this is where we do not agree, because you are not providing me with any kind of information or anything to know that you're telling me the truth. And what you're saying is right.
I don't know what truth has to do with it. It's a demonstration.
A lot of people lie.
Excuse me.
I live in a world.
Stop talking over me. Stop it. Jiminy Christmas.
You never met Brenda before.
Be more exact.
So stop talking over me. So there's no.
Ask him a question.
A page. So the question is, it's a experiment.
Brenda.
It's an experiment that is intended, right, to give either support, confirm, or disconfirm the theory, right? I don't know what you're bringing truth in here for.
Because I live in a world where a lot of people lie, whether knowingly or
we like
unknowingly.
to tell the truth around here, Brenda.
And
surely
science doesn't do truth. Science
agree.
doesn't do truth. So how do you know that what you're telling me is true? You're telling me you are telling truth, that you are being truthful, and yet science doesn't do truth. So I can't understand where you're coming from.
So that doesn't make any sense. The fact that I'm being truthful
I think you spotted your diletheism there already, Brenda.
See
how quickly
stop
you did
lying,
that.
Bob. Stop lying, Bob. So I'm not a dialetheist. The fact that science doesn't deal in truth doesn't mean that I'm lying.
Well, what does it mean that
Then give him something to show you not.
Stop it.
You just can't show that you're being truthful, right?
You're fucking losing their mind.
Stop it. So the way science works is you have a theory, and then you conduct.
We know.
You test the predictions. You test the predictions, and if the predictions work out, then you have given support to the theory. It doesn't prove that the theory is true. It shows it. What you need to do is falsify the theory.
Absolutely, of course. Yeah.
So what you need to do, Peter, is you need to falsify. You need to falsify.
No, I don't need to do anything. Your science, the science you follow is wrong. It's all wrong.
Well, you need to falsify it. Then. You need to falsify it.
No, I don't. In my understanding, if you have a theory about a natural phenomena or an event that takes place, you only need to prove that your theory is true.
No, science doesn't prove.
You follow bad science.
Peter, science doesn't
follow bad science.
Peter, science doesn't prove the theory's true. That's not what
I'm
it does.
aware of
We
that,
call it
but that's what I'm
globe
telling you.
science.
Then why did you claim
Globe science.
Globe
Peter, why did you
science, yeah,
claim
it's a separate branch
Bev,
of science
stay
completely.
out. Bev, stay out. So why did you claim I needed to prove the theory true when you know perfectly well that that's not what science does?
Because I would like to put your science to the test and put your knowledge on what you understand to be correct. Because you've said to me you haven't lied to me. So at the end of the day, what you've said to me is true. But you've then said to me that science doesn't do truth. I've put that forward as well. This is why you're confused. I feel that you're confused about, this discussion. We both agree on one thing, and that is you blow up a balloon and you let it go and it'll move.
Right.
We both agree on that. But the thing is, we
prediction.
don't agree on.
That's a prediction. That's a prediction of Newton's third law.
Absolutely, of course. But I can use that and I can say, well, that's a prediction in my law, because I've just thought up a scientific theory.
What law?
Based on observation.
What's the law?
If you blow up a balloon and let it go, it will just poof and fly off into the air. That's my observation. That's fact. Nobody will disagree with that. But my scientific theory is that when to every action there is an equal and opposite resistance to that action in the form of a reaction. So the airstream exiting a balloon will interact with the atmospheric air, and the atmospheric air will resist the motion of that airstream and then push the balloon forwards. There you go. That's my scientific theory. We're using your scientific model to do exactly what you're doing. Now you try and falsify my claim.
I think that your theory is identical to Newton's third law. It's simply restated in different words.
No, it includes the words resistance. There's always that resistance.
Yeah,
which
that's
means
what I
you don't
said.
have
That's what I
resistance.
said, Peter. That's what I said, Peter. You put it in different words.
Sure, but you can't.
Refinement.
It won't work. It will not work in a pressureless or vacuum
Is
environment.
resistance a
There's no
reaction?
resistance. There's no resistance.
Is resistance a reaction?
Resistance in the form of a reaction. Yeah.
Yeah. So resistance and reaction
If you
are
push down on
synonyms?
the floor will push up on you, kind of thing. Yeah. You blow up a balloon, the air will push out on the balloon, and the balloon will push in on the air. It's resisting the motion of the air. In other
When you
words,
say-
what we're saying is contact forces. You'll always find resistance to motion.
Oh,
in
this
Newton's
is
world.
yeah. You're straw manning the physics again. Yes, you are. You're saying. Let me delineate. Show you what I think you're saying. I think you're saying that when the air exits the nozzle, it encounters resistance from the air, and it's this resistance that pushes it forward. Is that correct?
Very good. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, that's not the third law.
Sure. No, but you have to falsify the third law. I understand the third law in my own way. In that,
well,
for every action there is an equal and opposite resistance to that action in the form of a reaction.
So in this case, I was mistaken. It is your notion of resistance is not synonymous with a reaction. You are simply straw manned the third law. You don't understand Newton's third law.
No, it's not that I don't understand it. I think the way you interpret the third law is wrong, and I feel that you follow bad science. I would like to follow things that happen in the real world, and when I put a nozzle, if you watch the video from 706 onwards, you'll find that the balloon car doesn't move at all, with the cone on it. We've got exiting air coming out of the straw. Nothing, it's not being hindered or anything. There's no obstacle, and yet it's not moving. There should be, according to your bad science, the balloon car should move forwards because there's an equal and opposite force acting on the front of that balloon, and it's not moving.
Yeah, that's not how Newton's third law is working in this.
I'm sorry, but that's what that demonstration shows to me.
No, you're not understanding. Let me explain to you.
By putting the cone on the straw, okay, what we did was that we prevented the resistance from acting on that airstream that comes out of the balloon. That's why we put the cone on, because that would support our understanding of Newton's third law. Take away the resistance, you've got no motion, you've got no reaction. Okay.
Could you explain that to me again? Could you explain that? Explain, please. I'm not quite sure I understood.
Absolutely. To every, this is my understanding. Okay. To every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction in the form resistance. Sorry. Let me start again. To every action, there is an equal and opposite resistance to that action in the form of a reaction. Okay.
Right. So, what was the purpose? What was the cone supposed to do, according to you?
The cone was supposed to separate or prevent the atmosphere from interacting, the atmospheric air from interacting with the airstream coming out of the balloon through the straw.
Well, there's air. There's air inside the cone.
But it's being pushed out by the airstream that's coming out of the it's being pushed out by the airstream coming out of the balloon. Sorry, that's the one.
Doesn't it encounter resistance as it leaves?
Like what? There's no motion.
But doesn't it encounter? Doesn't it? So you've just falsified your own law.
Well, no, not really, because as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't encounter enough resistance for it to be held forward.
So
your understanding
you falsified your own law, Peter.
No, I haven't. It's just the way you want to interpret it.
Well, you said it encounters resistance and it doesn't move forward. Your law says that it should.
Enough resistance. It will obviously encounter some resistance because when the air comes out of the end of the nozzle, it's going to hit the atmospheric air, isn't it? Get it? So it's going to have a small degree of resistance, but not enough to actually make any difference to the.
What do you mean? What do you mean? The air pressure inside the cone is the same. The air pressure inside the cone is the same as outside.
What's so hard for you to understand?
I think that you falsified your own law.
No, tell me why it didn't work. Tell me why it didn't move.
Right, because you have a straw man version of physics. That's why.
Your science, your bad science, will tell you. It would tell me as well that the air exiting the balloon through the straw will induce or generate a force in the opposite direction, hitting the inner wall of the front of the balloon. Yeah.
That's what happens at the 4-minute mark. The 4-minute mark.
Sure. Why is it that we put the cone on? The airstream is still able to come out of the straw. The airstream's from the balloon still able to come out of the straw. No hindrance, no obstacles. Yet it didn't move.
It's a prediction of your understanding. It's a prediction of your theory that it should move forward.
No, it falsifies your claim on how the balloon is
propelled
forward. Yes,
no, it doesn't.
It does. What are you talking about?
No, it doesn't.
You're like all these other people. You find it very hard to admit that you're wrong. That's the trouble with people like you. You find it very hard to admit when you're wrong. I really dislike it when people just won't admit when they're wrong.
But you haven't shown that I'm wrong. You haven't shown that I'm wrong.
You absolutely.
In fact, you falsified your own theory.
You're telling me that the air exiting the straw of the balloon will create or generate an opposite force that will act on the inner wall of the front of the balloon and push it forwards. Yeah. Yes or no?
It reacts on the whole cart.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Cart. It reacts against.
All I'm saying to you is yes or no. The air exiting the balloon, will induce or generate a force in the opposite direction that will act on the inner wall at the front of the balloon. Yes or no?
No, it reacts on the entire cart, not just the front of the balloon.
Yeah.
The entire cart.
I'm talking about the car as well, as the balloon is attached to the car. But the only thing that's moving is the airstream from the balloon. So let's get with it. Let's get back to it. The airstream from the balloon, okay, it's been blown up. The airstream coming out of the balloon, coming through the straw, exiting out the back, induces or creates a force that acts in the opposite direction on the inner wall of the front of the balloon. Yeah?
No, that is not the third law. That's not the third law. It's not exiting the balloon and creating a force there. Is the force isn't the force is excuse me, I'm speaking. Excuse me. It is not, there's not a force created outside. The force is created at the nozzle.
No, I'm talking about the balloon car. I've watched a NASA video and they explain how a balloon is propelled in the air. They've given their understanding on how a balloon is propelled through the air. You blow up the balloon. If you let the air out of the balloon, the airstream that comes out of the balloon will create an equal and opposite force that acts on the inner wall of the front of the balloon. Yes or no?
That's false.
Yes,
that's false.
Yes, that's false. Right. So the guy from NASA is lying.
No, you've misunderstood it. You have misunderstood it and created you've misunderstood it.
You guys are really confused people.
You misunderstood it.
You don't even know the science you even espouse.
I do know the science.
You don't, because I've watched a video from NASA.
Yeah, yes, you did. I assume that you did watch it, but you didn't understand. Peter, you didn't understand it.
But you're not understanding where I'm coming from. I falsified your claim.
That you falsified your own law.
Anytime you're ready, Pete, just to say get rid of Brenda, then we can move on, right?
Just ask me, Bev. Just ask me, Bev, and I'll step down.
I think Brenda should really go home, and well, if she is home already, I think you really do need to think about your mental health state, because
my mental health is just fine, Peter.
I don't think it is. I think you've got mental health problems.
Yeah, how would you know he doesn't understand the video?
Personal attacks are the last refuge. The last refuge of a scoundrel.
I spent an awful lot of time talking to you, and it's like talking to a brick wall.
That's because I'm right. That's because I'm right. That's because I'm right.
Science isn't true.
Can we move on? Understand a video that she hasn't seen. How does she know he doesn't understand a video if she hasn't seen the video?
I can't understand. 1 minute Brenda's saying that science doesn't do truth, and yet she's saying she's right. I mean, come on.
I appreciate you, Pete, explaining everything that you explained and going through the whole thing. That was really awesome.
That's absolutely mental. But Brenda's got mental health problems. That's all I can say. She's confused.
It's the last refuge of the scoundrel, right? Is the personal attacks.
No, I'm just making a sensible, reasonable, and rational
like what you do.
Okay.
Calling Bev flat earth.
Hi, Brenda.
Right.
Next.
All right. I think Pete and Pete has had that. Thanks, Brenda. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for that,
Bev, now that you're back, do you want to pick up, and hopefully if Peter and Pete can stay a few minutes longer, I think you wanted to ask some questions.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming, guys. I mean, do you do that sort of stuff quite often? Because I don't know whether you know about Brenda and the type of say the globe defenders that we have round here. These are the most hardcore globe defenders.
All right. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people who are a lost cause. It doesn't matter what you say to them, how much you ever argue with them. They'll always think their position's right.
When we used to go out in Chester, we got to know someone. Lockheed's awesome.
Oh right, sure. Yeah, we've met them, but at the end of the day, they just show to me they've got mental health problems, because it was clear, even if you rewind the audio, you could clearly tell that she's telling me that science doesn't do truth. We all agreed on that, and yet she's saying that she's right. It's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's mad, isn't it?
It's globe science.
No, it's mad people. It's not globe science. It's just mad people.
No, honestly, it's globe science. There's no such thing as a globe, right? It's made up science, and they formulate their logic the wrong way round, backwards.
Yeah, I know it's quite bad. It's amazing how it's unsurprising why they think it's true. You know, it's crazy. Nowhere in a science dictionary will you find truth, and yet a lot of these people think it's true. It's mad. Where do they get the truth from? Why do they think they're
There
correct?
is no truth.
Right? You know, absolutely.
They'll tell you they don't have a proof. They don't know what proof is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, but I enjoyed that. I thought that was quite good, really. You know.
Yeah, you did well.
You know, I thought, yeah.
Just pure sophistry that you're fighting all the time, right? Around the arguments around an argument that never gets to the point of the argument.
Oh, it's it's because they bring in other words and they say, like Brenda was saying, "Oh, are you a Poe?" And then she was asking about, "Oh, you're using straw man." I'm not interested in all that. You know, it's just meaningless.
And using the word fallacy.
Using fallacy and all this lot. All I want to know is whether you're lying to me or not. Do you know what I mean? That's all I want to know. You know. But you know, I think it's quite good because I suppose I've not done that for quite some time. So, well, yeah, I haven't done that for a long time.
We've done it for years. But
yeah, it was all right. Yeah, I mean, it was good. I'm very pleased that I said that. I asked her whether she was lying to me, and I was hoping that she would hesitate and be reluctant in answering that question. I think she did at first, but because a lot of globe people don't like direct answers, direct questions, where they have a direct answer. They don't like it. They don't like being put on the spot, pinned down.
They can't identify the either the subject or the argument that they're trying to make. They can't identify either of those.
I can understand her point. Putting the sail on the end.
Oh yeah, we can understand. I mean, when I've got to admit, when we did do that first video, when we put the piece of paper, wrap the paper around the straw, I mean, we can understand. After we uploaded that, we got a few comments from Globies, and they were telling us, "Oh, all you've done is you cancelled out the force and all this lot." So we thought, "Oh, I suppose they've got a point." So, but that just made us basically just what's the word? Develop the idea and come up with put a cone on the straw, and that basically falsifies the scientific theory or claim of how a balloon is propelled through the air. That it does it falsifies it. So, but you see, the thing is, we even flat earthers can come up with their own scientific theories where they could ask globies to falsify those, so they can get a taste of their own medicine, as it were. But it's obviously up to people to put forward their theories, isn't it?
Well, it's a shame that
one of the worst
get much
people
further.
that you can.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I was just going to say that Pete met one of the worst. You asked for a baller, and I must say you got one of the worst ones, and you did pretty good.
Oh well, you see, well, it's not. I don't think it's the worst one I've ever had in my life, but I think talking to people like Brenda just makes me realise that these people have got mental health problems. They're unreasonable. They're irrational. They do lack common sense, and they're very unwilling to even accept or admit when they're wrong. And that does annoy me. A lot of people are like that in life generally. They just won't admit they're in the wrong. And yet I'm the type of person, if I get it wrong, I hold my hands up, But it's a pity, but that's the way of the world. Such is people, But there you go. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that. I thought that was right.
Yeah,
That's just a little taste. Wait till you get the uphill water, and come back. You're gonna hear a lot more. I tell you.
Hey, can I jump in for just a half a second and say hi?
Of course, brother.
I just want to say welcome to Peter and Peter. Thanks for being here. And Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
sure. We won't make a habit of it, but I suppose it's nice, makes a change for us because I mean, on our videos, we often say to people if you like it, if you like do a hangout or I can't remember what they're called. Have a chat, have a discussion. Let us know. But we don't get any takers. Even that Brenda doesn't message us and say, "Oh, well, I'll have a debate with you."
Yeah, they can't come and do that sort of a thing. It's scheduled.
She doesn't go on our channel at all. I'm sure we've never had a comment from her, as far as I'm aware.
That's because you guys actually do things. These people like to argue from obscurity.
Yeah, they like to argue from their imagination, don't they?
Yeah.
Because they can do that if they're free. It's like when I was talking to Brenda about Cody's oxygen torch and propane gas torch in a vacuum. The flame went, and then she cunningly changed it to combustion. And I'm thinking, but I see flames when I see a rocket take off. I see the flames. I've seen the launches. There's flames there. There you won't get flames out there in a pressureless environment. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
Or she'll try and use the argument that even though there's combustion, it doesn't mean to say that there's a flame.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. Just having combustion. Yeah, you don't need the flame. Yeah, you've got to have combustion, and you can have combustion
Without a flame.
Without a flame. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's just they try hard just to basically keep their dream alive. That's all they're doing. They're trying hard to keep their dream alive because there's a lot of people out there. They know there's a lot of people out there who are questioning their own perception on the world they live, and they know that there's people in this society who have totally different views about the society they're living in. So obviously that's going to make them question, well, whether they're right or not. So they're going to do their utmost just to pump out any old thing, just to support their view, and cling on to
They're
their
changing definitions of things now. They changed the definition of level to
they haven't.
Conforming to the curvature of Earth.
No, they haven't.
They're now giving me horizontal definitions.
No, they're not, Brenda.
That say they curve around.
They're not. It's just these strange
they
group
did
of
give
people.
me that. Yeah, who are trying
who are
to
nobodies.
change the definitions of understood things.
No, only within this group. You should get out a bit more.
Yeah, I'm not saying anywhere else. I'm saying in here. These particular people in this particular argument are now changing the fucking definitions of everything.
Because they do. It's not worth talking to
Yeah,
them.
because they have to.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to. They've got to change the definitions to ensure that people can't argue.
They don't lose the fight.
Yeah, so they don't lose the fight. They've got to do it. It's all about words, basically. It's all about a war of minds. You fight, you're battling over people's minds.
Yeah,
exactly. Not actual demonstrable reality. It doesn't matter how many real tests you show them. It all boils down to they will give you a quote or just a bunch of words that someone's typed out, and they go, "No, you're wrong. Your test shows nothing because my words say this."
Yeah, but let's not turn this into a negative. What other people say. It's only Brenda and Rumpus and people who are irrelevant. It's not worth talking about them.
Yeah, but weren't we talking about them? Weren't we talking about Brenda and people like that? That's what we were talking
like Brenda,
about. People who do that.
Could I just say one thing? Penny drop moment we found, it's a term called vacuous truth. And what it is, it says that someone would say all the cell phones in the room are turned off. Now, you can just believe that, or you can open the door and go in the room and there's actually no cell phones in the room. But what they've done is they've built a framework around someone telling them, hey, all the cell phones in the room are turned off, without ever looking to see that there aren't even any in there. They've got vacuous truths left and right.
Oh, that's a good. I like that one. That's a good little.
That kind of brings up
good example.
Yeah, it's kind of what Brenda did with the rockets. He says, or she says, "Hey, you know, we can't see the flame anymore. Therefore."
Yeah.
Guys, you said you hadn't heard of Bev's test when I asked earlier, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I don't think we have.
Bev, would you mind giving them a little explanation on that?
Okay, it's not my test. Me and Spot On developed this.
Right. Sorry, Spot On.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to you guys, how you made it in here. Because I came in because somebody called me a child abuser for saying that level was horizontal. A known fact, right? Self-evident truth. But through that, we developed conversations and met people and devised a way of learning, advanced simplicity. So you break everything back to first principles. So we went back to the first principles of geometry, straight lines and proofs, actual proofs within mathematics, foundations of mathematics. And in that, we've devised a test to realize a proposition, a proof within Euclid. But we devised it into reality, right? We did the test. 2 400-meter water levels broke up into 200 meters, a 100 and a 100. So then we joined those two at the center to show that there is a shared straight line segment in the center. So all we were doing was devising a Euclidean proof within the concept of mathematics, geometry, into reality, right? So we devised the test to show that no part of a straight line lies within the plane and another part without it. Now, we used tools that establish a horizontal plane in order to do the test, which we did. We were quite successful. We did it last year. No big deal. Me and Spot On, we enjoyed ourselves. We managed to get together. We did the test. We've still got the water levels. We can still use it again. We can do the replicate again. We can replicate it more. Extend this shared straight line to show that obviously level is horizontal, right? But in doing that, obviously, we found that within the framework of the globe, inverted commas, that they don't have a horizontal. Now, I don't know whether they were aware of it before, but through them inviting me in to this arena, we've found out that geometrically there is no such thing as a horizontal plane on the globe model, because they have a ridiculous concept of perpendicular between vertical and level. Let's say plumb and level is based around the concept of a two-dimensional geometric framework on the globe model. So that basically our test is just finding ways to realize the actual proofs within geometry and the founding understanding of mathematics to show that basic simple truths like all horizontals are parallel to each other. That's how we measure elevation changes. When we measure elevation changes, we know it's not flat because you have a vertical component to it. The fact that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular surely should show everybody that, basic geometric concepts apply to everyday reality. That's how we measure maps and stuff. So that's basically the understanding that we've been dealing with here. Is just the basic concepts of logic that leads to geometry, which leads to mathematics. It's all the same thing.
Well, it sounds very cut and dried there.
Yeah, there's not much. You can't really argue geometry.
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, well, Globy can.
Well, I mean, they try.
They try. Yeah. Interestingly, the last person that Bev explained this to said that that he should have tested whether the water level tool actually establishes a horizontal plane of reference. That should have been the test. Somehow we should have tested whether water establishes a water level tool establishes a horizontal plane of reference. We thought that was crazy.
Demonstrating with spaghetti.
Yes, we're demonstrating with dried spaghetti and a mobile phone.
Yeah. These Globies always try and get you to try and say, or get you to try and demonstrate. No, the only way you can support your argument is by being unable to demonstrate it, because it's impossible.
Well, you can demonstrate a level being a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference, right? And their science has told us just recently that they can't have a horizontal plane. It just doesn't exist on the globe model. There's no such thing.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't, should it?
Mm-hmm.
Horizontal shouldn't exist.
Yeah, on the globe model, it doesn't. They keep telling us. And I keep saying, in reality, it definitely does. I think it's a bit of a thing that it's like a blind spot that everybody seems to have missed. Whilst talking about shape, they've forgotten to talk about geometry.
It's a bit similar to similar to Thrive and Survive when we were talking about the triangle on the sphere. Kind of thing.
Oh, I know, yeah.
It's a bit similar to that. It's not the same, obviously. But it's similar.
Yeah, well, triangles only have 180 degrees. That's from geometry, right? There's a proof in geometry.
Yeah, triangles only exist, really, in a two-dimensional plane.
On a plane. Yeah. 3 points define the plane.
They don't exist. You can't put...
It'd be a pyramid otherwise.
It's not a triangle.
Yep. Yeah, but they keep saying all sorts of silly things, and they have been doing for quite a while.
Yeah, I know, yeah, very well. We haven't, I mean, we haven't, to be honest, we haven't really gone into the globe for a few years now, because we've kind of like gone more into chemistry and stuff like that. So we're not really up with what flat earthers have been doing.
No, we don't do flat earth, and we don't do globe either. We literally just do geometric and logical principles, breaking stuff down to simple. We stick in reality constantly. We use auto levels, water levels. We do tests for optics out on the beach. We do loads of stuff.
Yeah.
And keep it in reality. It's definitely not flat earth. But flat earthers don't like us. They really don't like us.
So are you so what do you think the shape of the earth is then?
I don't.
Oh yeah.
Just literally, it doesn't matter to me. The whole argument seems ridiculous. I'm in for learning what goes on in reality. Definitely up for that. But this ridiculous argument where they keep coming round and trying to sell us their religion, really. That's all it is. They're just trying to sell us something that I just literally don't believe in. I don't have to believe in it. I don't have to believe in the flat earth, and I don't have to believe in the globe earth. I can relive it in reality like everybody else. But we had a guy in today that was telling us that we didn't understand what our reality was. He wanted us to think correctly about our reality.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a bit like the police when they go to when they approach someone who's up for a hate crime, and they say, "We're just round to check your thinking."
Yeah. Yeah, we have them all the time here.
Yeah. Yeah, loony people. Some of them. I mean, we're kind of like quite. We've got our feet firmly on the ground, as it were, and we tend to look more at people rather than anything else. So we tend to think, look at the way people behave and look at the things they think. And when you go out into your everyday walk of life, into the real world, as it were, you do tend to think there's a lot of people who are just living in their heads. Yeah,
absolutely. We're like definitely in the same place.
They're creating their realities in their heads. Yeah, their reality is basically in their heads, and they're creating it every day. They wake up. Yeah, they even create. I reckon a lot of people create illusion, a perception about themselves, where like their work colleagues. How does somebody see them? How I reckon a lot of people create a perception about themselves about how their work colleagues see them. Oh, yeah, my work colleagues see me as being bubbly or being this or being that, whereas in the reality is they're nothing like that. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? People are very good at using their imaginations. I mean, we've all seen the globe sides, the bad sides. People really enjoy using their imaginations and putting them to expert use. I mean, it's just ridiculous, that so much is influenced by the imagination. Yeah. There's Brenda with her Newtonian understanding. Yeah, it's all conceptual. It's not real. All we're seeing is the object move. But okay, well, what is this? What underpins it? What underpins it? Newton doesn't underpin it. No, I know. Yeah. He was just a bloke, wasn't he? Yeah.
That reality they create in their heads is based on the information that's programmed to us. So.
Yeah. It's all just programming.
Yep.
Program. It's other people's ideas. It's because they can't think for themselves.
Yeah, you build based on that, basically.
Which is what we're building on. We are going back to the Trivium. Have you ever heard of that?
Trivium.
Yeah.
No.
It's they call it the liberal arts. It's old school teaching, right? Before all of these masses of subjects that we get taught in schools now and the repetition of the learning process. Before that, they had the Trivium, which is basically simply the tools of learning. So what you do is you learn understanding of how words are formed and the meanings of words and the identity of things. First off, then you learn logic, which is how to formulate these words into coherent sentences to give a meaning for something, right? And then you learn rhetoric, which is the way to portray this these things, to convince people, to tell a story, to develop this learning. And in that, you learn debates and stuff. But that is the whole concept of learning. From there, you can introduce numbers and geometry, astronomy and music, which are all build upon that. But those basic concepts at the beginning is how to actually formulate a learning process for yourself. And that's where we're going, right, with this learning, because it's so obvious people haven't learnt to learn. They've been so used to people telling them what to do, and they just take it on. They suck it up like a sponge with no understanding of how that knowledge is actually gained.
Yeah, because they're the sort of things they teach in like Oxford and Cambridge.
I don't think so. I think private tutelage of the upper classes, yeah. But the more educated you are, the more susceptible you are into this being able to be, being able to be taught, right? You've been programmed, if you will, within the education system.
Yeah, but they would argue that the current education has been developed from that original basic concepts that you've been talking about by people up top.
I think
They would argue that.
Yeah.
but what they've got, what they've gotten is grammar, because everybody in early school goes through some sort of grammar, but not the grammar that the Trivium teaches, because we've gone through that. It was much more in depth, and none of us had ever heard it before. And then logic doesn't get taught. Period. You can't ask any real questions. You can't critically think and then challenge your teachers. That's looked frowned upon, right? So there is no logic that's taught or accepted in schools today. And then the last one is rhetoric, which is, some schools will have debate classes where you'd have to stand up and give a presentation, those kinds of things, but it's not real rhetoric because it doesn't have the logic behind it. And there's not the teaching of how those things go together. So yeah, they would claim that they have that, but they really don't have it.
Yeah, and a lot of people are frightened of mathematics and geometry and logic and stuff because they've heard of it in the academic side, whereas this sort of stuff with the Trivium should be taught at conceptual, really young ages. In order for you to get the best out of it, you teach it to children through the school process.
Well, get them when they're young. That's the best thing.
But now what they do is they teach them the globe while they're young. And these are irreversible things. So you've got a globe model locked in. Whereas you should have a firm understanding of grammar. They've just replaced it. That's why I think there's a lot of lost people wandering around now. They've got a globe model in their head and it contradicts everything.
Yeah, there's always been lost people wandering around the world.
Yeah. More and more so now, though, because these contradictions are jumping out at them. They don't know how to deal with it. They've got no logical framework of how to deal with the contradiction. They don't even know what a contradiction is. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, but everybody does have some kind of, as they're growing up and interacting with the world, lots of people still have indications of logic because they know when something doesn't make sense. Yeah, something's logical, it makes sense. Yeah, and that's an intuitive thing, isn't it? Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And loads of people who've been at school have thought to themselves, how can gravity stick all the waters of the oceans to a spinning ball?
But there's no answer,
just
right?
thinking the same thing.
But there's no answer. There's no answer that a teacher could give you whenever you ask that question. So there's never a conclusion to you asking the question. And that's a problem. Nobody knows how to resolve those questions. Rather than saying, it's not a ball, just forget about the ball and everything's fine. There's no contradiction there.
Yeah.
They can't say that. They can't do it because the globe model has been locked in to even the teachers' minds now. And like a couple of generations down the way and it's lost. Like some of the stupid shit that these guys say. like really stupid shit. You had like a brief glimpse of it tonight, but that's nothing.
Well, you've only got to read a national paper, newspaper, or something similar, and you look at the stories. A lot of them are just made up.
It's all made up.
Yeah, basically. So it's but knowing it, if you know it, then you can be more at peace with it.
I think so.
Did you ever see?
Oh,
Go ahead, Bev.
I think if you know and understand what a proof is, then that gives you at least a one up over these people, because these people that you're talking to will tell you there's no such thing as proof anymore. And
they don't do proof.
There is no proof in the globe model. So that if there's no proof, they don't know how to formulate an argument. And if they don't know how to formulate an argument, what are you doing talking to them? A group of people that can't formulate an argument based around their model, because their model's not real. You can't predicate upon something that isn't real.
Yeah, but they don't do proof. They don't. Proof doesn't come into their language. It's like that's one thing where me and my brother have got caught up on in some respects, because we've been, we promote that water's not made of hydrogen and oxygen, and we say to people, prove to us that water is made of hydrogen and oxygen, but
I have no
now we realise these people don't do proof, so they can't understand what we're talking about when we ask them, show us proof.
We started this year off going into a room called Debate Flat Earth and More. SE did, and just drop one question, ask them, do they have proof? And I think it really surprised them when, all of them were arguing that there was no such thing as proof. Yet they've been asking people to give them proof of something for years. And now they come up with the fact that they don't know what proof is. There's a lot of lost people.
It's talking to that Brenda was interesting, because it brought into focus the understanding of scientific theory. And it's all a scientific theory is just someone's idea on what happens, or the cause of something that is always an explanation that's based on facts and evidence. So it's like, for example, I could say that some people say that if you run a magnet, a very strong magnet, over a sheet of copper, that it will be slightly attracted to the copper. And someone would say, oh yeah, that's because it's creating eddy currents in the copper. But I could put forward the scientific theory that it's because the copper contains trace amounts of iron. And I could support that theory with that observation. Just from that observation, I could support that theory with the fact that iron is magnetic, is attracted to a magnet, and it's repeatable. I can get some iron and I can attract a magnet, can attract iron all the time. It's repeatable. I can also do other things with the iron and a magnet to support my scientific theory. So in that case, my scientific theory that the copper contains iron is correct, but it's down for somebody else to falsify it. That's how it works. Yeah, well, that's how their science works. That's how their science works. They expect you to falsify their claims. Whereas you can come up with a theory, and they have to falsify your theory. Yeah, basically, yeah. You can use their science, as it were, the way their science works,
to make them realise how shit it is.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
That's why it can be called pseudoscience. It appears to
Yeah,
be science, but
yeah,
it is not.
you could argue that it's kind of pseudoscience, yeah, because it's based on someone's someone's explanation, which is based on an idea. That's all. So you're not proving the idea is true, because I haven't shown anyone that there's trace amounts of iron in the copper. I haven't shown that at all. For my theory to hold true, or sorry, for my theory to have some standing, it's down for somebody else to falsify that.
That's right.
That's all it is. Yeah.
But I mean, as far as the people that you talk to within this arena, is it the guys on the YouTube comments and stuff? I mean, what sort of caliber of people do you think you end up talking to?
Oh, we've chatted to people with chemistry degrees. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
PhDs, isn't it? Masters in chemistry. Yeah, we've spoken to people who have worked in chemical industry.
Oh, that bloke from Copenhagen, nuclear
Atomics.
Atomics, yeah.
Yeah, we do converse with quite a few people who are in the field.
Sure.
And do they all react like these people, like Brenda? Or can you actually have a decent conversation with some of them? Constructive conversations?
Yeah. I think people like Brenda. Yeah, hold on. We do converse with them on YouTube in the comments.
Sure.
Yeah. With Brenda, it's different because you were talking.
Yeah, but I can just imagine Yeah, there are some people like Brenda. I think Brenda's probably she's gone without hope. There's no hope for her. She'll never see the light. You know, if I was religious, I'd say, oh, she'll never see the light. She's a bit like that bloke in the from that university who's doing the full court pendulum. That professor. We emailed him.
Oh, right.
You could tell he's lost it.
Oh yeah, he's lost it. Yeah.
A lot of people have just lost it. They've lost touch with reality. Full stop.
Yeah, SE says over the event horizon. Right, they've gone too far. I say they've nutsat themselves. They've gone into the globe too much, and there's no turning back. Everything they think, they relate to that model. They can't go beyond
they're so desperate to. Well, their life situation dictates or has forced them to and find something that they can think is true. There clearly isn't, you know, but find something in life that they can believe in, you know. There's a lot of religious people, very similar. You know, they're all the same. Even these religious people are the same. You know, we believe in God and all this kind of stuff. You know, I mean, it's all. The
globe is God now too.
There'll be those types of people will be listening to their reading from the Bible and the scriptures. Well, the scriptures are telling me this. Scriptures are telling me that. Whereas you've got people like Brenda. Well, Newton's telling me this. Newton's telling me that. And you can sense straight away that these people can't think for themselves. They've lost the ability to actually think for themselves.
We call
which
it,
is quite, it's quite sad, really. But then it makes you realise that a lot of people just, as somebody would say, shots of fuck.
Yeah, well, we have a term like standing on the shoulders of giants. Well, these are just shadow giants. They're just words in books that you've been taught with no meaning, no understanding.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Sure. Yeah, I don't know why people read them all, take them in so much when
science teaches them to it, though, right? That's how they learn science. Or most of their science that they've learned comes from these shadow giants. Right, the big names of people that you hear about, Lorenz and Einstein.
Sure, yeah, I think it's
I think one of the things, and that is, it's because also that when people, that it's established, and it's been established for a very long time. That's what that's what helps its influence penetrate into the minds of people. There's an awful lot of people out there who want something to believe in. Trust me, it's just a shame that a lot of people end up believing in all this rubbish. Yeah, but then the thing is that you're looking at human life. Yeah. Yeah, well, sure. Yeah. I mean, I did like it. I mean, I'm not discriminative, but there's Brenda saying that, oh yeah, I'm a transgendered. I'm thinking I'm not interested. That's got nothing to do with it at all. I don't care whether you are or you're not. I don't care if you've got 3 heads. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
Just bring a good argument and let's get down to it.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm not. But she said. I don't know why she mentioned it. What she mentioned it for?
It's a debate tactic.
Yeah,
you'll get into it when you know.
Might be a bit discriminatory or something, but
Gives a chance
it's just
for it,
ridiculous. These people are like that, It's mad, The more I live in this world, the more I begin to dislike people. There's you got this thing called misanthropists. They're people who have a disliking for humankind. Now, I've got to admit, if you did just a small amount of research on misanthropy, you begin to realise that I can understand why people so dislike humankind, because a lot of them are mad. It's mental. So what do you do on this Discord server then? Do you discuss topics with other, like, globies and other people?
Well, we just basically were here for a conversation, right? But we do tend to have been sent into the dregs of the depths of the globe Earth fanatics, hardcore globe defenders. And because we talk about geometry and reality and surveying techniques and relate geometry to reality, they get really upset with us. But like I say, we don't give a shit about their model. So we've learned to learn, because it's so obvious that there's a mental problem that goes on here. When you can have a blatant truth right in front of your face and you not realize it for 50, 60 years, it doesn't matter how long, 20 years, until somebody points it out to you, and then you go, oh shit, I didn't even, how come I didn't see that?
Oh, but there's plenty of those around in this society. It's not just the globe.
Yeah, I know, it's everywhere. Literally.
A lot of stuff,
Yeah. And that's what we're more concerned in, right? Because it's that knowing that is something that has been either done to you or you've allowed it to be done to you, right? Through watching TV and just bad lifestyle and not being aware and not having friends to sort of point you in the right direction. Trying to do logic alone that can lead to some terrible false conclusions. You need to have people that you need to, be aware. But you also need to step out of that TV era, because you can be influenced by all sorts of things that you're just not aware of.
There's I mean, I've got to admit, when you hit rock bottom, it's not just the globe and the shape of the Earth, or even what we discuss on our channel. Water not being H2O and the air not having oxygen or constituents, but even people seem to. I mean, we quite enjoy discussing things with people and basically showing people up, or really showing people that there is an alternative view than their opinion, and they could well be wrong. Okay, but there's people out there who actually literally think, I don't know what your views are, but there are literally people out there who think the Queen, is only ceremonial and has no influence or power in the country at all, other than just being ceremonial. And I listen to that, and I read it in comments and all this lot on YouTube. I think these people are just messed up. How can anyone think that? It's just crazy. It's just insane.
I wouldn't know. Like nothing that the Queen does affects me really. So.
Oh yeah, sure. But you see, what we're looking at is we're seeing people starting to create their own realities, and basically think certain things to be true, even though they're false. Yeah,
they've been allowed
just like the shape of the earth, just like religion. Yeah, God exists. Or the Queen. Yeah, no. The Queen doesn't govern the country or anything. She doesn't rule the people. She's just ceremonial, And yet, a lot of it is a lot of it, as well as other stuff, is absolutely wrong. But these people want to create this own little reality for themselves, and that gives us an insight on their mental health, And there's a lot of mentally ill people in the country, In the UK, I can't gauge on other countries, but I can certainly gauge on the UK and think, a lot of people in England and the UK have got mental health problems.
Think some weird shit.
They think some weird shit. Yeah, they've got some weird stuff going on in their heads. I don't know where they get it from, but
Well, we do, right? I think that's what we've been doing. It's like we've literally found through this the process that obviously went on through geometry and the linking of how they messed up geometry in order to get a model to be able to fool people into an industry that's not there, right? The space industry. I just think space is the distance between physical objects, right? But if you can make an entire space industry where people have searched beyond their imaginations, right? Because that's the only place that they can go there is imaginary. If you can make an imaginary thing a business and put thousands of people's minds into that area and pretend there's loads of money involved in it, then you can do whatever you want. But with that process, you have to explode logic as well as your geometry. You make straight lines bend and all sorts of weird conceptual things, but it happens mentally. So along with that has to come this paraconsistent logic. It's why Brenda got so upset. We call it diletheism. It allows people to have two truths at the same time, both the true option and the false option, both being true and having a truth value to them. And
it's a bit like your hidden ego, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, once you've done that, you can literally make anything happen. And if you can do that mentally rather than in reality, then you're in trouble. You've got no way of controlling it back again. You can't reform that logical structure that goes on in your head. I think people are lost, and there's going to be a lot of people very lost pretty soon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Well, there's there's a lot of lost people in the world anyway, So, but that's just that's just a sociological problem. That is, I'd say.
Yeah, but it's more prevalent, right? It's the most obvious, if you want to search this out, is the globe earther. Because you can directly show them a contradiction. You can place a contradiction right in front of them, and they can't see it. It's shocking the amount of things that you can do with people with the globe model.
Yeah, I've got to admit, if I was an alien and I came down in my spacecraft and landed on Earth and studied the human species, I would think, wow, I've had enough, I'm going to go. Do you know what I mean? I'd realised that a lot of them are, wow, unbelievable. I suppose that's one good word for it, really, isn't it? Unbelievable. What people do, the things they think, the things they do and say, unbelievable. I mean, you've got people in this society doing jobs that are totally meaningless. For example, you've got you live in a society. Well, say this. So let's take the UK, where you've got people above you, like the Queen, the monarchy. It's all top-down process, and you don't get a say in any of it. It's just mad, isn't it? Do you not think that's just mad? You don't get a say in any of it. It's just mental. It's just mad.
Yeah.
You've got every right to have a say in what goes on in your life, and yet you don't. It's just mad, And there's loads more. When you go onto it, when you look at the education, you're not taught. You're not actually literally. You don't discuss things with your teachers or anything. You're told things all the time. You're told things. This is Newton. So you learn. The knowledge you get is our knowledge. And yet, you don't get any say in it whatsoever.
It's another one as well. Yeah. Been doing this just recently. I was involved in an accident when I was 6-7 years old, right? Lost all of my memory before that, which is the time where you are taught these irreversible, non-logical truths, and they get locked in. So I lost all of them. And when I came to about 6 years ago, whenever, and somebody said to me, the horizon rises to eye level. And I said, no, it can't do, right? The two levels can't meet. They won't come up to one another because level's horizontal. So I said that, and then they said, you're a child abuser. And I said, what do you mean? And they said, well, you're a flat earther. And I went, I don't understand what you're talking about. Right? Literally, because I'd never been taught a fucking thing about the globe model. Nobody had taught me anything. I've done surveying, right? And nobody had said a thing about it. And because I didn't have it as a child, it was really strange to me. Right, it took me about 5 minutes to work out that the globe was a load of bullshit because of how vile they were. But so when you think back, when you were at school, what did you actually get taught about the globe model?
Well, to be honest with you, I'd say zero.
Yeah, isn't that weird? How you can be, and like now you know that you weren't taught anything, and you go to school or college or whatever, there is no globe subject. There's no globe expert anywhere.
Yeah, because it's not. It's just a given. Yeah, but if you went to university and you studied astronomy, then you would be shown about the. Yeah, but the thing is, they don't actually teach. They don't actually teach in education any form of what. If you're a flat earther, say you find out information about the globe, none of that information is taught to you in education, in any kind of lesson formal.
It's only in these Discord servers and these YouTube channels and these people that troll within the comments of YouTube channels. They're the experts, or the so-called experts, but they've never been taught anything either. They just imagine everything. The whole
it's mental, isn't it? Really, when you think about it. Even like I said to Brenda, even a lot of these globies, including Brenda, don't even understand the science that they support. That's what
they don't know what the argument is, right? Because they're trying to formulate an argument around the globe. But there is no globe, so you can't form an argument around it. It's really strange.
Yeah, I know. That's why a lot of these arguments are circular and they don't get anywhere, and they always come up with nothing ever gets resolved, or because you can't resolve an idea.
Yeah. Well, they'll wait for you to do something, right? They'll wait for you to do a video and then say, oh, you did that wrong and you did that wrong. And it's like, well, how? We were showing you what happens when we were doing this. How can we get it wrong? Why don't you do it? You show us where we got it wrong and do it yourself.
Yeah, they'd say to you, yeah, you've done it wrong, yeah. Oh, you weren't doing it right, yeah. Yeah, that's why you got the results you did.
You
yeah.
don't understand science.
Oh, yeah, you don't understand chemistry. Yeah, it's not my fault you don't understand the science. Yeah, no, it's mad, isn't it?
But in some ways, they are right in saying, oh, you don't understand our science.
Yeah, it's their science. It's not. Yeah, that's why I said to. Well, I said to Brenda, it's bad. Her science is bad science.
It's done mentally, right? With actual science is done physically with actual things. Their science is done mentally to disrepute actual science or real stuff. They get really upset with reality.
Yeah, it's well, according to the bit on the Wikipedia, yeah, their science is based on actual science. So that their science, which is basically a load of ideas, conceptual thought, it's just based on, the actual practical observation, experimentation, repeatability, all this lot.
The predictability.
The predictability and everything. But it doesn't mean to say that the conceptual thinking behind it is true.
Well, we had their science guys, because obviously they have science in their name, which obviously means they are really good globe scientists, or blue marble scientists, we call it now, in honor of Big Blue. They said, right, their globe science states they cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. And I said, well, what about a water level? Because that's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. And they say, well, it can't, because they can't have a globe. It's as simple as that. If water forms a plane, they can't have a globe. It's unfortunate that a water level is a tool that does establish a plane, but that's where they've got to nowadays, right? Their science states they can't have a globe if water forms a plane. So obviously the tool, the water level, is what has to go, because their globe is more real than the tool that establishes a horizontal plane.
Yeah, well, I would have thought that, because we've had discussions with globies about water, and they say that if gravity's pulling down all the waters, that that's why water can curve and yet it still be level.
Yeah, well, they think level is a circle.
So
they think level is a circle. A great
if you want
circle.
To say that, yeah,
that's what they say.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. So you can have your two levels up here, and it's level.
Yeah, we can take you through the geometric understanding of it, and it's a straight line, right? I can run you through the geometric proofs of it all.
Yeah, maybe another time.
Yeah, definitely another time. But yeah, this.
Sure. Yeah, I was going to say it's getting on now for time wise, so
it's been good.
I think we should. I think my bedtime's calling me.
Yeah. Well, no doubt there will definitely be a lot of talk now that we've talked. So thanks for coming round, guys. It's going to be some fun times ahead.
Quite a pleasure. Even Brenda was quite amusing. It's quite funny, really. Entertaining.
Yeah. Well, there are others. We'll try and get you some good ones to have a chat with.
Yeah, we might. It might be good to come back and have a chat with them about water. Yeah, about some of our chemistry.
Well, we'd love to team up and do a special on water, because I'm sure Pete and the Try Thinking and Next Level crew would be especially on water, because water is special to us too. And I particularly like what you do. Yeah. That'll be good.
We'll be up for that. Just make sure you got a load of load of people to debate. Oh right, yeah, sure, yeah, that'll be funny, that will, won't it?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I'd be surprised if Brenda comes back. To be fair.
Well, I'd like to see it. When we team up and do a water special, we'll do the realizing Euclid and show everybody what we've got for that, and then you can do the actual structure to it. Be great.
Oh, the structure being. Oh, structure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Just let us know.
Yeah,
we haven't seen Brenda in a while, so it took you, Peter, and Pete to bring Brenda out of the woodwork. We haven't seen her in a bit.
All right, sure.
Yeah.
I had it if we were here. Sure. Well,
Hey guys, it's John. I just want to say thanks so much for coming. I really appreciate you responding to the invite, and you got a taste of the good and the bad here today. And I just hope you guys enjoy your.
Well, look, I think it was good. Really, I think Brenda's all right. It's just very confused,
Great, glad to hear it, guys. Thank you very much.
A lot of people like Brenda around.
Yeah, and I'd like to say as well before you go, I don't know what's just happened to you two guys, and you've always been great to watch, but something over the last 2 or 3, 4, you look like you're having fun. It looks like it's really good. Your videos have picked up something brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, and really funny. You guys are super funny. I love it.
Oh right, okay. Well, I've never thought of being funny, but I think we've
definitely.
We've reached a point in our videos.
We could be funnier.
Yeah, I suppose we could be funnier, but I think we've reached a point in our videos where we've reached a point where we are very confident in the things that we talk about, and we don't need to go into for example, we haven't covered all chemical elements, because we feel we don't need to. We don't need to look at every single chemical element to know that a lot of them, except for hydrogen, are all products. We don't need to be doing it because we know that that's the case. So we don't need to be looking at every bit of physics and every bit of chemistry or how they make this, everything. We've reached a point where, and we don't need to look at all scientific claims because we know that it's all rubbish. Do you know what I mean? And once you've reached that certain kind of understanding, you kind of and you've built up a certain knowledge base as well. You reach a certain level of relaxment, as it were, where you can just relax and you can just do your videos, and just just cruise.
I can tell by all the yawning you're doing lately.
Oh right, yeah. Oh yeah, but that's. I think one of the good things about our videos, I suppose, and that is we don't edit them and cut them, and like a lot of people do. So people actually just do get the genuine, real deal, which I think is really good, because as soon as you start editing and cutting videos, like a lot of people do on YouTube, whether it's Cody's Lab or people like him, Action Lab, for example, you miss bits because they don't tell you bits. They don't put these in, little small bits that you'd miss if they had just put it in, but they didn't, so you missed it. And I think it's important to keep viewers informed about everything that you do, especially if you're doing experiments or you're doing demonstrations. People need to know what you're doing all the time.
Yeah.
So
speaking of which,
that's why
I found surprising, and I was going like, "What did he just say?" When you were talking about the third, Newton's third.
Oh, I said.
Did you use a shopping cart?
When was that? One today?
Yeah, you said something about a shopping cart.
Oh, balloon cart.
Oh, balloon cart. Balloon cart.
Oh, it was a balloon cart. Okay.
Yeah, balloon cart. Yeah.
Because I have a beef with the third as well, and I go, "What did he just say? A shopping cart?" Because I use that a shop, and I was saying, "Okay, wow."
Yeah, I have to admit my own personal grammar isn't brilliant. Could be a lot better, and I could be a lot clearer in the microphone. Sometimes I'm very unclear, but a lot of people
No, I'm sure I just misheard. And by the way, I'm with you on that one, 100%. The first one aggravates me as well.
Sure.
Something at rest tends to remain at rest. Oh wow! Did you go to college or university to figure that one out? Like there's a law. So I found that refreshing when you said that. Good on you.
Common sense, isn't it?
But he had to include that. Newton had to have included that because he had to cover. Because if you look at the first 1, 2, and 3, they all cover different situations. One's at rest. One's the F equals ma.
Yeah, that's right.
Which follows on from being at rest.
Absolutely, of course.
And then the third one follows on from the second one.
Yeah.
But how? Even the first one. When did he see something in a continuous motion traveling forever?
Yeah, but this is my gripe with science because they think of these ideals.
Yeah.
These situations that would never happen.
Ideal gas laws, thermal equilibrium, for
yeah.
example. That's another ideal situation that even science, even man, in his current society and with all of his technology, cannot create.
From what
thermal equilibrium.
From what we're aware of.
From what we're aware of. You can't create it.
And what you said about a man in 1650 coming up with these things, that was spot on as well. And let me ask you, where did he see something traveling forever? Like something in motion tends to remain in motion unless a force acts upon it. Where did he ever see something like traveling forever?
Yeah, that's just conceptual, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all Newton's all of Newton's theories of motion, laws of motion are all conceptual thinking. It's all abstract thought. They only exist in people's heads. Newton's laws of motion, they exist in people's heads. That's all. You won't find them in the natural world.
Yeah, but you would agree that if an object is in motion, it will impart a force.
Yeah, if an object's in motion, it will impart a force on another object because that object in motion is the force.
Yeah.
Exactly. Kinetics. Yeah, that's it.
Absolutely, yeah, sure. The trouble is us people have a better understanding of their science.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's even worse, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, we'd like to go now, guys. Thanks ever so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you, guys.
As well.
Yeah, hope to meet you again.
Sure, we'll do. Yeah, say hi to Brenda next time you see her.
Yeah.
Welcome anytime.
Yeah.
Water sort.
Sure. Okay then.
Thanks a lot.
Take care of yourself, guys. Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Good night.
Thanks.
Oh, look, you've just missed
you
Chike.
finished kissing? Yeah.
Oh, look. Oh, they're all running away from Chike. Hey.
Bev. Let me talk. Let me talk. You sit here telling lies that never been said.
Welcome,
ever.
Chikey. How have you been? Long time no see.
Yeah, I've been good. Thank you.
Yeah,
Good evening, Chikey. Good evening. How are you?
I said I'm fine. Thank you.
Jolly good.
Now, you've been sitting here telling lies.
I know, actually. I was actually in Southport for a bit of the time, so I was stood up on the beach.
I'm talking about right now, babe.
Oh,
right now.
I am sitting down
We
here.
say
Wait a minute.
you can't have water.
You can't have what?
Water creating horizontal plane because we live on a ball. Whoever said it?
Oh, do you have water forming a horizontal plane?
No, I have an argument coming from CST, and I'll post it here. And please show it on your screen.
If water form a plane.
Don't read from my post. Don't make up shit. You're not capable.
Agreed
This
by
is what
everybody.
we
Who's
say.
every?
Read what I posted.
Who's everybody that it's agreed
Bev,
by?
read what I posted.
Who's it agreed by?
It's agreed by me, and I can size it, and I know at least one more person.
At least one more. So
So
three
that's
of
everybody.
you is everybody.
Three is everybody.
All three of them.
Spaghetti
Everybody.
scientist.
Now you can size.
Okay.
You can
All right.
size.
So okay.
anyone
All right.
else
Okay. Now
that's
you
auto
and
plane.
I can
That's okay.
science that, and at least one other person has said, if water at rest create a horizontal plane, Earth, big E, cannot be
look at
spherical.
Agreed or not, Bev?
Whoa. It's agreed by you.
I thought it's agreed by you. When you
Well, I
talk
mean,
to
like when you talk
ICT.
about Big E,
Well,
I mean, like,
I'm-
I don't know, it can be whatever you want conceptually, right? It doesn't rely
It's
on the
Earth.
laws of reality in order
It's
for you to
Earth.
have a conceptual
It's
realization of what you're
It's
talking
Earth.
about.
Bev,
Okay.
it's Earth.
Okay, but we do agree then. If water at rest create a horizontal plane, Big E cannot be spherical. Like, do you have a spherical, like, when you talk about it? Is it spherical for you?
Agreed or not?
Well, I
I'm
mean,
not letting you
is,
sidetrack
I don't,
now.
like, I don't know, because it's
We
only
will
you and
go
two other
through
people.
this argument,
Yeah,
and
okay.
you will show me.
Yeah, well,
where
we're
did
just
I
trying to,
say-
we're just trying to
where did
redefine
I
the terms,
say
or define
that
the
we don't-
terms.
That you can't have a
Right, so when you're talking about Big E being spherical, you understand what spherical means, right?
Bev, I'm not
Jake,
talking
Jake,
about Big
Jake,
E being
Jake.
spherical at all.
Well, yeah, it does. That's what it says. If water at rest create a horizontal plane, Jake, Earth cannot be spherical. That's what it says.
Correct. Right.
That you and at least one or two other people have agreed on this.
No, you agreed on this.
What?
You agreed on this when you talk to ICST.
Did you agree on this as well?
I agree on this. I said
Okay, that's what we're
agreed
saying,
by
right? Okay,
everyone.
yeah.
Do
Well,
you
it's
have
not
an
everybody.
objection? Do you have an objection?
Well,
to this?
I like to know, when you say Earth, Big E, is that your deity? Like the
No, it's the Earth, you, me, and every other creature that lives that we know is
on Big E.
that Earth. Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, that's definitely
So,
your.
do you agree
your
or not?
deity.
Do you have
Well,
objection?
I agree that now that you've told me, I know what your deity is and the one that you're talking
No,
about.
I didn't say anything
Now,
about deity.
about spherical.
It's Earth.
Spherical.
It's Earth.
Spherical. Can we
Not
agree on what spherical is?
Don't take words.
Are you
It's
talking
the whole argument from the beginning
three-dimensional
to the end.
spherical, Euclidean three-dimensional spherical?
That's an argument from the beginning to the end.
Yes, Chikey.
Do you agree to it,
Chikey,
or not?
Chikey, when
You
you're
see
talking,
that
I'm just trying to stop you from sleeking through with your little
have
shitty
a
tactics.
debate because you cannot have
I'm
a
just trying to
conversation.
define spherical. Chikey, do you mean the
Spherical.
three-dimensional Euclidean spherical, solid geometry, or the two-dimensional conceptual spherical of the globe?
I don't know about no two-dimensional conceptual sphere.
Okay, so we're going about the three-dimensional. Okay, if
Yeah.
water at rest create a horizontal plane, Earth cannot be spherical. It cannot be a three-dimensional object. Yes, agreed.
Agreed. Okay. Let's move on. Therefore, science can tell us
Science.
that either, Bev, I didn't finish.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to stop me and say, start to analyze every word.
Well, yeah.
Science
Yeah, make sure you don't. Bev,
to
make
the
sure you don't.
argument.
Hang on, Jikey. Bev, I'm modding here. Bev, don't analyze every single word.
Okay.
I'm
No,
trying to.
all right.
Don't analyze. Just apparently don't think. Just don't think.
some of the words. I'll just pick out some of the
Don't
key
analyze.
ones that need to be
Don't
sorted.
analyze every word or ask really what
This is
science
good,
means
though.
to
This-
any particular person.
This is a good one. Can you repeat? Go on, read this out then. Read this
That's a
line
lie.
out. Go on.
That's a lie. You will analyze because in English you talk in words, you talk in sentences.
Like instead of therefore, can you have then?
Context
If then.
has meaning.
You can't
Okay.
have an if. Therefore. If then.
Therefore, science can tell us either that Earth is spherical or that water at rest create horizontal plane. Meaning science cannot tell us both.
Oh, why not? How come you can't have two different sciences telling you different things? Surely that'd be easy.
And then we get to the last sentence.
But this conclusion, it is invalid, completely invalid conclusion.
Finish. So
this is invalid in second line. In second line, this is invalid.
You didn't hear the last line. That's why you say it's invalid. The second line. So I'm getting to the third line.
It is already invalid.
Pepper, shut up! I'm talking.
I like
When
this.
I'm
I like
finished-
this. They're setting up a test. I like it. Globe testing.
When I'm
Globe science
finished,
testing.
you'll have your rebuttal.
Go on.
So, science indeed can, like nobody stops science from telling us that both Earth is spherical and water create a flat surface.
Wait, that doesn't say flat surface.
Agreed.
That doesn't say flat surface, Chike. It doesn't say flat surface anywhere where you just said.
Horizontal plane.
Oh,
Thank you.
Don't stop analysing all of the words.
sorry.
Let him just make up words that aren't there as well.
Hey, I accept horizontal plane.
Make sure you allow him to make shit up and verify whatever he's talking about.
Therefore, if science does say both things, we cannot rely on what science says at all.
Right.
Because
what about if it's somebody speaking on behalf of science?
I didn't finish, Bev.
We just disregard what that person
I'm
says.
just about to
like
finish.
you, Chike.
We can't rely because we can't choose whichever is convenient to us. We must test it. I'm not telling you, that you cannot have Earth water create horizontal plane because we live on a ball. No, I'm telling you that if you say science, tell us something, and I bring
science
something,
tells you something.
and I say science tell the other thing, the opposite,
Contradictory
then we
science.
must test it. Your excuse to hide behind science tells us is null and void.
No, you were the guys that are saying that you are science and that you are telling us things.
No, you kept saying science tell us.
No, I haven't
water
said science tells me anything. I've never said that at all. I think you might be getting confused, Chikey. You don't think I was taking the place of I can science that, do you? It was him that was saying.
Ben,
Chikey,
I'm asking you, do you really want me to go and fetch the place where you say science tells us? And
Go on then, yeah.
And
yes.
show you as a liar?
Yes,
Chikey,
yes.
Yes. In the next show,
yes, Chikey, please. Go and get it for us right now. Go on.
Hello, I will in the next show.
In when?
Not in the next show.
Oh, really?
Because
I think science says you're full of shit.
No, because your shows are 4 hours long. And it's not
I've just had a word with science. He came along and said he's full of shit.
Do you want to make a bet? Anyone willing to make a bet?
Chikey's full of shit. Anybody willing to get any odds on Chikey being full of shit?
I am myself. Check the Wikipedia page.
Oh, what? No way. Exhaustive.
Moderator.
Nobody does anything like you.
Is this contributing to the conversation? Your idiotic laugh.
Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
Don't laugh at Chucky. I'm gonna have to
Definitely.
censor you.
That
Please,
shows your
please.
level. That shows your level. Now, in Wikipedia, it says Earth has two radii.
Jesus.
It has a
Monologue.
polar radii, and
That's
it has
two? Only two?
Mhm. Yeah.
Whoa.
A
You
polar
sure?
radii and equatorial radii. Do you have any citation for water creating a horizontal plane?
Yeah. Wikipedia.
Same source you used.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like
Let-
that?
A
let's
water
see it.
level.
Let's
A
see it.
water level is
Let's
a
see
tool
it.
to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Yes,
That's what he
it's in
says.
Wikipedia.
Please quote it exactly as it said. Because I know you omitted the word, an important word.
A what? Sorry. Did you say the ward?
He omitted a word. Yes.
The award.
What?
Yeah.
A word. Yes.
I don't know. Like that may be a language thing.
Maybe it's a language thing.
Yeah.
He omitted the word that's in the Wikipedia, and he didn't say.
I still don't understand.
Go ahead, go to Wikipedia, find the value, and tell me what it says exactly.
Right. So from this logical thing that sort of you've attempted at, which I'm really impressed with, the amount of globe logic that I've seen over the last few days, I am amazed at you guys. You're really trying hard. This is
They
a
are
good
trying.
start.
You got to give them
It's a
that.
good
Yeah,
start.
yeah. Credit.
So your claim.
But
your claim now,
can I say from this logic that you've done here, you've got science says Earth is spherical. Would you say that because of that negates the chance of science saying that a water level is part of the level family of tools that establish horizontal planes?
in my opinion, yes, but I may be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And since you claim,
Are
your
there
claim is
tools
that-
though? Are there tools that do establish a horizontal plane? Or do you get rid of all of them completely?
Since it's your claim that there is a paradox here, that science claim both,
No.
We
You've
must go.
said that science can't say both. I didn't
did.
say science
I
said
did.
anything. I just said that in
yeah,
reality, a water level is a
I
tool
asked
for
for
establishing a
citation.
horizontal plane.
Well, Bev, I asked for citation, and
Of
one
a
of
level
your
tool.
helpers brought Wikipedia.
Yeah.
That wasn't me. That was one of your helpers.
One of
Anything
my
in
helpers.
dispute? Yes,
You
can
asked.
take
You
dispute.
asked for a citation for a
namely
water
the
level.
moderator. The moderator.
Yeah. So you asked for a citation for a water level establishing a horizontal plane, and you
Yep.
were given one. Is there something wrong with that? You asking for something
first I
and
said-
somebody giving you it? Was that a
No, no.
problem?
Not a problem.
Okay.
So first of all,
Why would
what
you
I
even
said,
fucking
what
stop?
I said that he forgot a word in his citation, important
Fucking
word.
goop.
And second, I said, even if I accept what he said, we have an apparent conflict here, and neither of
Who
us can
has an
say.
apparent conflict?
Neither of us can
Jake,
say because
Who
science says.
has an apparent conflict? Because I don't have a conflict. Apart from the
Bev,
fact that
Bev,
you
try
speaking
to-
on behalf of science.
You want to go to debate when you don't understand.
This isn't a
what's being
debate,
said
Chaiki. You've just
here.
walked in
No,
to
no.
try and say
You
something.
want to go to debate before you learn to talk, Bev?
I know we are talking, Chaiki.
No, you're not talking.
It's
You're
not-
certainly not
You
listening.
don't seem to be able to understand.
You
Chaiki.
certainly not listening, Bev,
Listening to what? Chaiki
to
talking
what's
shite.
being said.
Yeah,
because
you're speaking science
moderator.
shite on behalf of science.
Because
Which I think is a bit disingenuous because
your
you don't even
moderator
know what the
brought
science is.
Because your moderator brought a citation that
says a water level is a horizontal plane.
apparently
Yeah.
conflicts with my citation.
What, your citation of what?
Of Earth
Wikipedia.
having radii, Bev. You see, you can't follow a
Oh, right, I see.
conversation.
So
You
I
want to
get it
debate.
now. Because you've got something that says there's a radii, that means that level cannot be a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. It doesn't fit anything, Chaiki. It's not any
moderator?
sort of reason. It's like
Moderator?
a non sequitur, as we'd say.
Moderator?
Chaiki.
Where's the moderator?
How can I help you, sir?
Are you the moderator?
He's
Can
for
you
this one.
explain
You called for a moderator.
Explain what I said to Bev, please, because he seems not to understand my English.
Well, he understands. He's responding.
I know
to you.
he doesn't, because he asked me questions about things I stated clearly, and he keep asking me questions that seems to mean that he didn't understand me clearly.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
You are a globe scientist extraordinaire, Chaiki.
Didn't I say that if there is a conflict,
what
we must
citation did you
test
bring?
it?
What citation did you bring?
Say, Bev,
Where
that if there
is
conflict,
your science citation?
Bev, didn't
please?
I say that if there is a conflict, we must test for it? We cannot.
I know, yeah, I'm hoping you are.
Neither.
Brilliant.
So why are you asking me?
So what are you
does
testing?
It mean that we need to accept
What are you
my,
testing,
my
Chaiki?
claim? When
What
I told
are
you specifically
testing?
no.
What are you going to test?
Why
Chaiki?
do you ask me this question, Bev?
What are you going to test? Because you said you must test it. What must you be testing? Please tell us.
Does water create a horizontal plane?
Brilliant. How are you going to test it, Chaiki?
Me?
Yeah.
I take your picture of the outer level, and I see a drop, and I know that Earth is not flat, Bev.
We're talking about a
Great,
water
good.
level establishing a horizontal plane, dude. What the fuck's that got to do with an auto level or
level.
a picture?
What does according to you? Last time I talked to you,
Chaiki,
an
hello.
outer level?
A water level. Look, read your fucking thing that you brought in, please. What does it say? If water at rest create a horizontal plane,
it's a
right? So where's the auto level? Where's the picture? Where did that come into it?
Why do I need a picture?
Because you're meant to be testing if water create a horizontal plane. It's within your logical statement, Chaiki.
Correct.
Right. So where are you going to test it?
Me, I did.
How?
Looking through your auto level.
No, Chaiki, you cannot test the water level for being a tool to establish a horizontal plane
you see,
by
Bev?
looking
Bev?
at a picture.
I can. Look, you're now arguing from incredulity, which is not a very good
He's
thing for
laughing.
you.
He's got Jupiter's delight now.
Just because you can't do something doesn't mean other people can't do it too. By the way, where is Pepper Organist though? I thought he had something.
I am
to
here,
say.
and I am
raise your
listening to
objection
this bullshit. And
raise
so-
your objection to my argument.
Yes, because in second sentence, therefore, it is not therefore, because this is non sequitur.
No sequitur.
Science can tell us whatever it can tell us, regardless if of the first sentence. So there is no.
I agree.
This is not conclusion from first sentence. This is
okay. Listen, I agree. I said I agree.
Wait,
I agree.
why
maybe
you
I need to add if
why you are
science is
interrupting me?
reliable.
I
need to add
please
if science
don't
is
interrupt
reliable.
me. Why you are interrupting me? If
Because I said I agree.
If water at rest create a horizontal plane, this is condition, and conclusion: Earth cannot be spherical, and it has nothing to do with what you wrote below that. Completely nothing to do.
Well, if you bring
that's why
citation
it's not
from science,
sequitur.
a scientific citation, I can do it.
You can do it, but this citation proves nothing.
Well,
in regard to first sentence, completely nothing.
Yes,
no, because science, it means some people which who say something in Wikipedia cannot disprove a tool for establishing a horizontal plane by saying something in Wikipedia.
Well, Pepper,
just
it was not one sentence, it was two sentences.
It doesn't
Did
matter.
You read them both. Yes, it does matter.
It can be thousand. It can be thousand. It can be thousand sentences. It doesn't matter.
It says, therefore,
Still,
science can tell us either this or that, or science is unreliable and we cannot trust it.
Oh, don't be saying that. Don't be saying that, Chikey.
Why not?
It's
I can
blasphemous, that,
say
for
it.
your
I
science.
can say it. We can trust it and we must test it ourselves. Your argument that you don't need to test if water level create horizontal plane or not.
No, I
is
completely
null
agree. If
and
you
void.
need to test it, you can test it. That's completely fine
No,
by me,
you
Chikey.
need to test it, Bev.
No.
You need
No, you
because
said
you
you're
make the
doing
claim.
it. I'll just wait and see what happens when you test it.
Listen, Bev.
I'll sit
listen,
back.
Bev.
We've done our tests already. You can do
you
your
didn't.
test, Chikey.
No, which test you done?
I was going to ask, Bev, wouldn't your test when you showed that the different water levels all lay within the same plane, wouldn't that
How do you know
prove
it's
that the water
plane
level?
page?
Oh, thank you, Chikey. How rude are you? Can't get one
How
sentence
do you
out.
know it's a plane page?
Because all the different water levels lay within the same plane. There was no
How do you
tilting on
know?
any of them.
I'm asking you, how do you know that all water lay in the same plane? That's your
Because
claim. I
that's what the
understand it.
test showed. They were shared.
No, the test showed that all the water levels are level with each other. That's what it showed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Fucking Chikey comedy hour here. It's great. Good stuff. I like it.
No,
But
because
it's not
I'll
often
hold
we
your
get
feet
shaky.
to the fire until you can't walk.
Well, are you teaching us how to... What are you doing? You're
Still,
teaching
this
us how
text-
to walk, are you?
still, this text it is complete non sequitur. This is not an argument.
They're trying though, aren't they? At least.
Yeah, definitely
they're
trying.
Like, at least.
And it is look,
definitely. Let's say
there's lots of
definitely
value.
It took
wrong.
a month
Go, Chucky.
to try and do
Bev's
this.
talking.
Yeah, months we've been doing this for months. And
I want to
I
hear
was
the
fearing
logical
that you
argument,
guys would
what I
ever get
said.
involved with the logic at all.
Prove me with logic.
I
That's
said
what I
that
say is false.
there's no logic on the globe model. It doesn't work.
I just taught you logic.
Oh, have you?
You will be hit in the face with logic. You wouldn't know it, Bev.
Really?
Yeah, because you had the model
that
scholars
stuff
in
that
your
you've
head.
just give us.
You had the model scholars in your head. And what did you do? You start say, they say, they say, they say, they say.
I
Why
know
didn't
we've
you
got a
resolve this
modus
model scholars?
tollens. You'd be shitting yourself when you see this modus tollens.
Well, I was expecting to hear about paradox today.
With about a paradox.
You said yesterday that today you'll talk about the hump paradox.
Yeah, the horizontal
Ooh.
paradox.
Yesterday
Bev,
it was hump.
he's watching the show. He loves your show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I will say I know that paper has a problem with the logic formulation and stuff. Bev's right. It's a good try. I for one love it because Bev, we're going through Chikey's statement on the next AA night.
Oh,
the next AA night we have off show. It's an
Have
off
we-
show.
Have you saved
It's an
that
off show
in
thing,
the,
Chikey.
logic room
Yeah, I
or
haven't,
something?
but I will. I'll save it right now. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic.
I've got a few
Yeah,
logical
AA
statements from the
night.
globe
Yeah,
as well.
it's going to be
Night was
great.
yesterday. You talked about church and about
Global
Blumable
logic.
science, about Beb, about I don't know what,
Well,
but
you're
not
making
about
notes.
logic. No
You're making
word about
notes.
logic you had.
A real fan of the show.
Notes.
It's
Yeah,
great.
I like that. I like that, Chikey. Thanks.
Well,
I hope you
show,
replayed it as well. Get a double play out of it.
Today I wasn't because I was expecting paradox, and then you kept going with this delusional guy.
You're not keeping up with this, Chikey. This is Hump Day.
Yeah.
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah. Do you know about the horizontal paradox?
Did you talk about the
Chikey?
hump there?
Chikey, it's a really quick one. Do you know about the horizontal paradox?
I told you when you were in Blue Marble Science side chat, there are no paradoxes, Bev.
Okay.
Paradoxes exist in the mind of those who don't understand the model.
Okay, right. So it is a model-only paradox. It doesn't exist in reality. and it doesn't exist within geometry, and it doesn't exist within mathematics.
It doesn't exist
Exactly.
anywhere.
Exactly. But
not in reality, not in mathematics, not ever.
Okay, so but when you have a horizontal line on a model, like when it's not real, it's definitely not in reality, but it's on a model, and you have perpendiculars to that plane, right? As it states within Euclidean geometry, well, it says if two lines be perpendicular to a plane, then they will be parallel to each other. I think. Don't quote me exactly.
I agree.
You agree on that, right? Well, 100%. If the plane is horizontal, the two perpendicular lines to it would be vertical, wouldn't they? And then those two verticals would be
defined vertical.
Would be parallel, wouldn't they?
Defined vertical.
Perpendicular to a horizontal plane.
Well, then yeah.
Good. See, like no paradox. Da-da! Because in reality, the perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be vertical, and they all will be parallel. No paradox. I'm glad we got that one sorted.
All lines that are perpendicular to a plane are parallel. End of story.
And if the plane is horizontal,
verticals.
Doesn't matter what the plane is.
I know. If you can have a horizontal plane, then you can have perpendiculars to it, which are parallel. In reality, there's no problem, is there?
Not at all.
I know. Good. Glad we agree, Chaiki.
Yeah, just don't bring the plum, because then I'll disagree.
What, the vertical?
The plum.
Are they not vertical?
I asked you
to
define vertical, and you said 90 degrees, then I agree.
The plum is vertical,
if you say plum, I will disagree there.
Well, the plum is vertical, though, Chaiki.
Well, the plum is vertical.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Where the plum is.
Mm-hmm.
To that horizontal plane.
Yeah.
And no other. And no other.
Yeah, the
drop
horizontal
another
plane.
plum. Drop another plum next to it. And it's not parallel. It's perpendicular. It's perpendicular to another horizontal.
How can you prove that?
Parallel.
That's ridiculous, Chaiki. You can't just go from a horizontal plane to a not horizontal plane.
Ridiculous is not a logical argument,
What? You just come up with a blatant fallacy, Chaiki.
Say something.
You said verticals, Chaiki, not radials. So you've only just got two verticals from the ground up. No, you don't have anything from the ground under the ground.
Right. So
all you've got is a horizontal that you're now dropping two verticals onto. Verticals are parallel.
I said plums. I didn't say vertical.
Are you okay with the horizontal paradox, Chaiki?
Because Bev defined verticals is perpendicular to a horizontal plane. Then I can't accept that they are a synonym with the plum.
Vertical.
So this is your problem. Only your problem.
No, it's not my problem.
Yeah, you can't accept that.
It is your problem that you cannot accept.
It's how, Chaiki, it's how you resolve the horizontal paradox.
There is no paradox, Beth.
Yeah, because you've just resolved it by pretending that the horizontal plane doesn't exist.
No.
Yeah.
When did I say that?
Yeah.
When did I say horizontal plane does not exist?
When you said that you can't have two perpendiculars to it.
I never said that either, Ben.
Right, so you can have perpendiculars to a horizontal plane.
You can have million perpendiculars to horizontal
and they
plane.
will be vertical, right?
If that's how you define vertical, Bev. If you define vertical as a plumb line, no.
It's perpendicular.
Yeah, if you define them as perpendicular, that's how they define.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like plumb lines are perpendicular.
Plumb line.
Yeah, but plumb lines are perpendicular to level, aren't they?
Plumb lines are perpendicular
to level.
To anything that is perpendicular to the plumb line.
Yeah.
It means to level.
horizontal.
Certainly not level.
Yeah, this is fantastic, Chaiki. You're really good at doing this.
wow.
I love it.
So plumb line is perpendicular to what?
Plumb line is a plumb line.
Is vertical to what? Say
It's
that.
not vertical to anything. It's plumb
Not
line.
not to anything.
Of the gravity. It's vector of gravity.
This is gibberish.
It's vertical to anything that is it is perpendicular to anything that is perpendicular. What do you want?
This is tautology. Tautology.
Vertical to
Yes.
anything
Sorry.
that is perpendicular. What do you want?
You are going mental. Sorry, but
This one is perpendicular to this one. And this one is perpendicular to this one.
Defined it
Oh,
for
this
me,
one
Bev.
is perpendicular to this one.
Bev,
Yeah,
it
we
was
understand
your
what
definition. I asked you,
perpendicular
how
is,
do you
Chaiki.
define vertical? You said perpendicular to the horizontal. Then I said, okay, you can define it any way you want.
You can define.
But
No, you
we know-
can't
well, you
really
can't
define
define
it
a plumb
however
line.
you want.
Well, you can't define the plumb line because we know what the plumb line is.
Yeah.
It's something physical. It's
It's
not
vertical.
something- Vertical to what?
Vertical.
To
A plumb
what?
line, Chaiki. Come on, wake up.
Plumb line is vertical to what?
It's just vertical. Or do you need to check it? Do some science check it. You may as well get some. I'm gonna say you need to check that, Chaiki.
I want Euclid citation that vertical does not need any reference.
vertical
ahead.
means up
get it.
and down. Just up and down. This
That's
is
your
vertical.
definition of vertical.
And plumb
And you
line
can-
is up and down also.
how you want to
Therefore, vertical is plumb
That's
line.
how you want to define.
Plumb line and vertical are the same.
Pepper, I said, fine. If that's how you want to define it, you can have only one vertical.
Yeah, he's trying to separate him, isn't he, Paper?
Plan.
This, yes, I know, but this is the same because it is in reality up and down. You can check it. You
I
can
said,
check it.
if you want.
Not
to
if you
define-
want. It
No, no.
is. It
If
is
you
checked
want-
already. No, if you want. If you do, and people
what?
do, and
What
people
are you going
checked,
to do? Tell
and
me.
they know that this is true. They
True-
can.
what
They
is
don't
true
need
what?
to check it again.
What is true?
Just for you.
What is true, Pepper?
Truth is accordance between what we think and what we see.
What
so we
is
can see.
true,
Excuse
Pepper?
me, and I can elaborate on that. And if we can see the plumb line, and we can see that this is up and down, and vertical is also up and down, it means that vertical is plumb line, and this statement is true by itself.
How can you
Thank
see
you
that
very much.
vertical can you see that vertical is up and down?
I didn't understand you.
I see verticals going sideways. What are you talking about?
What?
Where you can
Where do you see that? Show
In
us.
Bev's,
Please show us.
In Bev's picture.
Which picture?
Your picture.
Which picture?
Give me a second, huh?
Verticals going sideways. Really? Interesting, Chaiki.
I got $5. He's full of shit.
If two straight lines be at right angles to the same plane, they shall be parallel to one another.
Yeah, see the tower?
How do you like
It's
that one,
leaning
Chaiki?
away
Do you like
from
that? I
It's
might have got it
leaning-
a little bit wrong. Did you hear? If two straight lines be at right angles to the same plane, they shall be parallel to one another.
I agreed.
It's the horizontal paradox.
It's no paradox. What
It is,
paradox
because if
that?
that plane is horizontal, those two lines would be vertical, and then they would be parallel.
No.
Don't
If
say
you
that's a
want
dirty
to
word, I know.
define
They would be. They
perpendicular
would
lines,
be. Chaiki,
go-
do you know how conditional statement works? Or you don't know?
I know how logic works, and you have none of it. None.
You know how logic works. Bev said if this is conditional, if we have horizontal plane and we have vertical to this plane, therefore all verticals on that plane will be parallel.
Citation?
This is logical statement.
Citation.
Citation for what?
Proposition 6. Euclid's Elements, book 11. Proposition 6.
Let's see it.
It's there in the chat. Look at it now. I took a picture of it. The proof that this will always be true. It's awkward, I know. And you
He's
can
still mad
debunk.
he doesn't.
Yeah.
So
I agree, but I agree to this.
Right
Where it
now,
says
what the
vertical
additional
here.
statement is, he was surprised that he didn't know what he did, so he's trying to just obfuscate by asking for a citation.
Where is the vertical?
Perpendicular. If the
Perpendicular
if the
is not
horizontal.
vertical, Bev. Don't be a clown.
What?
I told you,
Like
you don't
Blackpool
need
Tower is not
my head
mentioned
to
in the,
look bad.
If
You
two
make
straight
me
lines
close
be at
myself.
right angles to the same plane, they shall be parallel to one another. The
I
geometric
agree.
statement. Okay. Now,
where's the vertical?
if the plane be horizontal, hence the horizontal paradox, this is why it's a paradox, Chaiki. Because if you have a horizontal plane, then those two lines will be vertical. They will also be parallel.
Citation.
There,
If I need
proposition
definition,
6.
I
just read
no,
you the citation.
proposition 6 does not talk not about horizontals and not about verticals, Bev.
No, it talks about
I
the
need-
geometric concepts of understanding
I
the
agree.
plane and the
I
lines
agree.
that are perpendicular to it.
I absolutely agreed, and
Yeah.
now I need definition for horizontal and for vertical.
What?
Because if we don't have definitions of horizontal and vertical, we cannot speak.
Okay, let me find
Horizontal
some. I'll find some of those.
is parallel plane or line to horizon.
Right, this will definitely sort it out for you, right, Chaiki? When I get you a definition of horizontal that you asked for and you require, right? I'll get you that, and then you will get the vertical definition, because you'll be getting them as well, won't you? Yeah? You sure? You getting them?
I don't need to get anything.
You don't need to get. Well, you just told us that we'll get them, and then we'll sort it out for you, right?
Yeah, you make claims, not me. Pepper,
Okay,
you
so
know
here we
that
go. There's a
they
few.
don't
There's
like
a few
this
horizontals that you
horizontal,
asked for,
horizon.
Chaiki. You check them, because you're the ones that asked for them. Definition. Are you sure they're all right? And what have we got here? There's some
So
vertical
Earth is
ones
flat.
here.
So Earth is flat. Bev.
No, has nobody said anything about
Well,
Earth?
well, you
What
say
are we talking about?
measured, contained in
A plane,
in a plane parallel
perpendicular.
to the
Yeah.
horizon. The
Yeah.
horizon is part of Earth. If this is
No, the
this
horizon is an
horizontal,
apparent position, Chaiki.
Bev, if this
Chaiki.
is your definition to horizontal, then Earth is horizontal.
Here they go. And here's another one.
There's
Vertical.
no running away from it, you know.
What? No, we're not talking about the Earth. Don't worry about it, Chaiki. We're just talking about horizontals. In reality, right? Obviously.
Yeah, where this is from?
And then vertical. Got some vertical
Where
ones
did you
there.
take it from? Where did you take it from?
The dictionary. You said you'll have to get some
Dictionary.
definitions.
Give me a fucking break. I want it from
I said a definition. Where'd you get a definition from?
Well, definition from
No,
scientific
Euclid just
definition.
does the basic
Mathematical
concepts.
definition.
Yeah, Euclid just does the basic concepts of geometry, Chaiki.
Suddenly, Euclid
It's a
is
shame. It's a
just
shame,
basic
Chaiki.
concepts.
It's a
Suddenly,
shame,
Euclid
isn't it?
is just basic concepts.
It is, yes. It's the elements.
but
It's
yes,
called the
yesterday it was
elements,
reality.
Chaiki. The elements.
Yesterday
the
it was
basics.
reality.
Basics,
we have,
yes.
We have a horizontal plane in reality, and now it's just a basics.
Yeah, the elements gives us the
Element.
basics. Yes.
Mhm.
You apply it to reality by using terms like horizontal and vertical, like we do in reality. At least those of us that live in and work and do these sort of things in reality, right? Not you, obviously.
So Earth is flat, you say?
No.
There is
The Earth is
horizontal.
definitely not flat, Chaiki.
That's in your
Absolutely
definition.
not.
That's in your first definition.
It's
Ben.
not.
Should
It's
we
not,
strike
Chaiki.
it out? Should we strike it out?
Should you strike what out?
The
fact
first
that you
definition
think the
of
Earth's flat.
horizontal
Yes,
that you brought.
definitely.
That you
Strike that
brought.
out, Chaiki. Definitely, it's not flat. So strike that out of your imagination. The Earth is not flat. We're just talking about horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, it says measured or contained in a plane parallel to the horizon. Horizon is
that's what I said.
parallel.
Yeah.
Horizon is parallel to the horizontal, and horizontal is horizontal. Then Earth is
And
horizontal
horizontal is horizontal. Great.
because the horizon is part of Earth. It's the sea, right?
Yes, it means that if horizon is parallel to horizontal, it means that horizontal is parallel to horizon.
No,
Great.
it means that Earth is horizontal.
Bravo.
It means that Earth is horizontal. And Bev refuses to agree that Earth is horizontal. I can't continue.
No, you say flat. You tell him to agree it's flat.
No,
Don't
no,
you dare
I'm saying
change
horizontal.
that to say,
No,
now
no,
you are. That's never
No.
what you've said before.
that's not true. You can follow the thread. I talked to him on Twitter. I said flat or horizontal if you wish. You can choose horizontal, not flat. That's okay with me.
So we have horizon.
Can I
and
just
we
point
have
out as well
horizontal.
here, Chaiki's doing this similar sort of thing. The Earth isn't horizontal. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. It doesn't make the Earth horizontal. It doesn't make the soil horizontal. It doesn't make the hills horizontal. It doesn't make anything horizontal. It just describes horizontal. You asked for the definition of horizontal. You also asked for the definition of vertical. Do you want to get the definition of vertical over with as well?
Don't pretend now.
Vertical, it says, being or situated at right angles to the horizon. Vertical, it says.
No, I don't think anyone.
These adjectives mean being at approximately right angles to the horizon or to level ground. Yeah, perpendicular and plumb are generally used to specify an angle of precisely 90 degrees, a perpendicular.
Listen, Bev, you know, I explained it to you. I don't care about the little island.
This is where it goes. Nah.
I don't care about the little island.
You needed citations.
Pepper, I was talking. I
You
don't care about the little islands of land. I'm talking
What
about
islands
the
of land? What are you talking about?
The vast area of Earth, which is 70%, is horizontal. That's what you hear. There is a little bump of
70%.
land. I don't care about.
This is your story. You are just telling fairy tale.
What is fairy tale?
Your globe. You are
I
talking
didn't
about
say anything
your
about
imagination.
The globe.
We
Did
are
I
talking,
say a word about the globe?
You needed the
Did I
definitions.
say a
You
word
wanted
about the globe,
definitions
Pepper? You
and
delusional.
citations, and we brought you, Bev, you citations and definitions, and why we are talking about your imaginary.
Well, I disagree with those definitions.
So the further discussion is pointless.
Show us yours then, Chaiki. Show us your more favourable ones that you do agree with.
I posted your
Write
picture.
your own ones up. Chaiki,
I don't need to.
Chaiki,
I don't need to.
Chaiki. Get us your definitions. Go on. Tell us what favourable definitions of horizontal and vertical you want to use. Other than the ones that are in the dictionary that you asked for. You asked for a definition of horizontal and vertical. We give you them. You're saying, "Nuh-uh, that's no good. I don't like them. They're not the ones that I agree with." And then we say, "Well, what Chaiki, what do you want? Which ones do you agree with?" I'm guessing aporia. Where have you lost them? Chaiki? Where's your definitions for horizontal and vertical that you do agree with?
Well, actually, I don't have, and I don't need to because
you don't have them.
Wow. Nobody care about.
But you don't agree with those ones in those dictionaries.
Nobody care about no horizontal and no vertical. We care about zenith and
oh yeah, just tell them. Yeah, did he say that to you? Well done. Yeah, nobody cares about that. Forget about that. Forget about vertical and horizontal.
Why should I? Why do I care about vertical and horizontal?
But I'm guessing because you've just fucking lost really badly, Chaiki.
Why do I need them? Why do I need them?
You've just been made to look like a tit.
Why do they have?
If you don't come up with them, Chaiki, you're going to look like a really big tit. I know you looked like a big tit before. Now you're going to just look like you're really bad because it looks like you're struggling right now. You're talking about the horizontal paradox. You're showing everybody, Chaiki, how easy it is to really fuck up a globe. You just talk about horizontals and point out that there's a horizontal paradox. I've even pointed out the Euclidean geometric proposition that you can show you, and you start wobbling. You don't know what to do. Because you agree with the geometric position. You just can't put it in a horizontal position, which proves that the horizontal paradox is true for those people that have a globe model.
Yeah, horizontal and vertical are mathematical definitions.
Yeah. Geometric.
Geometric, yeah.
But that means them being geometric means we can gain proof from them, right?
No, you can't. Absolutely not. You can't.
That's where your proofs are. Yeah. Oh yes, you can.
You need measurements. No. How do you infer from geometry how Earth is how Earth looks?
You don't.
What a level line is. How do you infer?
You can know how to measure distances in reality.
Go ahead, measure them.
Yeah, we do.
Give me a sec, will you?
Is this you, Chaiki?
Mm-hmm.
You sound so desperate.
He is fighting
You really
for his
are.
globe model, like really. They're obviously struggling for globe heroes tonight, so they've had to send Chaiki in.
I'm surprised they didn't tell him to mute.
Well, he's obviously one of the top guys now. I mean, they trust Chaiki. I mean, I bet Chaiki even helped out doing that logic thing. Did you, Chaiki? Did you help out, or was it all yours?
What's wrong with you, Ben?
How much of that logic thing is it yours? You're going to hold your hand up and say, "No, it was mine. I did it. I did that. I'm going to own up to that."
Everyone that comes in your room was sent by somebody. That's for sure.
You're struggling, Chaiki, so badly.
What's wrong with you? Are you okay?
Yeah. How much did you have input into that logic thing that you brought in? Or did they just dump it on you and say, "Go and take that, Chaiki"?
I just put what ICST put on paper, on writing.
On who?
That's
50?
What?
Did you? Who did it?
I can science that.
Oh, I can science that's logic. Oh, well, I commend him for doing that.
Because
yeah,
he kept repeating it and you kept ignoring what he's saying, Ben. You didn't let him finish. You kept interrupting him. You didn't listen to the argument like you always do.
I was trying to save him from writing some really stupid logic down. But it looks like you
did that. And debate Red's rhetoric. Why would he waste his time with you.
He won't. He won't debate me. We all
Be-
know that,
I
Chaiki.
told
We
you,
all said, Emma
because-
said, right, for the first thing Emma said, she said, there's no
because
way Red's rhetorical could do
I had-
anything like that to debate you.
I had
He's
pepper
shit
organism.
scared. And I think he is. I do really think he is shit scared. He doesn't want to debate. He's not practiced debating yet, has he?
Yeah, you're really scary. I had Pepper Organist says.
Is that what he said? I bet
That
he did,
claims we make have consequences.
He should
And
calm
your
down.
claim.
What
that
claim?
That the horizon is horizontal has consequences. That makes
There's
all the
consequences for the
oceans
globe.
horizontal, Bev. You can't run away from it.
No, I didn't say that. Don't put into my mouth
You didn't
words.
say that.
I didn't say. I didn't say that ocean. I didn't say that oceans are flat. Or
I didn't say you
horizontal.
said oceans. I said you said everything we say has consequences.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
everything you say
yes,
has consequences.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's where what you said ends.
Yes,
and now I say
horizon. This
if
is
you
line.
say the
This is
horizon
line.
is horizontal,
Horizon.
consequence is
Chaiki.
all the oceans are
Chaiki,
horizontal. That's the consequence.
horizon is a line when we can see that the line of water is meeting the sky. This is horizontal line on horizon plane.
I'll get you a few more horizontal
line
ones
plane.
if you
You,
want.
you make up your mind.
So this horizon line, which we can see, this apparent horizon, this is horizon, and we can
So it's
create.
not really horizontal.
The horizon is not horizontal. Oh, so what it is then?
I'm asking. You need to decide. If you say it's horizontal,
Horizon.
that makes the consequences that the oceans are horizontal.
No, it doesn't. Have you never heard of tides and waves?
Show me how.
Have you never heard of tides and waves?
Show me.
Have you ever heard
geometrically.
of tides and
Give me-
waves, Chaiki?
Then why do you say that the horizon is horizontal?
Because look, it says the definition for horizontal mathematics. It
Bev.
says horizontal lines go from left to right and are parallel to the horizon.
But the horizon is not a straight line. You see what? So
Well,
why
it
you bring
seems to
horizon
say
here?
within mathematics that it is.
There's no oceans in mathematics, Bev.
What?
You need to decide. Either the horizon is not horizontal, it's not a straight line.
The horizon is
It has
horizontal.
ups and downs. Then it doesn't have ups and downs. And don't bring tides here. Okay?
So
it
this
can't
definition.
be both. You can't eat the cake and have it, Bev.
So this definition of horizontal, you don't agree with that?
Absolutely not.
There are no oceans in mathematics.
So you
horizon is
so you have to bring your
horizon
own
is
definition.
The horizon is evidently not a straight line.
Yeah, come on then, Chaiki. Let's have your definition. Let's see it. Come on, don't be shy. Now's your time to come out. Let's see what you've got. Don't be keeping it secret.
Keep what secret?
Your definition of horizontal.
Perpendicular to plumb.
And what about plumb?
That's it.
That would make it vertical. Make plumb vertical, perpendicular.
That will
horizontal.
make plumb.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
you
this
said
is not
perpendicular.
I don't need to.
Horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. Chaiki. You said
I
that.
thought-
That's your
I thought you like to keep things simple.
Yes.
Adding words to
Chaiki
something
says
we already have
horizontal
word for.
is perpendicular to
Adding a
plumb.
word- Adding a word to something we already have a word for does not add to simplicity.
Okay, now is plumb perpendicular to level?
How do you mean? Level are 2 points in
You
the
said
distance.
horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. Is plumb perpendicular to level?
To level?
Mm-hmm.
Can we have perpendicular to curved surfaces? To curved planes? To curves?
To curved planes? What's
To
that?
curves. I think we can. So yeah.
There
let's
is no
say-
plane which is
have-
curved.
yeah.
There are no curved
The
planes.
level-
He's just making
the level-
stuff up, though. Don't
level
worry
lines
about
are curved.
it. What?
Level lines are curved. What do you want?
Say it louder. Go on.
Level
Say it like
lines
you
are curved.
Mhm. Right, so we can't have plumb being perpendicular to level then in your.
Why not?
Well, because do you know what perpendicular is?
Perpendicular means two straight lines meeting at right angles. Two straight angles, two straight right angles, and two straight lines.
Really?
Two
so
right
if you
lines.
have curve, then you cannot have perpendicular.
So I have a telescope. It has a spherical mirror, right?
That's a
if
what?
I shoot the center, spherical mirror.
A spherical what?
Mirror, Bev. What's your problem?
It has a round mirror in your telescope.
Spherical, I said.
Spherical mirror.
Yeah, there are parabolic mirrors and there are spherical. Mine is spherical.
Spherical.
Right. That makes it curved, right?
It means spherical. It means it's like a ball.
No, it means
you
it's
have
spherical.
ball mirrors.
It's a slice of a ball. It's not a ball. It's spherical.
Slice of a ball. What are you
Yes.
sure you know what you're talking about, Chikey?
Yes, it's a slice. It's a little portion of a sphere with the radius of 900 millimeters.
900 millimeters.
Yes, that's the radius.
The radius of your mirror.
Right.
Like the radius of the sphere, the spherical mirror that you have in there.
If there was a sphere, there is no sphere. There is a little chunk of the sphere.
But the radius is.
Yes.
The radius of the sphere.
Yes. Yes.
So the diameter of the sphere.
Yes. A 9 millimeters line will all converge.
9 millimeters.
900 millimeters line.
900 millimeters.
Anywhere on the sphere will all meet at the center point.
Okay. Like a hemisphere.
It's not like a hemisphere. I'm telling you, it's a small portion of a sphere.
Yeah, with a radius of 900. I understand what that is.
It's just 114 millimeters. It's a very small portion of the sphere.
Yeah, but if it has a radius of 900 millimeters, it must be a semicircle, at least.
And what?
Well, where's the radius point of it?
The radius?
Yes.
It's the radius. It's the point from it is measured to all its points on the surface. From some point 900 millimeters away, you will measure 900 millimeters to the side, to the center, to any point on that mirror.
Center of what?
But you never saw a spherical mirror.
Your center is outside of this sphere.
Like those
it
mirrors
doesn't
that
belong to
women
that
use.
It's a
sphere.
spherical mirror, though. He said it's a spherical, not just curved. Spherical mirror.
Of course, it's spherical.
Not round. Spherical.
It is round.
And what it has to do with the horizon.
Hold on, because Bev has to sidetrack. You understand? No, I take a laser.
You sidetrack with your fucking telescope.
No, I'm trying to talk now, and you
Spherical
talk
mirror.
over me, Bev.
Yeah.
Now I take a laser and I shoot it to the center of the mirror, and it bounced right back to where it came from. Now tell me which angle it did not hit the spherical mirror.
Are you all right, Chokey?
I'm fine, 100%.
And
So a
maybe
clear line of path to it. Nothing blocking it, apparently.
Well, you just shine a
Well,
laser on your spherical mirror.
There is a mirror in the way, but it's 45 degrees. So it goes to the mirror 45 degrees, goes to the center of the mirror, bounce back to the 45-degree mirror and back to the where the laser came from. If it doesn't, I need to adjust it so it will, because then it's collimated and the image will be correct.
Wow, like that was a good lesson. That
So
Chikey.
if it bounced straight back, which angle did it hit the mirror?
Yeah, you've lost me, Chikey. Don't be.
If
If
you
anybody's
shine-
listening, please don't shine lasers
yeah.
into your.
Let's take
telescope.
a flat mirror. Let's take a flat
What
mirror.
it
If you
has to do
shine-
with
If
horizon?
you shine a laser on a flat mirror.
Non sequitur. But
if
it's a
you
good one,
shine-
isn't it, Chike? You think this is a winner?
If you shine a laser on a flat mirror and
Yeah.
it comes straight back, what angle did you hit the mirror?
What? Sorry?
If you shine a laser on a flat mirror and it bounced back to
Yeah, people,
the laser,
people, please
where it came from.
please don't play like with Chikey with mirrors and lasers.
Well,
you
you
might
can,
get
yeah.
it. Please wear glasses and be aware
Right.
that these lasers can get in people's eyes, shining
Right.
them off mirrors.
Yeah, I said
Like
if I
what
didn't
about
suggest anyone.
about horizon?
What is the angle?
What
What is
about
the angle?
horizon?
What is the
Horizon.
angle? I'm trying to show you that you can have angles to spherical surfaces.
What, by shining lasers?
You
Laser
cannot
angles.
measure angles.
Specifically,
with a laser.
Specifically 90-degree angles.
Why is that?
I told you. If
What,
you
you're
shine
doing geometry
if you
with
shine the
lasers
laser,
and telescopes?
if you shine the laser and it bounced back straight to the laser on a flat mirror, what angle did it hit the mirror?
Don't know. You tell us.
I thought you're the expert of.
I'm definitely not the.
Are you
expert at
stopped at the straight line? That's
lasers
where your geometry
and-
stopped.
Yeah, lasers and mirrors is somebody else's department.
It's straight lines.
We were talking about plumb line, horizon, and level.
Well, I wasn't talking about the horizon. I said the plumb line is
No, we were.
perpendicular. I said the
Aporia.
plumb line is perpendicular to the level line. Yes, which is a sphere.
Can we go back to the topic of plumb line, horizon, and level?
What plumb line has to do with the horizon?
So you can admit
We'll get that
that
vertical, should I?
that plumb line. You agreed that plumb line is perpendicular to horizon or to horizontal.
No, don't say I agreed because I
but
didn't. Because
you,
I didn't.
You
Why would
did
it
say
be
that.
perpendicular to the horizon? No, I didn't. You
I
never heard me
guess
say
you
plumb line is
did.
perpendicular to the horizon, ever.
Perpendicular and plumb are generally used to specify an angle of precisely 90 degrees. A perpendicular.
To what?
To the horizon. These
The horizon?
adjectives mean being at or approximately at right angles to the horizon, or to level ground.
Who sees the horizon? What are you talking about?
Perpendicular to it. I mean, like you can definitely hold a plumb bob up and then look at the horizon, right?
Oh, you can. Can you do it now?
Yeah.
Can you do it now? You can.
Well, no, it's dark.
Ah, it's
and I'm
dark.
not at the sea.
But this will make the plumb less plumb.
What? No, it will always be perpendicular to the horizon.
Well, you see the
Whether
horizon
you can
from
see
your
the
house?
horizon or not, the plumb line
Do
will
you see the-
always be perpendicular to
Do
it.
you see the horizon from your house?
Do you have to see the horizon to know that a plumb line is perpendicular to it, Chikey?
I said the plumb line has nothing to do with the horizon.
It does here, though, in these definitions.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Do you want to get us some more? Have you got any of your definitions yet that, you know, horizontal, plumb, vertical, anything that you're happy with that you can sort of say, this is my... Because I'll save it and then at least I'll be able to pull it out next time when you haven't got it. Like, so if you think about for next time, right? We've got this one here. Look, this is a maths one.
But what do we have?
See, can you
level
do this
ground?
one?
I don't understand this.
How many
only
horizontal
elevation.
lines does this shape have? Oh, shit, it's got it wrote on it. The answer. Don't look at the answer. See if you can do it without looking at the answer. How many horizontal lines does that shape have? The shape's called an arrow, Chikey. Have a look on that arrow. Yeah. And tell us how many horizontal lines does that shape have?
None.
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 Whoa,
you have
no way.
answer. You have answer below this arrow.
Don't let him cheat. He's like, let him
If
do it
it's, if it's
freestyle.
written on some images, that's right.
So you say none. Chikey says
No,
answers none.
According to what definition?
And child would say two.
And until
I think this is time you have to go to preschool.
Children, it says children will also be taught to recognize vertical, perpendicular, parallel, and diagonal lines as part of their work on shape and space.
Is it horizontal to
Ooh,
plumb?
space.
Is it horizontal
Space,
to
can
what?
we get you into it then? If it's got something about space in it.
What is it horizontal to?
It just says children are introduced to horizontal lines in year 3. That's obviously advanced. They'll be talking about year 3 in university, I think, Chikey.
That's where you stuck, babe, at year 3.
Yeah, you said there wasn't any horizontals, Chikey, because obviously you're gone to advanced.
Can you prove me wrong?
Can I prove you wrong? It says
Yeah,
the answer
sure,
is 2.
because I'm sure that my table is not perfectly level. So
no, we're talking about shape.
What horizontal line we talking about now, Bev?
Chikey, you cannot pass 3-year-old test.
So you said it's perpendicular to plumb. It's not perpendicular to plumb, so it's not horizontal. There's no horizontal lines in this picture.
Breaking down again, Chikey. You sure you're all right? Calm down, Chikey. Calm down.
You need to choose
It's
definition.
not that bad.
I need to level my desk.
I'm getting a few for you.
And my screen.
This one says math open reference, and it says a horizontal line is one which runs left to right across the page. In geometry, a horizontal line is one which runs left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon, in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon, and it's got a little picture at the bottom, and that picture says it's got a tag on it. It says the horizon is horizontal, and that's a maths open reference. Yeah.
Again, we get to the horizon. You say the Earth is horizontal.
No, the horizon. The horizon,
is
horizontal. Yes, within mathematics.
Yes, the horizon is the sea surface, and you can't escape it. If the sea surface at the horizon is always horizontal, no matter where you look at it from, then all the oceans are horizontal.
And all horizontals are parallel to each other, yes. And geometrically,
I'm horizontal.
You can't get around that.
Go tell that to Red Rhetoric. You'll have your debate. You don't have to whine every day while you refuse.
Brilliant. You go. Yeah, that's fantastic.
I go.
Yeah.
I go. You need to tell him. I accept. I'm horizontal earther. Yes.
No,
the oceans are horizontal.
What's it got to do with the Earth? You know, earther isn't a word, right?
Tell him and see what he says.
I'm sure everybody will be telling him. He can listen to any of these shows.
I'm not going to tell him.
I'm pretty sure my position
I'm not going to
on horizontal is definitely
and you
certain.
Everyone will
Everybody
run to tell Red Rhetoric your position on horizontal.
Well, he's got some money for it. They may be able to make some money out of it.
Bev, I don't know.
Is that what you're doing?
What
Do you reckon you'll make it? Do you reckon he'll give it to you, Chikey?
What are you talking about?
Red's Rhetoric.
I said go to Red's Rhetoric. Tell him I'm horizontal. I realize I'm horizontal earther.
Is it rhetoric? What does he prefer?
Ask him. You talk to him.
He won't talk to me. I tried to get a chat with him. Wally said it'd be a good idea to have a chat with him. So I asked. And look at this shit show that's occurred. Just I wanted to have a chat with him. I still want to have a chat with him if we can work
because
out
if you
the
did
debate.
what you did now, you said yes.
Said yes. What?
Oceans are horizontal. I'm
I haven't said
horizontal
that. No,
earther.
the
Yes, you
horizon
did.
is horizontal. It was in that open
Horizon
math
is
reference
part is the ocean.
Shaky, you are flat earther because you are talking about ocean being horizontal. You are talking about that. You are flat earther.
Pepper, I
Sorry.
didn't say the horizon is horizontal.
Welcome to flat earth.
Pepper, I didn't
go to flat earth debate.
Pepper, I didn't say the horizon is horizontal.
You said that oceans are horizontal.
I didn't say oceans are horizontal. That is the concept.
It says here, what about this one? True horizon. It says the boundary of a horizontal plane passing through a point of vision. Or number 2, in photogrammetry, the boundary of a horizontal plane passing through a perspective center of a lens system. That's a true horizon. Are you okay with that?
So, if
Shaky,
it's a mountain,
Shaky, are you okay with that definition? Or are we going to have to? Oh, that's
because
Dictionary of Military and Associated Terms. The U.S. Department of Defense. That's a good one.
It has, Bev, it has no definition of an angle.
But it does have a horizontal plane.
It can be slanted. It can be slanted. No,
it can't be slanted. It says a horizontal plane. You can't have a slanted horizontal plane, can you?
That's on you to prove.
What?
That's not what they say.
No, I know it's not what they say. Why did you say there would be a slope then? Why did you say it would allow for a slope?
Did you bring me now a definition of horizontal that use horizontal in the definition?
No, true horizon. You started to fret about the fact that we were linking horizontals to the horizon. So I gave you a definition of the true horizon, which says the boundary of a horizontal plane passing through the point of vision. So it references back to the horizontal plane, the horizon, the true horizon, horizontal plane. A horizontal plane is parallel to the plane of the horizon. They're both linked to each other.
And if it's a mountain, it's not true horizon.
That's a topographic horizon, not the true horizon, Jakey. Hello.
What is true?
The true horizon is the boundary of a horizontal plane passing through a point of vision.
Which plane?
Do you know what a plane is within geometry?
Yeah, I know
Jakey?
What plane. Which
it's
plane?
It's a two-dimensional conceptual surface.
Which plane? You see, if
horizontal plane. This.
Which horizontal plane? I don't.
This horizontal plane you can see on this picture above. What Bev posted.
Which horizontal plane?
Which was posted in the previous definition. Yeah. There was nice picture.
The horizon is horizontal. That one.
What, the river?
No, the horizon over water, commonly known as the true horizon, the one that establishes a horizontal plane.
The ocean is horizontal plane. That's what you say. You're horizontal.
There is nothing about oceans.
Is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
You need to. Yes. Yeah. So it's parallel to the horizontal. So it's by itself horizontal, and therefore Earth is horizontal.
You just show everybody. No, this is the horizontal paradox, Chaiki. You're flipping out over it. Can you imagine what everybody else is going to have to do with this?
The horizon is not horizontal. End of story.
It is though, Chaiki.
But how is it horizontal?
Because horizontals are defined as being parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's horizontals that are linked to the horizon.
That's how horizontal defined?
Mm-hmm.
By the horizon?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you can't say anything about the horizon.
It's horizontal. You can definitely
horizontal
say about
it's an
you can't
adjective.
Say anything about horizontal because it's defined by horizon.
Chaiki, do you know what adjective is?
Who defined who? The horizon defined horizontal, or the horizontal defined the horizon?
Horizontal is adjective to horizon. Horizon is a noun. Jackie, horizon is a noun. Hello. Horizon, it is a noun. Adjective to horizon is horizontal.
No. Horizon come from a
noun. Noun is
that means dividing line.
Noun is first and adjective is second. So horizontal is from horizon.
That means dividing line. It's the dividing line. Doesn't say it's flat, doesn't say it's perpendicular, doesn't say anything about it.
Chikey's been sent in here to lower the viewership numbers. Chikey, that's how little you are liked around here.
Wait,
you are bad for the numbers. People put their fingers in their ears. They tune off. They stop. Right? It's obvious that you're triggered to fuck. I only asked how you would deal with the horizontal paradox, and it looks like you're going mental. You need to slow down. Try and regroup. Go back and talk to your boys. Sort out a new logical statement.
We can finish.
Just yeah, good.
We can finish. It's not a problem. Listen, yesterday you didn't need my help to lose everyone, right? You bored everyone to death.
What? No, yesterday was a good day. Thanks.
Yes. No.
Yeah,
I remember how
good.
you didn't have people here anymore. Everyone left because they were bored.
No, the numbers were really good yesterday. It's gone down to 30.
At the beginning, maybe.
It's gone down to 33 tonight, Chikey. There's only 33 people listening to your
And it wasn't 3 a.m. It wasn't 3 a.m. or 1 a.m. for you.
Yeah, I just finished the show yesterday. Yeah. I know you watched all of it. You were taking notes and everything. Did you see how many people were watching? Because it was good yesterday.
I saw everyone leaving there towards the end.
Yeah.
And it wasn't this time.
Thanks for
it was
people
earlier.
listening. Yeah.
It was earlier.
It is good. I do. I like everybody who comes and joins us and listens to this new style of argument.
Yeah,
horizontal paradox. It's going to take over.
You can talk, Bev, to me without calling me names. It's not a problem. You can do it.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I don't have to call you names. I'm speaking facts when I say. Everybody thinks you're a piece of shit.
If you speak fact, you'll need to have bring evidence.
Yeah.
You have evidence. I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah. There's plenty of them.
No, you don't. You
Yeah.
don't. Let's see what qualifies evidence that I'm a piece of shit. Come on, show it to me.
It's on all of the things here. You can see.
If you cannot discern between noun and adjective, so
it's not noun and not adjective.
Yes.
Hold on.
So what is first, skin or skinny? Skin or skinny? What is first? You have to have skin first to be skinny. Therefore, you have to have horizon to have horizontal, right? So first is noun, second is adjective. Horizontal is adjective to horizon. Simple.
Pepper, you're talking out of your ass. Here is the Wikipedia page. Have a read and learn. Don't make up shit. Learn from reading or from other people. Don't make up shit. Horizon comes from Greek, which means to divide.
No, horizon.
You tell me no when I brought
horizon
you citation.
Means
horizon
means
Chikey, calm down. He got really like
horizon
because he thinks that no.
I bet you got out of your chair then, didn't you, with your fist clenched?
You think no, it's an argument.
Horizon
what kind
means
of an idiot are you? I brought you citation.
Chikey, horizon means in Greek
zone.
Zone. It means area or field. Hori or to see, field of view. This is horizon.
Oh, have a read. Do me a favor. What are you, Greek?
No, I am not.
then go have a read. Then we'll talk.
Are you Greek?
You can end the show with it.
Are
Yeah,
you
of course
Greek?
Of course he's Greek. He studied Latin. Haven't you, Jake?
Latin is not Greek.
I know, but you did. You've done Greek then, right? And then Latin, or did you do Latin first and then Greek?
You asking me?
No, I'm asking Chaiki. You said you didn't do it. No, Chaiki.
לא, בב, אני מדבר עברית, אני לא צריך
So
לתת.
you've never actually done any of this shit that you're talking about.
Why would I?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, why would you? Why would you do anything? Why would you?
I learn Latin? Why? What for?
I don't know. Did you do
Everyone
Greek?
learn English.
Did you
because
do
everyone
Greek?
speak English to
Did you do
understand.
Greek?
No, I learned English.
Okay. Why were you asking Paper if Paper'd done Greek? And why did you tell Paper to go and read
Because
it? If you
Paper
haven't-
is talking like he knows Greek, and I bring a citation from Wikipedia, which says in Greek.
Wikipedia.
Yes. Going to argue? You want
in
to
Greek.
change?
It says it in Greek. Did you read Greek?
No. It says Wood Horizon.
It does say it in English then, does it?
Greek, from the Greek, and has some Greek there.
Where?
Horizon. I don't know how. We need to see how they spell it in Greek. Separating circle. Oh gosh, separating circle. bring the horizon a bit.
And what's that mean to you?
I don't know. Horizon come from separating circle. Then circle. Do you get it?
I don't know. Does it tell you anything about horizontal? Does it say that circle could be parallel to horizontal, right? Is that circle in the horizontal position? Is that maybe a confusing way of somebody saying plane and them just sort of not really understanding?
Absolutely confusion.
Because, I mean, how would you put a boundary to a circle?
What do you mean?
Well,
there was someone here yesterday or the day before.
Circle?
He told you the horizon is a circle around.
How big? How big?
How big? However far you can see. That's big.
Like a plane.
So it is. If you're standing on
like
a boat,
like a plane.
No. So if you're standing on a boat, the horizon is about 3.5 miles away.
Limited circle then.
In any direction.
Limited.
And if you say I see
limited
a straight line,
circle.
then draw a straight line here.
Limited
take
circle.
A turn around. Take a round. Draw another straight line, and you say, "Wait, how can it be a straight line in both straight line intersect?"
Okay, so a straight line. Could you call that a diameter, or is it just sort of both of the radiuses? Are they both dropping?
It's the circle around you.
Okay. So is that a radius then? Could you add those two radiuses together to make a diameter?
Which radiuses?
Of your circle, Chaiki.
The distance from you to the horizon is the radius.
Right, okay. Now, could you add two of those radiuses together to make a diameter, Chaiki?
Yes, of course.
Yes, so it wouldn't be like a spherical cap with a peak at the top of it and the two radiuses pointing downwards to the circle. It would, so, okay, a two-dimensional circle that would have the ratio of pi.
Yeah.
3.14.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a plane circle.
Well, no, it would be a curved. The circle itself is a circle, Bev.
I know, yeah, plane. So could that circle be in the horizontal position?
It's not a plane, it's a circle.
Yeah, could that circle be in a horizontal position? A circle is a two-dimensional figure, right? A shape.
So if you're
two-dimensional. A 2D is a plane.
Since you're at its center, then yes.
Okay.
You
so
can
you
make
have
a plane,
plane then. Good.
If you slice Earth on the horizon line,
yeah,
you will get a circle,
and then
that you
all the way
perpendicular to.
around, perpendicular at every bit of that circle,
No,
all the way around
at
it.
the center,
Yeah,
at the
and
center
then you
only.
could have all of those being perpendicular to this circle plane that you've just
No.
made.
The only
Which
place
would make them
that you
geometrically
will
all parallel to each other.
the only place you will be perpendicular to that slice of a circle
What do you
is at the center.
No, no, it's a
Anywhere
circle. It's a
else,
two-dimensional circle,
anywhere
Chikey.
else,
It's a
anywhere
two-dimensional
else
circle,
is a slope.
perpendicular to the horizon, right? It's all the way round the outside of that circle for you. Perpendicular to that would be perpendicular to the same plane and geometrically
You see what you
parallel
do?
to each
You
other.
see what you do, Beth? You say things, you start to believe in them, and then you think we believe in them.
I don't think
Beth,
you believe in
I
anything.
have found this entry on Wikipedia, and Chaiki, you are just lying.
Of course he is.
You are just lying. You are a liar.
Mhm.
Etymology. The word
Of course
horizon.
he's just lying. He knows fine well everything Bev said is
let,
100% correct.
let me read it.
Mhm.
Etymology. The word horizon derives, it is from the Greek horizon kuklos, or horizon kyklos, separating circle. So horizon, this is one word. Wait. Horizon, this is one word, and kyklos is circle. Where or horizon is from the verb horizo, to divide, to separate, which in turn derives from oros, boundary, landmark.
Where did I
So
lie?
so this
Where did I
horizon,
lie?
this is you, because you said that that horizon means dividing circle. No, horizon is used to be with connection with circle, but not necessarily. It is not.
Okay, it's a boundary and it's a divide. It doesn't say it's straight. It doesn't say anything.
Of course, but it
So
is.
don't tell me horizon,
This is
horizontal
boundary. This is boundary,
are
and
noun
this
and adjective
boundary,
and
this
bullshit.
boundary is this line when the sky meets water.
Yeah, we know
And
it's
this
a
is
divide line.
this line is, as we see, is a straight line.
It's
and
not a straight line.
it is, as we see.
No, it's
but
not.
I
And
am
you know why?
I am talking about what you said about this Wikipedia, and you are just
Where it says
lied.
it's a straight line.
It has nothing to do with saying what it says.
You claim it's a straight line.
You are
claim where it
just
says it's a straight line.
just
How do
adding
I care?
things to the
I
word.
didn't add. You add.
No, I just read what you allegedly read previously. So it doesn't say what you say about it.
Do you argue that the horizon is a circle around you?
That's
It is
your
not.
argument, Chaiki.
That's my
That's
argument.
your argument.
You
Yes.
say it's not a circle around you.
No, horizon is a straight line.
Straight line. So if you look straight forward, let's say 3 miles, but if you look to the side, it needs to be 100 miles.
Yes, you can see other part of straight line.
It needs to be 100 miles if you look to the side, since it's a straight line.
Wow.
But then you turn to the right and you still see the horizon.
Yeah.
Is this a straight line?
Yes.
Are those two straight lines
Yes.
intersect?
Always a straight line, Chaiki.
So
Always.
if it's straight line, how do they intersect? How can it be a straight
They
line
don't
and
intersect.
How
Horizontals
do you
don't
look?
intersect.
How do you look
Chaiki.
back on a straight line? Beth?
Horizontals don't intersect.
How
Chaiki.
do you look back on a straight
Verticals
line?
don't intersect. Chaiki.
Bev, how can you ever look back on a straight line?
I can't look back. I don't have
If you
eyes
in
in the back of my head.
if you're deep in the sea and you see the horizon one way, you turn around, you see the horizon, and you say both are straight lines, and
Yes.
those straight lines
Always.
is one behind the other. How is the same horizon is behind you?
It's
when
every
it's a straight line?
direction. Every direction. It's always a
How
straight line.
can the straight line that you look when you look forward can be behind you if it's a straight
What?
line? Say the horizon is a straight line. It's the same
It's
line,
horizontal,
right? It's
yes,
one horizon.
always, Chaiki.
It's one horizon.
No,
it's one
no,
continuous
Chaiki.
horizon.
Chaiki.
It doesn't break
If
into
you
pieces.
turn, you look and you see the horizon. It's always a straight line.
I'm saying if the horizon is one straight line, how come that you turn around and you still see the same straight line that was in front of you?
It would be
How
like a
this is-
plane, Chaiki.
How
Do you know
could
what a
they
plane
say-
is?
No, the horizon is not a plane.
Yeah, it
it's a
is.
line.
It's a horizontal
It's a
plane.
line. The horizon is a line.
Parallel to the plane.
It's
the
a
horizon.
line, Bev. The horizon
Chaiki.
is a line.
Yeah, a
The
horizontal.
dividing line between
Horizontal, yes.
say whatever you want. What I'm asking you is, how do you look at one line,
You don't.
straight
It's
line?
a plane. Do you know what a
You
plane
look
is?
at one straight line that go right to left.
Parallel to the plane
Bev,
of the
line
horizon.
that goes right to
A
left
horizontal
only.
line would lie within a horizontal plane.
You don't listen to what I'm asking, right? How do you look to a straight line that goes right to left, doesn't bend, and you turn around and you still see the same line? How is it possible?
How many horizontal lines on a horizontal plane? How many do you reckon?
You understand why Red wouldn't like to debate you? You can't keep a subject. You can't stay on.
No, you
point.
could be in the
You
middle
have
of a
to
horizontal
argument
plane, and every time you turned and
you
looked, you could
involve,
see a
and
horizontal
you know
line
you
on
don't
that
have
horizontal
an
plane.
answer. You deflect to a question.
Every straight line lying within a horizontal plane would be called a horizontal line. There's a surprise for you.
Where did you hear that?
Because you were talking about the horizon, and I said it's a
Talking about the
horizon
horizon.
is parallel to the horizontal plane.
That's your claim.
Mm-hmm.
The
That's
horizon
why.
is a line.
That's why
That's
every
the
time you
horizon is a
look,
line.
you would see a horizontal line because they would lie on
I
the
don't know.
same
I see a line.
horizontal plane.
When I look at the
It makes
horizon, I
sense to
see a
me.
line. When I look at the horizon, I see a line. I don't see a plane.
A straight line. Yeah.
And that's what you say.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, and you say it's a straight line, how come you look back at the same straight line that was in front of you? You see it back at your back. How is that possible geometrically? Can you show me?
How is
You
it
have
possible
proof,
that
geometrical proof of this?
horizontal lines lie on a
How
horizontal
do a
plane?
straight line? How can you look in one direction at a straight line and then turn around and look at the same straight line? I want to know how this is possible in your geometry.
What the a horizontal line can lie within a horizontal plane? Like, you really want me to?
You're not
show
answering
you
the question.
how
Ben.
a horizontal line? No, you. Is that what you said? You want me to show you geometrically how a horizontal line can lie within
I
a
didn't
horizontal
say
plane?
anything. I didn't say anything about horizontal. I said a straight line. How do you look in one direction? It's straight, one straight line, and then turn 180 degrees and still look at the same straight line.
It's within the same plane.
It's a line, Bev.
Yeah. All of the straight
It's
lines
a line.
are lying
It's a
within the
line.
horizontal plane. Yeah.
It's one line.
Yes.
How do you turn and see the line?
This is a
look
great
at the,
one. We've done this one before,
no.
Chaiki. I'm
Look
surprised
at
it is.
look at
Like, it
look
is
at the
a couple
corner.
of years old. This one.
Bev, look at the corner of
We
your
did the concept
your
of
ceiling.
Dornagon came from
Bev,
this, right? It's just
Bev,
to lay
look at the
down
corner.
flat on the plane, right?
Bev, look at the corner of your
It's
ceiling.
like a Dornagon. Should I get you the Dornagon?
Do you see the
just to-
corner of your ceiling? right? The corner between the wall and the
just
ceiling.
for you, I'm
see
looking
it?
at it from the
You see
corner
it
of
now.
my
Turn
eye.
the other way and tell me that
looking
you
at the
still
other
see
one
it.
in the other corner.
I'm asking you now.
Sneaky little
Turn
look.
around and tell me that you can see the same corner.
There's 4 of them.
What? Not one?
In my hand, yeah, I've got it's like a squarish room,
Choose
so
one.
there is 4
Choose one.
corners.
Choose one.
I
Choose
know
one
I
of them.
can look at them. Like squinting
What?
out
Choose
the
one of
corner
them.
my eye.
Look straight at it. Now turn 180 degrees and tell me you can still see it.
Still see what?
So
Out the back of
horizontal.
my head.
That corner. How would you be able to see the same line that
could
go
see the-
straight?
Yeah.
The most you can see it is if you look 180 degree to it. If it's very, very, very far away, you will look 180 degrees and you will still see it. But to see it on your back, that's not possible.
Yeah, I haven't got eyes in the back of my head. You're right. You're right. It must be a
No,
globe,
you
right,
see-
Co? No way. Oh,
see it in
fucking
front
hell.
of you.
I
I
haven't
didn't
got
see
eyes
it.
in the back of my head. Therefore,
so-
it's got to be a globe. I see the light now,
You
Chikey.
can't have
I think
about
you
2
might
minutes
have won me over with
have
this
a
one.
conversation, let alone a debate.
You can't see
can't
out the
stay
back
on
of your head.
point. You can't stay on point. You don't understand my arguments.
Yeah, it was.
My
That was a
arguments are
brilliant one.
very
I'm sorry
simple.
for wrecking that one for you, Chikey.
I don't understand
yeah,
how you can be
don't-
on
yeah.
one side of
Yeah, sorry.
a line, turn 180 degrees, and still see that same
was
line.
too powerful.
I don't
That's why-
understand that.
that's why,
that's
Chikey,
geometrical
yeah.
impossibility.
Yeah, don't let Chikey do that argument again, everyone, right? Don't let him use that argument again. Fucking that's
What argument?
destroying. Fucking eyes in the back of your head. Bet the flat earthers are shitting themselves now.
Yes, Mike, you had something to say?
Brilliant.
You see flaw in the logic?
Genius. You're an expert at this, aren't you, Chike?
Hmm?
Yeah, you're an expert.
No.
at this, aren't
Mike said the argument I brought before is hilarious, and I want to understand the flow in the logic. What statements are wrong there? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong with you?
Why is it so hilarious?
Watching,
I mean, you
watching
show it to any kid, he will understand what I'm saying.
What, you don't show that to
You
children?
know what?
Don't
You know what?
scare children with that shit.
You know what?
Man.
You show this to
you
your
can
son
influence.
and tell him if it makes sense to him. Don't try to influence him. Just to look at it and tell if it makes any sense.
That's a good one, that, Chikey. We should. That's what we should start
That's a
doing.
test.
Like,
A
yeah.
test.
Well, I do. I use a lot of blue marble elevation profiles. So
No,
this could
but
be a
it's-
good way of us entering
It's
into the
very
logic.
simple. There's no need to know math. Just
Yeah.
to have a little
And
logic.
we've got that one
and
from Science
understanding
It Out
this.
as well, right?
I'm
The
sure
one
he
about
knows
verticals,
English and have
horizontals.
a bit sense in his head. Let him read it and tell you if it makes any sense, and if not, why it doesn't make any sense. You can come back with it next time.
Yeah, that sounds like a good one. Have you got any kids, Chikey?
No, I don't.
No. Have you got any brothers or sisters that have got any kids?
Yeah, but those are pretty grown up.
Yeah? What do you reckon? Are they old enough to cope with this?
Yeah.
Yeah?
They pretty bright.
Well, you show them this as well, and you report back to us on how
Next
well
time
they've took it.
Next time I'll see them.
Mhm. Do you do any tutoring?
Why would I?
Not even on blue marble?
Tutoring?
Yeah.
I'm not tutoring no one.
No, okay. Say you could teach them that and ask them.
I
questions.
don't teach
Do you,
nobody anything.
I know you definitely don't do that. Oh, when you had your help with this, did you run it past
I didn't
Blue
have
Ops?
any. I didn't have any help with it.
You didn't have any help with it. You did it all on your
I
own.
just listened to you.
Freestyling it. I like
I
it. You
listened
listened
to
to
you.
us.
I listened to you
Thanks,
talking
Jakey.
with Ike and Science Dad, and I just took what
great.
he said and
he's a big
added
fan.
the
We
last
influenced
line.
Jakey to do some logic.
I added the last line to remove
It's all
any
been worth it.
confusion and claims to injustice, and that's it. That's all I did.
Everybody hear that?
He's been waiting all week for this.
I know.
No, what we're waiting all week is modus tollens that Bev promised us for 2 weeks now.
Yeah, I know.
The
Emma's
paradox he
PC
promised
was.
us yesterday.
I know. We ran through
and
you
none
with
of
that.
them
I ran
come
through you with that. The horizontal paradox, and you loved it.
Now, I on the
You
side
did.
and
You can't even remember what happened, can you? It was
Listen.
aporia. It was
What I
aporia heaven.
remember,
You were
what
sort
I
of
remember,
floating
what I remember,
around, sort of juggling
Bev,
globes,
what I remember
having a
is
great time.
seeing on your screen a propeller that looked like
Propeller?
he's propelling underwater.
Are you like? Have we got some sort of a bit of a? Ooh, I don't know what happened, Jen. Did you notice that?
Those wind turbines? Was it your eye level, right at the horizon?
Oh, you were there, right? We've gone right back to the very beginning now. Have we?
Yeah.
Wow.
When you had your
I thought we
camera.
were talking about your paradox that you said that you didn't happen. Like, did you completely skip over?
No,
that?
the paradox that you said you will bring the hump paradox. You said.
Yeah, the horizontal paradox. We just went over it.
Well, there was no.
Can you not remember?
No, you said the hump
paralogism. That's genius, Chikey. How you managed
Yesterday
to do
you
that?
said the hump paradox. There was
You
no
never
hump.
notice the paralogisms. What paradox? Who said what?
Yesterday you said I'm going to go over the hump paradox again. He said I know.
Yeah, the
you
horizontal
heard about
paradox.
the
We just
hump.
did it. We just did it.
Horizontal is not a
You
hump.
went across the bridge. You got stuck, and now you act like you didn't even do it. It must have been about an hour we went over that, Jake.
There was no hump. I never heard about no hump.
It was horizontal.
We
Yeah.
talked about.
Yeah, it's just
It's
we've
not
refined
about
it. It's
plum.
gone way.
About plum,
You didn't
but
even
not the hump.
notice that one, did you?
But not the
That
hump.
was a proper
Anyway,
wizard
there
trick.
was no
That.
paradox.
Didn't even
There was no-
Chikey didn't even notice it.
But I
Still doesn't
didn't
even know
notice.
what the fuck just happened.
I didn't even notice any
I
paradox.
know you didn't. That was genius.
What was the paradox?
Wow.
What was the paradox? Remind me.
Obviously, you can't even.
What's the paradox, Bev?
The
Simple
horizontal
words.
paradox.
Make it simple. What's the paradox there?
It's I would have to make it really, really simple and say it's a paralogism to you. It's not worth us wasting our time. Sorry,
Let
Chikey.
me.
We're gonna have to find somebody else to do it.
Let me give you
I'm
an
guessing
example.
you're gonna have to have the Globe Council meeting.
No, let me give
See
you.
how many of you can actually realize what the fuck's going on with horizontal. You guys seriously need to have a meeting. Whether you actually have horizontals or you don't have horizontals in reality, or whether the globe allows it or not, whether the council's going to allow it. I think Rumpus is going to be going fucking
You
ape
see,
shit.
you make up stuff in your head and you believe in it. Whoever said there are no horizontals? Who?
Rumpus.
I'm sure
Brenda.
Rumpus never said there's no horizontals. You will not find
geometric.
any what?
Yeah, there's no geometric horizontals.
What do you mean geometric horizontals?
A horizontal plane that has two lines perpendicular to it. Those two lines.
Listen, you can't make demands. Horizontal line. Horizontal line. You want horizontal line? We have it.
Okay. So
Rumpus
at
never said there is no
each
horizontal.
end of that horizontal line, you can have a perpendicular to that horizontal line at each end, can't you?
Absolutely. Why not?
And then those
It's a
two
plane like any
perpendiculars
other
to a
plane.
horizontal line would be called vertical lines, and they would both be parallel, wouldn't they? Just
No.
like in all graphs
No,
that
Beth.
you ever dealt with
If you
in mathematics.
define the perpendicular to
See,
the
we're going
horizontal
over it
line,
again. This is your paradox. You
again,
can't see.
you're
going to try and justify a paradox, Chaiki.
if you define the vertical to be a perpendicular, any perpendicular to the horizontal line, that's how you defined it. That's how it is defined. Now, if you will try to equate it to vertical, what we mean the gravity vector, I would not agree. That's totally
It's a different vertical. Is it?
Yeah, because
Okay, what's
it's
the
not as you
difference then?
defined it. It's different than you defined
But
it.
where is
It's
it then? If one
measurably
of them
different
is
than
one
you
place,
defined it.
where's it's measurably different. Where's
Yes.
the difference then?
What do you mean, where's the difference?
Where's the difference in these verticals, right? Like which
don't
one?
understand you.
If we have a horizontal line, like within mathematics, and have perpendiculars at each end of it, that's vertical and horizontal. Show us on that where the other verticals would go in relation to the vertical.
They will always lean away from them.
Oh, leaning away from the other verticals.
Always.
Yeah, both of them.
Yes.
Okay. So there is a geometric vertical, and what are we going to call the other one?
Of course, there is a geometric vertical, and
Well, the
there is
geometric vertical,
the gravity vector.
Okay,
It's
which
not
is also
geometrically, it's
vertical.
physical.
Yeah, and that one is also described as being perpendicular.
To what?
Isn't it? Well, it's a straight
Perpendicular
line
to
because
what?
it's perpendicular. Well, you know what a
Yes,
straight line.
it's perpendicular to the level line and perpendicular to the tangent of the level line.
Wait, perpendicular, it will be a plane.
No.
Yeah,
I just
perpendicular to a line, a vertical plumb line is a plane.
I talked an hour about me shining a laser on a spherical mirror,
You didn't
which
talk for
came
an hour
straight
about it.
back
That was
at
one of
me
your
as if it is 90 degrees. Like I would shine a laser on a mirror, flat mirror, 90 degrees, it will bounce right back
You'd
to
be
me.
much better off actually doing it geometrically.
If I do it with a
if you want
spherical
to
mirror,
explain to
it
people
does just the same.
If you want to explain to people what
So
right
we can
angles
have
is
angles to
perpendicular.
curved surfaces. Yes, Bev. I have glasses. That's how they work.
You're gonna burn out your laser doing that.
No, it's a collimator,
Yeah,
laser
please,
collimator.
again,
It's
please
made
do
for
not shine lasers at mirrors.
Google laser collimator.
Watch your eyes at all times.
Let me see.
We're
Maybe
all
we have
about
in-
health and safety here, Chaiki.
No,
We
it's
can't
okay.
have people giving out bad information, can we? Misleading information that may harm. Chaiki,
Well, it's
please
always
keep your
it's never-
please keep your wild and wacky experiments to yourself.
It's not an experiment, Bev.
Well, yeah, it's not how you measure angles either. But hey, you're doing it for whatever reason. And you can't measure an angle to a curve. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous.
That's how it looks like. You see the little thingy like a bullseye? I need to make sure that the laser is not on any side and it goes back straight in the hole, back to the laser where it came from. That means that the mirror is 90 degrees to the laser. Even if it's spherical, it's still 90 degrees to the laser.
It's impressive. And
impressive. Every amateur astronomer used it.
and what was that you
Well,
were debunking with that?
I explained to you how we can have angles to curved surfaces.
Right, well,
To
out of
curves.
nowhere. Was that part of? I mean, that's
curves.
ridiculous. No, you can't do that. It's obviously.
I can't. I shoot the laser into the center of the mirror, and it comes right back to me. At what angle it hits the mirror?
I don't know. It comes back, doesn't it? Is that
Yeah.
what you're
At
after?
what angle? At what angle? You sum
Don't
all
know,
the
it comes.
angles
It
there.
comes back.
And tell me how it's possible that
Is it a
it's
curved
anything else
surface?
than 90
Is
degrees.
it a curved surface?
Spherical mirror. What you struggling with, Bev?
Right. Well, does it need to be an angle in order for the light to come back, Chaiki?
It needs to be a 90 degree
It just needs
angle
to
in
get the
order
light
for it.
to come back.
It needs to
Chaiki.
be a 90 degree
It doesn't.
angle
It
in
just
order for it.
needs to get
If
the
it's not
light
90
back.
degrees angle, it will deflect and not come straight back.
But you just need it to come back. There is no angle measurement. There is just the light bouncing and coming back.
That is the angle measurement.
Well, you can imagine there is an angle measurement, but there is no angle measured.
It is.
Where?
The fact that the light came straight
what
back.
angle do you measure? Let's see
90
your angle
degrees.
measuring
90
device.
degrees.
Where is your angle measuring
90
device?
degrees, babe. If it
Where
wasn't 90 degrees,
is
it wouldn't come
your
back.
angle
Do you understand triangle?
measuring device, Chaiki?
This is the device that measure it, babe.
No, the light just comes back.
No shit. And it wouldn't come back if it wouldn't be 90 degrees, babe.
No, that's not the way it works.
Not true? You going to geometrically prove me that it's not true? Go right ahead. Show it.
That you can get the light to bounce back.
Yeah. Even if it does not hit at 90 degrees.
If you get the light to bounce back, that is the purpose of the thing.
There is a mirror and there is a laser.
Just measure
And
no
you show
angle
me-
then, right?
And you show me how can an angle hit the surface, a mirror.
laser?
If any laser hit the surface of a mirror.
And
At
bounce
any
back.
other angle that 90 degrees,
It just
and
bounces
comes
back,
straight
Chaiki.
back.
Chaiki, it just
Didn't measure an angle.
back.
Of course it bounces back.
Uh-huh.
But why does it bounce back to me and not to the sun?
Because you aimed the laser at the right place, or you had the mirror in the right place for that light
The
to
mirror
bounce
is
back.
the same place all the time. All I can do is change the mirror orientation.
I always thought you had to have two lines to make
Measure
an
an
angle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lines
He's
to make
saying
an
one line is the laser. It's not
Two
deviating.
lines. It's two shed lines. That's the idea. How I shine a laser and comes back and create into the same line it went. It goes straight back.
Same line, so that's one line, right?
Well, but one is going out and one is coming in. It's two lines.
So no difference.
What do you mean no difference? One is
So
the one
no
that
difference.
goes
You
out
still have
and
to
one is the one that comes
zero.
back. And if the angle is not 90 degrees, it will not come back to where it came from.
So
It
your
will
laser
go
is zero.
somewhere else.
So zero.
What?
Your laser is going straight across, right?
Right. But
Okay,
if,
so
if it
0 degree angle.
the laser doesn't care. The laser shines, hopefully in a straight line.
It
Yes,
says
it's-
this here,
it's
though. It
all
does
this
say,
instrument is
Chaiki, in order
constructed.
to measure an angle in Euclid, definition 9, it says a plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another, which meet together, but are not in the same straight line. Yeah, they have to not be the same straight line, Chaiki. Like it's wrote within the thing. It says not in. Like he doesn't write that for no reason. He particularly writes that in, so dicks like you, right? In fact, I think he did that for us, a little Easter egg, so we could say, Chaiki, you're being a dick. Even Euclid wrote it.
Yeah.
Not in the same straight line. You cannot measure an angle, Chaiki.
It's not the same straight line. One is the sphere curve and one is the laser.
Again, where's the two straight lines then? The
One is
inclination
curved.
of two
One
straight lines.
One is curved.
Well, that's not in the
and one is-
definition. Where's
Well,
your
not in
definition of this angle?
You sure? Wait.
Is
wait.
it a thought angle?
Are you sure
Fangle.
that if I go through Euclid definitions, I will not find angles to curved lines?
Yeah, because
Or
this
you
is definition
want me to
9.
ridicule you online on your show?
Really?
Well, if I'll find such a definition, it will ridicule you.
Brilliant. You save that for some other time, though. 'Cause
I don't
it's
know,
getting
but
late.
if you
I'll,
tll me yes, come here and
please.
ridicule me, I'll go and find it
Right, okay.
because I'm sure it's there.
Yeah, you know how Euclid works. I mean, yeah, please come and ridicule me at some other point in time. But you know how Euclid works. It builds upon this being definition 9 of an angle.
Well, I'll go to definition 150.
But it wouldn't redefine an angle, would it? Because this is definition 9 at the beginning, the basics. You still wouldn't be able to redefine an angle.
From the basics,
Chaiki.
you go to higher basics.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely ridicule the shit out of me if you want to try.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'll be great. I'm going to end
Well,
it
actually, I'll
now
let someone else find it.
because yeah, I'm knackered. Right, Chaiki, you've
I told you,
worn
can
me
go
out.
sleep,
This has been a battering I've took from the globe from you tonight, Chaiki, with the globe logic and this inability to understand what a horizontal is with a horizontal plane
stupidity
paradox.
from those Pete and Pete. Who called these two kids Pete?
Our mates, Pete and Pete. They've got more science in their little fingers than you have.
They don't have science.
Yeah, I mean, like you're going to have a job keeping up with the experiments that they do.
Look, I showed them.
Ooh,
I showed Pete, one of the Petes, that because he doesn't, is not so well versed on.
I know. You wait and see when they come round here more often. We keep having.
He didn't know that it's very important which
all of those experiments you've done loads, haven't you, Chaiki? Get your video channel going.
Which material is the cathode and anode that he's going to use when he separate the water? Because it depends which it is. A different reaction will take place.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the last one that know anything about.
You are
chemistry.
the last
But
one.
it took me about
definitely
5
You'd
minutes.
be the last
to find
person
it.
I think.
It took me 5 minutes to find it, Ben.
Yeah.
And this idiot is talking about
Definitely
it
the
for
last.
years and doesn't know about it. Why didn't I get the oxygen and hydrogen? Why? Because instead to go to the
I don't know. I haven't got a
test
clue,
tube,
Chaiki.
instead to go to the test tube, your
it's
oxygen
obvious they're triggered by you.
went into your anode.
Infatuated you'll be, won't you? Can
Go
you
sleep,
imagine
Bev.
the
You're
teaming up,
knackered.
Pete and Pete,
Bev,
and
you're
the
knackered.
try thinking next level
Bev, you're
crew
knackered. Go to sleep.
going through water.
Bev, you're knackered. Go to sleep.
Ooh. Yeah, everybody's liking it. Anybody else got anything they want to say other than shut the fuck up, Chaiki? We're gonna go. We're gonna stop being live in a minute, Chaiki, so you can show pony and run out, toddle off.
I think you should reward Mr. L, which is the last.
Should have reward him.
Here. Well, he's the last one still in YouTube chat.
In the yeah, him in the 34. He's got 34 accounts on his own. There is 34 people watching still, Chucky. I don't know why they're listening. It's like they, like, I don't know, a glutton for punishment.
I
right?
bring you views.
Right, yeah. I mean, there was 40 odd before you came.
No, 33 watching now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 33 watching now. There was 40 odd watching before.
It was an early hour,
Shaky.
Bev.
It's shaky. Everybody went, oh, fuck that, shaky. Fucking hell. And I can understand why as well, because I sort of do that. But I'm guessing it's going to be my sort of job to do this sort of thing, Jake. Do you think about that?
What?
Yeah.
Your job to do what?
To just talk to people. Try and teach, educate.
Try.
Yeah.
Don't try to teach and educate. Try to learn something.
Yeah, teach to educate to learn. That's exactly. I'm going to teach people how to learn.
First, you need to learn in order to teach
exactly.
people
That's
to
what
learn.
That's what I've been doing all of this time, Jackie.
No,
I've been,
you think you're teaching people when you actually feeding them nonsense.
It's a different way of learning this.
Bev, I showed you a picture. You yourself
what
provided.
I do is, right, I inspire people to try logic like you have.
I showed you a picture which showed clear drop in the
You've
distance.
clearly
and
learned
all you had to say is
from us to do logic.
that's only a 32 time magnification telescope. It's a DP that set up the thingy. It's not a standard procedure. It's you didn't address the question. Why is the tower below your eye level in that auto level that creates a horizontal plane?
Yeah. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Euclid night.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you.